Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another crime cast. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things look and sound bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man, Crew Reality. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to my man, Carlton Wade. What's good with you, bro? We're going to talk about some strange investments tonight. We're going to talk about some strange investments tonight. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? What is good with y'all? All right. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Shout out to my man, DeAndre. What's good with it, bro? All right. Man, people been off the hook with it when it comes to the crime world, when it comes to the criminal realm. And you know, we're gonna ask this question, right? This is investment advice. You know how other people on YouTube be like, this isn't investment advice. This is investment advice. All right. This is going to be probably a very long stream, as long as I can stay awake. It's probably going to be very long because we're going to talk about a lot of stupid stuff. All right. This is record-setting stupidity. All right. And we're going to ask the question, would you rent here? Would you buy here? Would you live here? These are going to be the questions. This is going to be the theme throughout. All right. So let's get into it.
All right, Jason, we've got breaking information tonight. The alleged ringleader of what federal investigators are calling a criminal ecosystem is in custody.
Cesar Campos Reyes, who's facing several charges, including bank fraud and money laundering, arrested just a few hours ago. Now, federal agents have been looking for him after nearly 50 illegal immigrants were arrested during a sweeping multi-agency immigration operation in 6 Alabama counties today.
So this is in Alabama. All right. This is in Alabama. All right. Quote unquote, the hard-working, right, that works harder than you, right, illegal immigrants. Now, here's the thing, right? We can never allow people to forget, and it's annoying how easily people forget. And so people are going to get that forgetfulness tax tonight. People going to get that forgetfulness tax tonight. I want to ask you guys this question. Who throughout time has perpetuated this idea of the quote-unquote hardworking illegal immigrant? That's my question. Who's promoted that idea? Would it happen to be the same people who are in the number 1 slot for complaining about these people now? Because we know who's in the number 2 spot. You know, the number 2 spot is Shout out to Carlton. He said this one will be off code. You can always count on Crimecast being off code, right? We know who the number 2 spot is. We the number 2 stun us. What, right? But who's the number 1 Karens that complain about this? The very people who said that these people were the most productive. And they just wish that everyone would work like them and have their ethic. Now, you know, I would listen to these people long time ago, and I would wonder, I would say, what kind of idiot would hope that people have a criminal ethic? What kind of people would hope that people would have a criminal ethic? I know. It's people who are criminals themselves, right? Makes sense. Got it. But now these very people who use this as a talking point for a very long time, for whatever reason, now those people want these people up out of here first. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, we're talking about per capita.
Drugs, guns, bundles of cash seized. Our Natalie Williamson with this late reporting tonight. Natalie, a Mexican restaurant in Robertsdale just went to 14 different locations.
If you guys would agree with win, lose, or rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. How many people would agree that it's the main demographic of people who would say how hardworking illegal migrants are/were is the quote-unquote stereotypical MAGA individual? If you would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now I guess, I don't know. Now they just can't take all the hard work. They just can't take it. They just can't handle it anymore. All the hard work is taking up all of the space. It's taking up all of the room. It's causing all of the taxes to go all the way up. And so now they just got to get up out of here. They're just too work ethic out, I guess. It doesn't make any sense. But again, people should never let people live these comments down, because these people made these comments. These people live by these comments, and so shall they die by these comments.
Locations raided today.
Yeah, that's right, Lenise and Cameron. Federal agents moved in quickly this morning, arresting dozens of illegal immigrants, breaking up an alleged transnational organized crime group right here in Alabama.
Tonight, a complex and years-long investigation has led to nearly 50 illegal immigrants being arrested across Alabama. Federal agents served 14 search warrants in Lee, Macon, Elmore, Autauga, Crenshaw, and Baldwin counties. The El Patron Mexican restaurant in Robertsdale was one of the targets. According to the United States Attorney for the Middle District of Alabama, Kevin Davis.
Now, how many people remember me saying they targeted all the restaurants? Because there was a time about 3 months ago when we were driving around looking for a Mexican restaurant to eat, and they all had particle board on the windows. They was all trapped out like a bando. Y'all remember we were talking about that? A lot of these places have been fronts for migrant illegal business operations. This is evidence of it right here.
These searches led to more than just arrests.
Law enforcement recovered distribution amounts of methamphetamine, powder cocaine, crack cocaine, assorted pills, more than $100,000 of bulk cash, and at least 20 guns.
And at the center of this investigation is Cesar Campos Reyes, taken into custody earlier tonight. According to a federal indictment, Campos Reyes fraudulently obtained Paycheck Protection Program loans by falsely certifying documents tied to restaurants that were raided today. Federal agents say the loan funds totaled.
Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, my girl worked for several organizations and nonprofit agencies. Any free food drive, backpacks, giveaways was overrun by quote-unquote hard workers who brought entire families. Now, shout out to everybody in the comment section. I need to know who said that these people work so hard, because we know who it is that said that they work so hard. Where are those people now is the question. Where are they at? And if you ask me, those people are partially to blame for the invasion because they incentivized it by calling the successful invasion hard work. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Around $225,000. This was the scene in Wetumpka, Opelika, and Prattville. Law enforcement searching these El Patron locations. Campos Reyes is said to be the registered agent for the businesses. Stephen Schrank, special agent in charge for HSI in Alabama and Georgia, says this investigation has uncovered a bigger issue.
And this operation was not about any one offense. It was about dismantling a criminal ecosystem, one that profits from the exploitation of people and the circumvention of our nation's laws.
Interesting. Very interesting. Real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Frank also says businesses who knowingly hire non-citizens are creating a path for other problems.
When employers knowingly hire illegal aliens, they create a magnet for exploitation, wage theft, and unsafe conditions.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. If that's the case, and we've been talking about this for a long time, why is there no punishment for employers who hire quote-unquote illegal migrants? Yeah, Facts. I shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Exactly. How many times have I said that? Right? That has literally been one of the spinal columns of my discussions in regards to this stuff, right? There's literally no penalty for people doing this. And people wonder why it keeps happening. Well, it keeps happening because operant conditioning, right?
They also sidestep labor laws designed to protect workers and dissuade honest employers. This creates an underground economy that is often tied to organized criminal activity that puts our communities at risk.
Federal investigators also say Campos Reyes is the registered agent at the El Patron restaurant in Pensacola. Although we're told that business wasn't raided today, when we stopped by tonight, a sign on the door said, quote, closed due to an inconvenience. Lenise.
All right, Jay.
Closed due to an inconvenience. This sounds like a story for Undocumented. What do you guys think? If you guys think that this sounds like a story for Undocumented, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it sounds like a story for Undocumented, give me a thumbs down. All right. So because of that particular raid, it triggered even more raids to happen. Okay. More raids happened as a result. It started like a domino effect of restaurants getting raided and shut down. So we're gonna take a look at that. Okay.
Alabama man accused of misusing COVID relief funds, making his first appearance in federal court. Cesar Campos Reyes pleading not guilty to federal charges. That includes bank and wire fraud plus money laundering. Our Ashlyn Mitchell is joining us from the Breaking News Center. Ashlyn, court records show Campos Reyes didn't act alone.
Yeah, that's right, Lenise. 3 additional men have also been charged as a result of the large-scale investigation. Here's what we know.
On July 15th, Cesar Campos Reyes surrendered in Lee County after federal agents executed search warrants in multiple counties across Alabama, including Baldwin County. One of those locations was the El Patron Mexican restaurant in Robertsdale, where FBI Mobile says 8 illegal immigrants were arrested. Court records show Campos Reyes received emergency funds during the pandemic for several restaurants who he's the registered agent for, but instead of using them.
So not only did a lot of these individuals come to the United States illegally, they came to the United States and exploited the C-19 relief fund. Now, shout out to everybody in the comment section. Here's my question for you guys. How many of you all were able to take advantage of C-19 relief funds? Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Yeah, PPP loans. Yeah, they catching up to people. Facts. If you guys were able to take advantage of PPP loans, aka C-19 relief funds, give me a thumbs up. If you were not, then put an angry face in the chat.
For the restaurants, he allegedly used them for personal needs. Tonight, 3 other men are also being charged in the case, including Luis Miguel Campos Reyes, Cesar's brother, and Isaac Fernandez Lopez, Cesar's brother-in-law. Both men are accused of harboring and employing undocumented workers. Court records show the men were managers at 2 Mexican restaurants in Opelika, and officers discovered illegal immigrants were working at those restaurants during traffic stops.
Now, Marco Antonio Guzman, who is in the country illegally, is facing a drug charge. Court documents say surveillance video shows Guzman conducting a drug deal at the Rancho La Parota restaurant in Auburn.
Breaking news right now. Homeland.
Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said, I've always said, bro, they go to places where black folks live to immediately compare and contrast themselves. That's part of that whole quote unquote hard worker BS. I would say I agree 100%. I would say these people worked hard, right? These people work hard at and succeeded at swiping money from the quote unquote high IQ society. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now they're all red, walking around looking like tomato heads, upset because these people took their money. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, not me. I wanted to. I was going to throw it on Bitcoin. Hey, you was going to do the Michael Saylor thing. You was going to do the Michael Saylor thing. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. I ain't mad at it.
Security with multiple federal, state, and local agencies conducting raids all across Alabama. And some of that activity was in Baldwin County. A restaurant in Robertsdale shut down, several people reportedly taken into custody, and then another shop in Foley as part of a separate investigation. Our Hal Sherrick has been piecing all of this together. He is live right.
Shout out to Sybil. What's good with it, Sybil? Yeah, so this is definitely going on undocumented. We're gonna clip this and we'll post it on there. Sound good? If that sounds good, throw some flames in the chat. Shout out to Telegram. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to everybody. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Now in Foley. Hal, a lot to go over. Walk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot to talk about today for sure. Starting right here in Foley at the Colt Grill, right here behind me. Multiple agencies converging on this restaurant right around the lunch hour, culminating with the removal of several boxes of documents and other evidence. Now, for more than 2 hours, federal agencies were in and out of the Colt Grill at the corner of US 98 and Alston. Over that time, boxes full of evidence were removed. I didn't observe any arrests from where I was at this location. According to a spokesperson with Homeland Security, this raid was part of a Gulf of America Homeland Security Task Force operation where federal search warrants were served at multiple locations, all part of an ongoing criminal investigation. Fox 10 News has learned that other Colt Grill locations, all in Arizona, were also raided today. That's according to a social media post by the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office in Prescott, Arizona. The Sheriff's Office there calling it a complex criminal investigation involving alleged criminal activity, including money laundering and labor exploitation that is tied to all locations of the Colt Grill. Now, earlier in the day, federal agents also converged on El Patron Mexican restaurant on Highway 59 in Robertsdale. A spokesperson with the Mobile Office of the FBI tells me this raid was related to a large immigration enforcement operation involving the execution of multiple search warrants across East and South Alabama, with El Patron and Robertsdale being the only location in our area. Multiple federal agencies, including the U.S. Attorney's Office, were involved, serving 14 search warrants in all. At a Department of Justice press conference in Auburn this afternoon, a spokesperson says one man, Cesar Campos Reyes, is on the loose and considered a fugitive, according to a federal indictment, wanted for several counts of bank fraud and money laundering.
So again, I want to ask you guys this question. Why there's two types of crimes that seem extremely popular with people who are in the United States under this quote unquote circumstance: sexual crimes and fraud. And my question for you guys in the comment section is, why are sexual crimes and fraud so popular amongst these particular individuals? Let me know what you guys think.
Say he is a registered agent of 5 El Patron restaurants in the state. During the raids, federal agents also recovered large amounts of drugs and money, along with 20 guns. All of this from just one of the locations. Take a good look at this picture. This is Cesar Campos Reyes. If you know where he is, call the Mobile office of the FBI or your local law enforcement. Now, the DOJ says that in all, 50 illegal immigrants were detained during these raids across Alabama at these restaurants today. This is all part of what we've seen as an ongoing effort by federal agencies to crack down on illegal immigration and labor practices. Live in Foley, Hal Sherrick, Fox 10 News.
So, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds to me like this El Patron restaurant is a franchise, right? It sounds like this restaurant is a franchise. And what I'm curious about is what the consequence will be for this El Patron restaurant chain allowing these people to exploit the system. Now, here's my question for you guys. What should their punishment be? If it was up to us, what should we do with them?
Details about a violent international crime ring uncovered in San Joaquin County. 8 suspected gang members now under arrest, accused of kidnapping and torture in a case that's gained attention overseas, specifically in India. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office and their federal partners say this investigation is far from over. Fox 40's Josie Hart reports.
That's right. Officials say these 8 individuals were arraigned in court yesterday, but officials fear that there could be more suspects out there.
My office became aware of information indicating that a horrendous crime had occurred.
In handcuffs, taken one by one, these are the moments 8 suspected gang members were arrested on July 11th, accused of orchestrating a brutal kidnapping and torture of a man in San Joaquin County.
Hey, this is the Sando gang. Look at this. The Curry Crips. This is wild, man. I thought these were all electrical engineers. I guess not. I guess not.
Accused of orchestrating a brutal kidnapping and torture of a man in San Joaquin County. Authorities say the crime took place on June 19th in the Manteca area.
They clearly were trying to get information from him regarding other members of the community that they could possibly.
Shout out to Detroit 313. What's good, bro? Good to see you here. Yeah, shit. Yeah. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Them the Habibi hustlers. Like, what's up with that? Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it? The Habibi hustlers.
The victim, only identified as an adult male, did get away.
Contact was ultimately made with the victim of that crime, who informed us he had been kidnapped, stripped naked, and bound and tortured for an extended period of time.
But the authorities say this pulled back the curtain on something much bigger.
Pivatar Singh is believed to be the leader of a gang called PMG, which stands for Pivatar Maja Group.
Pivatar Maja Group. Hey, look at this dude, man. I couldn't imagine being prisoner, like being a victim to some of these people, man. I would be crying and laughing at the same time because I'd be like, man, I can't believe I let myself. I can't believe I got caught slipping. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe I got caught slipping by the rolling Punjabis. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's wild. Hey, look at this cat's mustache. You know what I'm saying? Look like he robbed you on the back on a flying carpet somewhere. You know what I'm saying? He just swooped down on the carpet with the shotgun to you. Like, yeah, I'm good on this.
FBI officials say the alleged crime stretched from California to India.
The leader of this gang and the primary target of this investigator, Pavitar Preet Singh, is wanted in India for charges including firearms violations, assault, and multiple murders.
The FBI says this group has been in the country and in the Central Valley area for some years now, and that they operate.
Hold on, man. We got to roll this back real quick. Look at that. Look at that. The Yala gang, yeah. Look at that. Hey, they said if you smell curry, you better hurry. You know what I'm saying? Because you know you about to get robbed, bound, stripped naked, and beat up. You're gonna have camel footprints all up and down your back messing with these cats.
And in the Central Valley area for some years now, and that they operate by
torturing. In other cases, it could be bribing politicians overseas, could be extortion,
the DSM, what's good with
weapons trafficking.
These suspects were arraigned this week in a San Joaquin County courtroom for a variety of felony charges. If convicted,
in these types of cases, you're prosecuted here, you serve your time here, and then you're extradited to the foreign country.
Officials say it's unclear how far these gangs might stretch.
To those remaining criminals of this vicious gang in our Indian community here in San Joaquin County, we are actively working to seek you out.
They are now urging the local community to be aware and report any information. We're told that these suspects will be back in court on July 24th. For now, reporting in French Camp, covering local news that matters, Josie Hart, Fox 40 News.
All right, so there's that. Interesting, right? Interesting. All right. So next, we've got this situation here. There was a 75-year-old man in California, and he was buried in the Mojave Desert. Okay. He was buried in the Mojave Desert. This, shout out to you, Law. What's good with you, bro? This is a wild situation. We're going to take a look at this. Hold on real quick. All right, here we go. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Now a deadly betrayal. The search for a missing well-known Valley realtor came to a tragic and chilling end today. 75-year-old Robert Bob Boyajian has been found dead, his body discovered in a cave in the Mojave Desert. Thank you for joining us for Action News Live at 5. I'm Vanessa Vasconcelos in for Graciela Moreno.
And good evening, I'm Warren Armstrong. Madera County Sheriff's deputies have arrested a 21-year-old Clovis man for the murder of the longtime businessman in Central California. Action News reporter Brisa Colon is live in Clovis tonight with the new and developing details on what authorities are now calling a premeditated murder. Brisa.
Warren and Vanessa, authorities revealed today that a photo posted to their social media earlier this week was in fact of the suspect using Mr. Boyajian's debit card here at this Wells Fargo in Clovis. That led to a major break in the case. And we're also learning that the suspect was not only Mr. Boyajian's friend, but trusted employee turned.
So this is foul, right? We got to ask the question, why would this individual do this? This guy was employed by this individual that he deleted, and he was allegedly a friend of this individual that he deleted. And then, as we know, he turned around and deleted him. Why did he do it?
Killer. Murdered for money. After days of searching, Madera County Sheriff's deputies found missing 75-year-old Robert Bob Boyajian dead.
This is a deeply disturbing case. It's a case of betrayal and premeditated violence.
The search began on Monday when one of Boyajian's employees asked for a welfare check after he uncharacteristically missed an appointment. Deputies searched his Bass Lake home that day and found everything fairly normal, but his wallet and phone were missing.
They also noticed that all of the bedding was missing from his bed, which was an unusual observation that added to those growing concerns.
They tried to access the home surveillance cameras with the help of a young man who said he previously did IT for Boyajian. He told them it wasn't working. So detectives kept at it and were able to obtain a search warrant for Boyajian's bank records. They discovered a $1,000 withdrawal made by 21-year-old Audric Metavosian at a...
Now, these are interesting names, right? You see this name here? This name is Audric Metavosian. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Where do those kind of names come from? What is the origin of those names?
Bank in Clovis, the same man who was at Boyajian's house. He was arrested and taken in for questioning.
Audric repeatedly referred to Mr. Boyajian in the past tense, which raised some concern. At first, he claimed Mr. Boyajian had committed suicide. Then he changed his story, stating that Mr. Boyajian had requested that he assist him in ending his life. Ultimately, he confessed to killing Mr. Boyajian.
Investigators say Metavosian admitted to then burying Boyajian's body in a cave in the Mojave Desert. Deputies were able to find it wrapped in his bedding and sealed inside a body bag.
Audric purchased a...
And he actually went and got a body bag and he put the dude in. He put him in a body bag and then threw him in a cave in the desert.
Body bag from Amazon indicated...
Why would you... Can I... Question. Why does Amazon sell body bags? Anybody? Why does Amazon sell body bags? Does anybody know? I mean, I know Amazon sells everything, and there's large enterprise buyers like healthcare companies, hospitals, and stuff like that that might buy body bags from Amazon, but why would a retail consumer buy a body bag from Amazon? Yeah, Amazon body bag. Yeah, speaking of Amazon body bag, shout out to Bitcoin for putting Amazon in a body bag and surpassing Amazon as, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th largest asset in the world. And shout out to the cryptocurrency market as a whole. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but the entire cryptocurrency market cap just surpassed the entire economy, the GDP of the UK. Just saying. Just saying. I'm excited about that.
Indicating that early planning. On Saturday, he called Bob to ensure that he was home. He then went to Bass Lake, spent the night, which witnesses say is not unusual behavior. And then after Mr. Boyajian went to bed.
Shout out to Sybil. Shout out to Sybil. Sybil said, Temu doesn't sell them. You know what? To be honest, I'm going to expose myself right now as ignorant. I just never really have compared prices on body bags. I never myself, you know what I'm saying? I've never shopped for a body bag, you know what I'm saying? So I couldn't tell anybody where the deals are on them. Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Audric murdered him around midnight.
Medevosian is believed to have met Boyajian through his brother, who also did work for the realtor.
There was comments made that he treated them like grandchildren. He admitted that his motives were twofold. One, he said that there was resentment toward.
Hey, shout out to SGR7th. What's good with it? SGR7 says, Amazon is an evil company. I had boxes in my place poisoning me for over a year and didn't start breathing better until I got rid of them. Don't keep Amazon boxes in your house. I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that. Excellent advice. Excellent advice.
Bob, as he claimed that he had spoken disparagingly about his family. The second was a plan for financial gain.
Action News interviewed Boyajian back in 2012 when he planned to refurbish the iconic Golden Horse in front of his office on Blackstone and Shaw. The murder of the well-known realtor is now sending shockwaves through the business community.
I was in shock because I saw him not too long ago and he was doing fine. Oh yeah, very surprising. I never would have thought this.
And Medevosian is facing several charges, including murder. He's now being held at the Madera County Jail without bail and is expected to appear in court tomorrow. In Clovis, I'm Brisa Colon, ABC 30 Action News.
Sad. I think what's even more sad is that there's not a lot of coverage on those type of things, right? But, you know, shout out to Crimecast. Crimecast keeps you posted. Right? Crimecast will keep you posted. Now, we haven't talked about the laws in a long time, right? We haven't talked about the laws in a long time. And this is actually a story that would probably be more appropriate for the laws than it would be for Crimecast, right? But we're going to take a look at it anyway on here because it's a crime, so it qualifies. Former CHP officer deletes wife in Southern California, shot a man at a Stockton gym, and then took his own life. We got a couple stories like this coming up.
We start tonight with a developing investigation stretching from San Joaquin County to Southern California. Right now, police are investigating a cross-state crime that left 2 people dead and 1 hurt. It started in Garden Grove and ended in Stockton yesterday morning. ABC 10's Gabriel Porras is live there now.
Okay, so Gabriel, tell us, what's the latest from police tonight?
Well, Chris and Laura, we are learning that one of the victims is still in critical condition at a hospital. We're also learning the identities of the 2 people who died. This CrossFit gym is where all that day of violence came to an end just a couple hours yesterday after sunrise.
At a home in Garden Grove is where police say the violence all began. Officers were called to the home just blocks away from Disneyland around 8 a.m. Thursday. They found 2 kids inside, not hurt, but their mom, 37-year-old Crystal Gonzalez, was dead. Officers say the kids were unaware of what happened, but investigators had leads. They believe former CHP officer Miguel Lopez Cuen was the killer. The 35-year-old was.
Now, shout out to everybody in the comment section. What happened here? Before we go any further, let's see what's up with the critical thinking. What do you guys think happened in this situation here? What went on? Why did this guy allegedly delete his wife?
Spotted early Thursday leaving the scene. He was Crystal's husband and the father of their 2 kids. All of them lived in Lodi. As Southern California officials were investigating their homicide, police in Stockton were investigating their own shooting at the Elkhorn Reserve off 8 Mile Road. Just before 8 in the morning, police say Lopez Cuen shot a 54-year-old man at a CrossFit gym on 8 Mile Road before shooting and killing himself. The 54-year-old victim was last said to be in critical condition. Tonight, the CHP says Lopez Cuen had separated from the department in 2022. He was hired in 2017 and worked for the Hayward area and Stockton area offices. The CHP sending a statement reading in part, quote, "The alleged conduct of this former employee does not reflect the professionalism of the thousands of CHP members who pledge to provide the highest level of safety, service, and security to the people of California."
Now, again, how many times on the laws have we talked about this copy and pasted press release that the police always release anytime one of theirs goes rogue? Yeah, shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said this guy lost it because of an entanglement. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, this guy lost it because of an entanglement, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree with DJ Elmo and you don't think that this took place because of an entanglement, then give me a thumbs down and let me know why you think that this took place.
The CHP extends its thoughts and prayers prayers to the families and friends of those involved in this terrible tragedy.
We did reach out to the CrossFit gym in Elkhorn Reserve, but didn't hear back. I also talked with a family member of the woman who didn't want to go on camera. She described Crystal as a good wife and a good mother. The family just still so shocked that all of this even happened. Live in Stockton, Gabriel Porras, ABC 10.
Disturbing indeed. We do thank you for that live update, Gabriel.
So, you know, it's just, I find it interesting. Anytime stuff like this happens, quote unquote, the people involved are always, quote unquote, shocked and surprised in all of this. Now, shout out to the old school UFC heads, right? How many people remember a UFC fighter? He was a lightweight, if I'm not mistaken, named Diego Sanchez. He was actually pretty good. You guys remember Diego Sanchez? If you guys remember Diego Sanchez, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember Diego Sanchez, then give me a thumbs down. Guess who the next contestant is on Crimecast?
He just rolls down the window and he's like, I love you, 505, and pulls off some rounds.
You know, you can love your city and still stay out of trouble. But tonight, UFC Hall of Famer and Albuquerque native Diego Sanchez is in jail. Albuquerque police say he fired shots from a vehicle on I-40 last night. And today, a judge decided Sanchez will stay in jail for now as his case moves along.
Police say Sanchez was just getting a ride across town with a friend when he all of a sudden started shooting. Zach Rael joins us now from our newsroom with more details. Zach.
Hey, if this is monolith behavior, throw the monolith face in the chat. If this is not monolith behavior, then let me know what it is. Now, the crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Here's how, right? How many people would like to live around people that get out of their car and shoot randomly while driving down the road to express how much they love where they live at? If that's something that you would like to live around, give me a thumbs up. If that is not something that you want to live around, then give me a thumbs down.
You actually spoke to the friend today. What did he say happened?
Well, Trevor Tessa, Diego Sanchez's friend, says that he was completely caught off guard when the UFC Hall of Famer rolled down his window and started shooting. He tells me this is as clear of a sign as he'd ever get that Sanchez is in need of help.
I love you, Albuquerque. You know what I mean? Like I love you, 505. That's pretty much what he was saying.
That is what UFC Hall of Fame fighter and Albuquerque native Diego Sanchez was apparently saying as he fired off a gun from a vehicle in an I-40 traffic jam Thursday evening.
I had no idea. I didn't even see the gun. I had no idea that he had that gun.
Hey, what a friend. His friend was trying to make sure that it's on record that he had nothing to do with it. Loyalty runs thick with these ones.
And that's not like Diego.
Sanchez's longtime friend and barber, Derek Montoya, says he was giving Sanchez a ride across town when the two passed this accident on I-40 and University.
Literally right passing that accident as we're passing the accident. I mean, there's cops right there. You know, there's people out there.
An officer at the crash scene said that they were directing traffic when they heard a gunshot. Police quickly pulled over Montoya and Sanchez. Inside the vehicle, court documents say they found a shell casing on the passenger side.
Diego, he really didn't think the cops were even going to chase us. He didn't think it was really like nothing. You know, that's why maybe he does need some help.
Cops detained Montoya at the scene.
Hey, why would you not think that the cops would chase you after you just shot out of the window? Mind you, near the police, right? You shot out of the window near the police. Real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. We on the 1-to-1 ratio. We got 9 live viewers, 9 likes. Make sure you guys do me a favor. Throw that number 9 in the chat. All right, definitely appreciate it. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
But let him go, and he is not facing any charges. Sanchez, however, was booked into jail on 1 count of shooting from a vehicle and negligent use of a deadly weapon. He had his first court appearance Friday afternoon.
Mr. Sanchez, the state of New Mexico has filed a motion for preventative detention. In regard to your case, you will be held on a no bond hold.
Montoya says he's been friends with Sanchez for nearly 2 decades and credits the MMA star for helping get his barbershop 3D Cuts off the ground. He tells me Sanchez has been struggling as of late and hopes this is a wake-up call for his friend.
He's not a bad guy. He was not out trying to harm nobody. I just feel
now I want to ask you guys this question, right? Because Diego Sanchez, like I said, he was pretty good in the UFC. He was a I would say a quality lightweight fighter. You know what I'm saying? He has some skills. Apparently, he made the UFC Hall of Fame. What's going on with you that you're doing this? It's not a situation like Cain Velasquez. I don't know if you guys recall what happened to Cain Velasquez. I think Cain Velasquez got in a lot of trouble But the reason why Cain Velasquez got into trouble was because he chased somebody down that did something disgusting to a female family member of his. So, you know, that's a completely different situation, right? Why after, you know, a successful UFC career, being a part of the UFC Hall of Fame, what causes you after your greatness to just involve yourself in activities like this? Let me know what you guys think.
Like literally, it came out of nowhere. He's wanting help.
In court today, the judge ruled that Sanchez will have to stay in jail until he can see a district court judge. We expect that to happen within the next week. Zach Rael, KOB4.
And honestly, this is kind of interesting, right? I don't really know why they're doing the whole no bond thing for that. I don't, to me, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of stuff going on where people end up getting bond. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with we're just gonna slap no bond on you for that particular thing. I don't. I've seen worse get less. So I'm just curious. What do you guys think? Shout out to New York, New York. You know what I'm saying? It all went down in the Bronx. A 76-year-old man was arrested after a taxi driver ended up with a bullet hole in him. Now, here's my question. How do you think that taxi driver got that bullet hole in him? How did he get the bullet hole in him? Somebody let me know.
Tonight calls for justice and protection after someone shot a cab driver in the Bronx.
Alusine Bari was shot after fighting with a passenger over the fare. He is expected to survive, but taxi driver advocates say the next victim may not be so lucky.
Tonight, the drivers want action. Now, here's Darla Miles.
I'm sitting here, right here, and she actually just started coming running. My son.
27-year-old Alusine Berry lying in a hospital bed with a bullet hole in his abdomen, shot by a man nearly 3 times his age over a $40 cab fare.
Let me ask you guys this question. So this taxi cab driver is trying to do business, right? The crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Taxi driver trying to make money. Now he's spending money because he's not at work and his health insurance is paying, you know, the costs minus the deductible, right? So you went to work to make money. You end up immobilized and spending money. So again, another instance of the crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said 76 years old and still doing crime. Shout out to this hardworking American, because most people retire at the age of 65. He's still putting in work at 76. Right? He's still putting in work at 76. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be pressing license plates until he's 176.
Try to make sure the gentleman was fine, but he wasn't.
Monday evening, 76-year-old Jones taken to custody.
Man, the belly. The belly. Let me ask you guys this question. If somebody has a gut on them like that, is that a warning sign that anything is possible at the moment? If you guys would agree that somebody that has a gut like this, that gut is a warning that they'll do anything, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is probably somebody's grandfather. What y'all think about that?
Monday evening, 76-year-old Joseph Meeks taken into custody in the pouring rain, arrested shortly following the afternoon shooting on Nelson Avenue near West 169th Street in the High Bridge section of the Bronx.
We visited Mr. Berry earlier today, about an hour ago, and the first thing he said was, "Please don't let me die."
Around 4:30 p.m., Berry was in his yellow cab,
dropping Meeks off at home after picking him up in Harlem.
The 76-year-old that was in his car tried 4 different credit cards and none of them worked. So,
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, doing business in the hood, you got to charge a hazard fee. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Mr. Berry asked him to get out of the car and pay him. He got out of the car and instead of paying him, shot him in the stomach.
Neighbors who know him say Meeks went upstairs.
He paid him in bullets. When you do business and you do business dealing with these type of shady individuals, when you ask for payment, it's possible that they will try to use bullets as a means of exchange. Who wants to deal with that type of risk? Who wants to deal with that level of risk? I don't want to deal with that level of risk.
To his apartment very calmly, like nothing ever happened. It was like 7 cops that went inside. They kept knocking at the door and he wouldn't answer. Then they came back with a sledgehammer to open the door. They went inside and carried him away.
Uh-oh. What did they say? They came with a sledgehammer?
They went inside and carried him away.
Hold on real quick.
It was like 7 cops that went inside. They kept knocking at the door and he wouldn't answer. Then they came back with a sledgehammer to...
They came back with a sledgehammer, y'all.
Pick up the hammer. Pick up the hammer. Hammer time.
They came back with the hammer, man. What's up with the hammer?
Open the door. They went inside and carried him away.
We're asking District Attorney of the Bronx to please make sure that this man, who's 76 years old, is not released back in the streets. If he shot a guy for $40 that was defenseless, what's he going to do if they let him out without posting bail?
Barry has been a taxi driver for 9 years, working to support his wife and child back home in Guinea. As for Joseph Meeks, he has 60 prior arrests, is still awaiting arraignment for this shooting.
Let me ask you guys this question. How do you feel about somebody that has 60 prior arrests being out on the street? 60 prior arrests. Why is he out in the street with 60 prior arrests, ladies and gentlemen? 60 prior arrests. Why is he out on the street? Somebody voted for him to be on the street. Didn't they? Why is he out on the street? Shout out to Jay the Informant. What's good with it, bro? Why is he out on the street?
And has not yet officially been charged. In the Mott Haven section of the Bronx, Darla Miles, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
60 arrests. Now, shout out to TD, right? Shout out to TD. Because TD sent me this, right? How many people heard about this controversy with Carnival? Anybody hear about this controversy with Carnival? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How many people have an issue with what Carnival is doing? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said a lot of people have records like that in pro-crime cities, especially New York. Yeah, facts. California, right? All the pro-crime cities. Chicago, right? Pro-crime cities, pro-crime culture, pro-crime politicians. Pro-crime crews. Right? Pro-crime crews, all right? Now, this is a video, a rare video, mind you, right? A rare glimpse into what goes on Carnival cruises, all right? Now, to my knowledge, none of this is criminal, right? But it should be. Now, I'm curious if they rented the whole boat or not. I'm curious if they rented the whole boat. Look, hey, Carlton said, shaking my head. Shaking your head, not your ass. Hey, shaking your head, not your ass. Well, you don't fit in, bro. You just don't fit in, I guess. Shame on you. You know what I'm saying? Shame on you. Now, question. How many people heard about these quote unquote recent mass overdoses that took place? If I'm not mistaken, they took place in Baltimore. Mass overdoses. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says someone is going to defend this in 3, 2, 1. Right. Right. Now, I'm going to invest in Carnival. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I'm going to invest in Carnival. The reason why I'm going to invest in Carnival is because imagine this. After quote unquote recent changes, they've had a sudden increase in revenues. Can you imagine why? Imagine why. After certain changes, they've had a sudden increase in revenues. Who would have thought? Right? Who would have thought? So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about these drugs. Can I ask you guys a question? Why are people doing so many drugs? And if you ask me, people are in the wrong type of competitions. They're in the wrong type of competitions. Can you guys, is there anybody that wants to go down the line and let's talk about the strange competitions that people are in? There's a strange familicide competition that people are in. There's a strange getting high off of fentanyl competition that people are in. It's really weird. It's really weird. For the trendsetters, I don't understand why people are following trends of doing weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make sense.
A week after 27 people were taken to the hospital during a mass overdose in Baltimore's Penn North neighborhood, federal scientists now think they know what the substances were that were responsible. WMER 2 News' Elizabeth Worthington.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Should the hospital system have been overloaded with having to save these throwaway people's lives, or should they just let them all just overdose? What do you guys think? Shout out to Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. What do you guys think? Should these people have been saved? Why if you ask me, why should they have been saved? What have they been doing that's quote unquote save worthy? You're saving them in the process of deleting themselves. These people themselves are trying to delete themselves. Who are you to stop them from self-deletion? You know what I'm saying?
Explains why their results are very concerning.
People waiting for the bus at the corner of Pennsylvania and North Avenues early Thursday afternoon remained unfazed to all the activity across the street. Emergency responders treating a man who appeared to be suffering from a drug overdose.
No, this has been going on. We got people that...
Look at this. Now, let me ask you this question. You see this? It's a human carcass just laying out here, okay? Would you do business where that's going on at? would that attract people to come into your business, or are people going to go the opposite direction? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says they're not buying Bitcoin. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much too. They might be drinking Ripple, but they're not buying any. Right? They might be sipping on some Ripple, but they definitely not buying any.
No, this been going on. We got people that's overdosing around the corner on Edding Street. We had overdoses on the bus stop. I even lost my nephew to an overdose on the bus stop. You know what I'm saying? So
that happens a lot down here, but not to the extent like that. That was terrible. That was really rough.
Roddy Wells is referring to last week's mass overdose, which sent a staggering 27 people to the hospital.
27 monolithians were sent to the hospital as a result of a mass overdose. They probably all shared the same needle too. Disgusting. They probably all shared the same needle. You know, because sharing is caring.
In critical condition. This area is notorious for being an open-air drug market.
What I heard was that the problem was they were giving tests about. They tried to put the drug out to see if the public likes it, and it was just a bad thing.
To get to the bottom of what exactly was in the drugs, the city sent samples to the National Institute of Standards and Technology. The federal lab has what's called radar, or rapid drug analysis.
Many of these people here would not get a C-19 jab, but you will shoot this shit into your arm. Somebody explain this to me. Somebody explain it to me. Now, here's my question, right? Who made any of these people do this? Who made somebody do this? Right? You got every opposition in the world to the, getting any type of, injectable immunity, but then you'll turn around and shoot this shit in your arm. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. So somebody help me out and explain.
And research program. It started in Maryland in 2021. The goal is to, quote, capture the chemical makeup of the illicit drug landscape in near real time. Researchers analyzed trace drug residue samples to screen for emerging substances. In the Baltimore mass overdose samples, according to the Baltimore Sun,
27 throwaway people sat up there and got high as hell to the point where somebody had to come along and save them. Just nodded out all in the street. Here's my question. Why did somebody waste resources keeping these people breathing? That's seriously, that's my question. These people clearly injected themselves with chemicals designed to either slow their breathing down or stop their breathing. But someone took it upon themselves to burden society and keep these individuals who were clearly trying to stop themselves from breathing, to keep them breathing. How do you all feel about that?
And the Baltimore Banner, they found a combination of substances that are already common in Maryland's illegal drug supply, including fentanyl. But lab testing also revealed a new one, a benzoderivative called N-methylclonazepam that has strong sedative properties. Mayor Brandon Scott addressed the incident on CNN Wednesday night.
If you are someone that is peddling drugs, a drug dealer, doing harm, literally giving people things that you know will kill them, you need to be removed from that community. And
hey, this is one of the type of men. This is an Obama night right here. This is one of the type of men that recommends that men have a rainbow flag friend in their life. He's one of them type of people right there. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is one of the type of men who says, in order to be a real man, you need to have a rainbow flag friend. What do you guys think about that? You guys think that he said something like that?
Wednesday night.
if you are someone that is peddling drugs, a drug dealer, doing harm, literally giving people things that you know will kill them, you need to be removed from that community and put in jail. Full stop. But we also have to grow and evolve in our understanding of how to deal with addiction.
Nearby on North Carey Street, Baltimore police made 5 drug arrests over the weekend. Police say these arrests.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, then those individuals they are saving will later delete a productive member of society. Yeah, like we saw those people in, we saw the respiratory therapist, if I'm not mistaken, in New York City get attacked. Then we saw the research scientist in New York City get attacked. Yeah, shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, Blacklight, this Baltimore report is like a script from the TV series The Wire. Facts. Now, again, here's my question, right? Who is forcing these individuals to shoot up?
Were not related to the overdose event last week. The department says it's focused on addressing open-air drug markets across the city, which, quote,
pro-crime. Look, hey, pro-crime. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he's a black mayor of a Democratic city. Look at that. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Why do these people support crime so much, ladies and gentlemen? How can anybody do business in an area where the politicians support the criminals more than they support the hardworking, tax-paying people of the community, is my question. And why do people vote for these people as if they're some type of heroes and they're some type of martyrs? You can't get help to get insulin if you're diabetic, but shoot some shit in your arm and see how many people come to rescue you. That's your black Democrat politician. That's your fucking simp. These people are assisting with creating failure. And the wide audience of people support this and adjacent bullshit. And hey, you know, everybody's got the freedom to do whatever they want to, just like them people had the freedom to shoot the shit up in their arm and stop breathing, right? Me personally, though, I'm just curious as to the motivation behind it and where people think all of this is going. Shout out to some YouTubers. Some YouTubers have time to sit around and call cryptocurrency the quote-unquote mark of the beast, but they don't call track marks the mark of a beast. I don't understand that shit. Does anybody? Yeah.
has led to an increase in both felony and misdemeanor drug arrests this year.
The number one thing is find out the root cause of why the people are still getting high. And if people going to jail and coming home, and then they're going to start getting high again. If nobody don't have.
Now, shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, where there is a black mayor, there is a high crime rate, unfortunately. Why does that correlation exist? Is my question. Why does that correlation exist? Shout out to Carlton, based on the evidence. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr., right? Rest in peace, Neely Fuller Jr., right? Based on the evidence, yeah. Based on the evidence. Why does that evidence exist, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna keep going into it. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me that favor. Take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Enough ladies getting high to alleviate or escape from what they're going through.
The Baltimore Police Department investigation into last week's mass overdose is still active and ongoing. In Baltimore, Elizabeth Worthington, WMAR 2 News.
Why is there a mass overdose? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but can we just take a moment to reflect on how stupid that is? Just imagine like 30 people just laid out. Like that's, I'm not trying to, like, that's crazy, man. Can we just take a moment to reflect on how can we just take a moment to reflect on how absurd that sounds? I mean, it just sounds so stupid. All these people just hanging out all over the place, overdosed. That's crazy. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, of course, I can't say this stuff on Twitter Spaces. Why not? Shout out to Carlton. Why not? Help me out, y'all. Why does First Amendment rights, why do they not exist on Twitter Spaces for Carlton? First Amendment rights. Listen, one of the reasons why people allegedly have so much of an issue with the quote unquote undocumented with foreign people is because they want to quote unquote fundamentally change the United States. Isn't First Amendment rights part of the fundamentals of the United States? Why does Carlton not have the fundamental First Amendment right? That's my question.
After last week's massive overdose and how that directed more than 24 people, the mayor's office reports that they're aware of at least 8 of that group who sought treatment since the event. But on the ground, clinics say they haven't seen much of an.
Now, shout out to Carlton, right? Unfortunately, Carlton says, I can, but it will not be received well. I bet you it'll be received better than that shit them people shot up their arm. How many people agree that what Carlton says, regardless of how it may come out, will be received better than that shit that these people in Baltimore shot up their arms on their own accord?
Uptick. WMAR2 News' Blair Sable explains why, even after an incident like this, it may not quite be a wake-up call for everyone.
Unfortunately, a majority of the people.
It's not a wake-up call for a lot of these people because a lot of these people are still asleep. You know what I'm saying? They put themselves under. That's why.
Who use drugs in Baltimore report witnessing overdoses. And so they may not have viewed that as sort of a shocking moment or something where they sort of needed to be scared straight into drug treatment because it is increasingly common for folks.
On Thursday, a stark reminder the opioid crisis is still ongoing.
Imagine that. What kind of life is that? Imagine that. The lifestyle of the high and zooted, right? The lifestyle of the high and zooted. It's so common to be nodded out that you will walk past somebody nodded out and not see a problem with it. This is normalizing idiocy. This is normalizing degeneracy. You are a degenerate. Okay? You are a pathetic degenerate sitting around shooting dog food up your arms. Somebody's supposed to save you, and the savior comes as a result of taxpayer dollars. Now, again, here's the question for everyone. Who made any of these people do any of this?
In Baltimore, 27 sickened by an unknown drug believed to have possibly originated from free tester drugs handed out on the street.
I've never seen nothing like this in my 27 years of recovery and doing this business.
On Monday morning, advocates like Bernard Nelson with the Penn North Wellness and Recovery Center were back out on the sidewalk serving their community, a line forming for food.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, man, I feel Carlton to the max. You can't say this stuff because a lot of people's identity is wrapped up through struggle and poverty. And they are fighting. How many people would agree? They are fighting hard to maintain the struggle and poverty identity. Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Win Lose a Rug said it's a shame these people refuse to denounce it. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Let me ask you guys this question. This quote unquote idea of this warped idea, right? The warped idea, not the true idea, the warped idea of quote unquote no snitching. How many lives do you think the warped idea of no snitching is responsible for taking? That's my question.
And harm reduction products on Pennsylvania Avenue. But the interest in longer-term recovery programs, even after such a shocking event, Nelson says they've only seen maybe 1 or 2.
Some people, they be fighting the process. For one, they being traumatized while they out here on earth. And traumatized, it comes, a lot with a whole lot of people. You never know what they are being traumatized by.
There also may be people thinking, I tried it once and it didn't work for me, so why would I try it again? Or I'm just tired of trying it and it's not working.
Catherine Tomko, an assistant scientist with the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health who studies substance use, mental health, and marginalized populations, says there are several obstacles for those who
marginalized populations. How many people have seen a lot of the content coming out about what's happening with the quote unquote wealth gap and the wealth transfer? So instead of saving your money and buying Bitcoin, instead of saving your money and buying XRP, you buy some shit to shoot in your arms to take yourself almost off of the planet. Somebody explain the logic to me. Is there any? And then this dude is sitting up here talking about trauma. What kind of trauma? I bet you it's pretty traumatizing if you have a near-death experience because you stopped breathing because you shot so much shit in your arm. Who, again, I've asked this question a million times, even before this video. Who's making these people do this?
Health, who studies substance use, mental health, and marginalized populations, says there are several obstacles for those who may be experiencing.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Jesse Lee Peterson will get called a coon, but Big Meech gets called a legend. Big Meech has done more to harm black people than Jesse Lee Peterson. That's a fact. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. You'll get called a coon for bringing that up. That's why you didn't say it on the Twitter space. That's why you got to come to the safe haven of Black Light Revelations to be able to say things like that. What do you think? Shout out to, how do you think those people in those Twitter spaces would do in here? You think they'd do pretty good, or you think they have some issues?
Addiction and seeking treatment.
Now, I don't understand why people enjoy being a marginalized part of a marginalized community so much. I don't understand it. I don't understand how it's a flex. I don't understand why people like to bond so tightly with that identity. I don't understand it. Is it a flex? I don't like being a part of a marginalized community. I believe that the quote-unquote community should unmarginalize itself. I don't like being associated with anything associated with weakness, cowardice, any of that. But some people see it as a flex and they throw it on their back. I don't understand it. Now, again, what I'm trying to figure out is who's making these people do this. I got a great idea. What we gonna do today? We're gonna shoot up all the shit. Okay, brain. So does shooting the dog food into your arm, does that marginalize your community, or does that unmarginalize your community? That's my question for you guys. Somebody let me know.
Clinics in the area were also closed or had limited services over the weekend. She says in addition to the harm reduction strategies, the focus also needs to be on increasing low barrier access to treatment, which is part of the city's overdose strategic plan.
You cannot force someone into treatment when they aren't ready. You have to be there to make sure that they are able to do that. And the first and most important thing that you have to be in order to get treatment is be alive.
Nelson says when someone is ready, they will be too.
We have struggled, but we keep going. You know, we keep going because we Penn North strong.
Baltimore police continue to investigate the culprit behind the mass overdose. In Penn North, Blair Sable, WMAR 2 News.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that there's a possibility? How many people believe that there's a possibility that, quote unquote, these might be imported drugs through the quote unquote migrant community? If you guys think that there's a possibility of that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that there's a possibility of that, give me a thumbs down. Now, again, right? That doesn't save anybody from anything, right? Because just because somebody offered somebody something to buy, it doesn't force them to buy it. I offer people the opportunity to buy Bitcoin every day, and they don't. So just because somebody offered your dumbass some shit to shoot in your arm doesn't mean that that's forcing you to do it, right? But they're doing it, right? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, quote unquote, WS made them do it. Well, quote unquote, the dominant society gonna dominate, I guess. Right? So if that's the case, that leads to other questions that need to be addressed, right? So let's run that let's run that down the line. What other questions need to be addressed if that's the case?
Overdose highlights the need to put more resources into addressing substance misuse. And joining us now to talk about the prevalence of this issue and ways to help those battling addiction is Dr. Nicole Wagner from LifeBridge Health. Dr. Wagner, thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, can I ask, what's up with these type of glasses right here? You see these glasses that this woman has on? It's a lot of people that wear them type of glasses all over the place. And I'm just curious what's up with them. Me personally, I don't like them. You know, I don't like those glasses. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said they worried about Clarence Thomas. Yo, how much fentanyl has Clarence Thomas sold to people? That's a great question. Shout out to Detroit 313. How many mass overdoses is Clarence Thomas responsible for? No one calls criminals coons. And when you start talking about criminals, you get called a coon. Because the pro-crime culture protects the criminal, from the politicians all the way down to the household, to who the women choose. You know what I'm saying? And then when you point it out, you're the problem, despite the fact that you might not have any bodies on you. And the person that this person is busy getting a xenomorph implanted into them by has bodies on them. Like, somebody make it make sense.
An important topic to cover, and we know you can help us do it. So to someone without firsthand knowledge, the sheer number of patients yesterday, it really seemed shocking to all of us. But this really just shows how prevalent.
Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 says, easy, none. He's not even responsible for it. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Let me ask you this question. Who's more hated? Clarence Thomas or Big Meech? And shout out to the crypto people. This just brings it back to the most important question of all. Who's busting it open for Arthur Hayes? That's the question. We still haven't got the answer to that.
Of an issue this is in our communities, correct?
Correct. It's both prevalent and challenging due to a number of factors, but partly due to the detrimental impact it has on not just the individual suffering, but their family, society, as well as the ability to access needed resources and information.
Now, again, I want to ask you guys the question, why are people that do drugs treated as if somebody made them do the drugs? They're never treated as a degenerate piece of human garbage that decided to buy a self-harming substance to take in because life just got to be too much for them. That's my question. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, Blacklight, the glasses mimic those thick 70s frames worn by old Somberitos. It looks a bit like Cazal 607. Yes, it's interesting. It's interesting. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says Clarence Thomas is more hated than Big Meech. Is that the case? If that's true, give me a thumbs up. If it's not true, give me a thumbs down.
With this situation, I think this situation really highlights this. And
people sure hate black people who have not deleted another black person, or people who, haven't beat up another black person. People sure despise those kind of black people. Isn't that weird? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, because pro-crime culture is anti-accountability. I would agree. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Why do people hate so many people who have not caused other people physical harm and love so many people who have caused physical harm and death? Can anybody explain that to me? Somebody explain.
this is extremely scary. Can you speak to the fact that misusers never really know, or oftentimes what they are taking, what it could be with?
That's true. And that's one of the things that we really home in on at our outpatient substance abuse treatment centers. And we have implemented
Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, yes, it's true. That's now these pro quacks never said anything about Big Meech and drug dealers. No, they don't. And one of the reasons why is because most of them come from that type of background. And they don't have anything else going for them. They don't have any type of education or skill to be able to do anything else in the world. So all they do is attempt to cash cow the skin on their back because they don't have any other skill. They don't have anything else. So they got to race them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the pro-white nationalist, Aryan Brotherhood clowns, you know, they all do the same thing. The La Raza, they all do the same thing. It's all a hustle. You know what I'm saying? It's all a hustle. Shout out to Blade. It's fake. You know what I'm saying? It's fake. People that got nothing going for themselves will try to fool other people into believing that they have nothing going for themselves and try to trick those people into believing that they're somehow the shining beacon of hope to lead them to some promised land that doesn't exist. You're not going to any promised land. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said now they're protecting Joy Reid. Are they really? What they protecting Joy Reid for? I thought Joy Reid was the quote unquote enemy. These people don't know who their enemy is.
And the resource of our overdose survivors outreach program specialists that go and educate individuals on that importance that you do not know what you're getting, and is constantly changing. And that's why we saw the incident and the mass overdoses in which we saw and experienced yesterday.
Yeah, and for those who aren't familiar with the struggles of addiction, some people will say, you know, why can't these people get help? But we know that it's very difficult to do. Why is that such a hard thing for people to seek treatment?
Why would you start doing drugs? How many people would agree with this statement? Addiction is a choice. Would you agree with that statement? If you would agree with that statement, give me a thumbs up. If you would disagree with that statement, give me a thumbs down.
Mostly because of the negative stigma associated with it. You know, oftentimes people think it's a choice, and they also believe that, well, if you chose to use drugs, why can't you choose to stop using drugs? Then for the individual.
Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, when such drugs flood the black community, I'm reminded of how the Alphabet Agency with Reagan flooded the black community with crack in the 80s. So maybe this is orchestrated. I wouldn't disagree with that, right? But here goes two big issues with that. The first big issue with that is why would somebody corroborate with that, right? Think about this, right? All these people call all these people coons, but these criminals work direct. Like, you don't even have to be an informant. You know what I'm saying? Like, the government worked directly with Freeway Ricky Ross, and people worship Freeway Ricky Ross. The government worked directly with him, specifically to destabilize black communities. And this dude is hailed as a hero. And he worked with the ultimate police. You know what I'm saying? All criminals work with the police. And no one calls them coons. So you got the criminal, you got the government, who's the quote unquote man, right? And then you got these criminal coons, and the criminal coons work directly to break bread with the government, utilizing harm of people in their immediate communities as a cash cow. And the idiots of the community praise these people, worship these people, have vigils for these people, name streets after these people, name buildings and auditoriums after these people. These people only appreciate people that harm them. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said Joy Reid was on Piers Morgan's show. Joy was explaining about her book, saying in context that she allowed some weird stuff going on. Yeah, see that? We're gonna have to. I don't even know about. I was about to say we're gonna have to react to that. I don't even know about reacting to that. That's she's gone too far. You know what I'm saying? She's gone too far with that.
They have a lot of shame, guilt, embarrassment Also, lack of resources. Some do not have insurance to even be able to.
Why is there a lack of resources, ladies and gentlemen? Lack of resources. If people had bought 10 Bitcoin in 2017, right? Or if people had bought 10 Bitcoin in 2015, would they have a lack of resources in 2025? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said they don't call Fleece a coon either. Yeah, why don't they call Fleece Johnson a coon? It's very interesting who people decide to call a coon versus who they don't. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said that was yesterday and women were backing her up. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all.
Lack of resources. Some do not have insurance to even be able to go and get the treatment that he or she need, as well as lack of ability to access those needed and necessary resources to get help.
I think it's more difficult to get your hands on illegal drugs than it is to get your hands on legal health insurance. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Is it easier to call Aetna? Is it easier to call Medical Mutual? Is it easier to call Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield? Or is it easier to get heroin right now? Which one? I'm so tired of these nonsensical arguments. I'm so tired of people just allowing mediocrity as if mediocrity should be the norm. That's why mediocrity is the norm. No one should feel sorry for any of these people. There should be absolutely zero sympathy for any of this bullshit. If you guys agree, there should be zero sympathy for this. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. For one, these people didn't even want treatment. These people were out there literally actively trying to self-delete. By bringing them back into the fold, you're messing with the ecosystem. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said Freeway Rick Ross is a government agent. Many people don't know that. The black community, but they worshiping him. Freeway was working with the government to sell drugs towards his own. Yeah, and facts. And again, that backs up what I'm saying. Most people, they have a hatred for people who attempt to help them and a love for people who attempt to harm them. And when you point this out to their weak, fragile, childlike egos, they fracture and they start repeatedly saying the word coon without any explanation of why. And my question is, who taught people to behave like that? The same people that taught people to shoot something up your arm because somebody's always going to feel sorry for you.
We know addiction is such a huge issue. It touches so many families, many socioeconomic backgrounds. Really, if a viewer at home doesn't think they know someone who is battling addiction, what can they do to help in this crisis? If they think, well, there's no one I can help in my family or what have you, but what else can they do to help in the community?
The first thing is to get education, and that's partly what we do and utilize our overdose survivors outreach specialists for. They physically go into the community.
This was a mass overdose, man. A mass overdose. It was like 30 people strung out. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that that's normal? If you think that that's normal, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that that's normal, give me a thumbs down. Is that normal? A mass overdose of that magnitude?
Communities, even the middle schools, the high schools, churches, wherever you need us at, we come there and educate you on some of the warning signs and how to be supportive.
Yeah, facts. Super facts. Shout out to DSM. DSM says people who don't want help whine about those who want to help them. They're effed up. Yeah, I would agree. If you guys agree with DSM, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's facts.
Because not every individual that actually suffers from a substance abuse issue is ready for help. So it's about educating yourself so that you can be supportive, compassionate, and educating them as well.
Right, yeah, like you mentioned, it has to be a choice, right, by the user.
And again, this shows, shout out to Detroit 313. This shows how backwards these people are, right? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 says, funny part about it is nobody called Freeway Ricky Ross a sellout and calling men joining the Navy SEALs, FBI, police, CIA, sellouts and killers. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. The very same people calling all those individuals sellouts literally sold themselves out. They body prostitute for an employer that they sell ass to 40 hours a week while calling someone else a sellout. Somebody make it make sense.
For someone to get that help. And if someone does know someone who's struggling, what can they do if they're really not even willing to get that assistance?
Well, we always want to make sure we reinforce our love for that individual as well as our concern for them, encourage them to.
How many of you guys have love for these type of individuals? I don't have love for these type of individuals. These type of individuals inconvenience all of us greatly. I don't have love for anybody that inconveniences me greatly. These people are an inconvenience. They make us have to pay more money. I don't go about life within the constraints of society to have to pay money for people who decide to live outside the constraints of society. Do you all? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, anything that is not struggle identity or criminal is sellout behavior to a lot of folks. Now, that's a great point. And my question is, who created that as the identity? See, you have to have that identity to justify a position of weakness, to justify other things that have questionable justification. Right? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, my cousin was a crackhead, and every time he got out, he said, I know exactly what my problem is. I stopped feeling sorry for it. I stopped feeling sorry after that day. Once you identify a problem, what comes next? Right? Once you identify a problem, you got to ask the question, what comes next?
To at least speak to a professional, and or you could always tell them to call 311-11. Other resources, there's even online treatment therapy, group sessions, community.
Bro, it's crazy. The dual identity and the double standards is crazy. You have all of these people sit up here talking about a quote unquote position of power and then turn around and are the experts and give hour-long dissertations on how quote unquote we have no power. Which one is it? Pick one, pick a struggle. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of churches surrounding in the Baltimore City churches also provide group therapy, and it's really about setting boundaries as well. Even though we love them, we don't want to enable their continued powerless behavior.
I know you just mentioned there are a lot of treatment options out there.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I know Eric Adams talked about scooping up these people in a mental asylum, but people said that was racist. Black people made the immediate assumption. They made the immediate assumption that it would be only black people. Why does that happen all the time? Have you ever noticed that? No one even said anything yet. We don't even have any examples of this happening. And you got the videos firing off from the usual suspects. Why is that? It's to keep you in a mind state of you have to remember you're in a position of weakness in order for our narrative to go so that we can use you as a prolonged cash cow. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, I know Eric Adams talked about scooping up these people in a mental asylum, but people said that was racist. And people did say that it was racist because people say that any and everything is racist, right? Now, here's my question. How is that racist? Let's ask that question. How is that racist?
Tell us if someone knows they need help.
You know what I think is racist? I think that the purposeful decaying, the purposeful suicide of black wealth is racist. I think that that's racist. I think that that's anti-black in its most pure form. And I think that people encouraging people to pay millions of dollars in opportunity costs by purposely leading them the wrong direction financially, despite not having any financial expertise, I think that that's the ultimate form of treason, especially if economic ability is equated to power. But everybody just turns the other direction because they're in love with these people. Your love affair can delete you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem with people being emotional. And that's one of the biggest issues why the low technical people have a problem with artificial intelligence. Because these people know that they have no ability to think beyond emotion. They can't operate on a fact-based and logical basis. The evidence shows that. So anything that can think beyond emotion is evil to the primitive mind because the primitive mind cannot understand it. Anything that a primitive mind cannot understand is deemed as evil, and it's turfed off to some type of fairy tale that has no basis in evidence that can be used to demonize something while the entire rest of the world moves in a forward direction. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, if I recall back in 2020, I'm pretty sure y'all know Alpo Martinez paid in full. He was deleted in 2020 in his hometown when he put himself in the witness protection program. Think about this, man. Think about this, man. They're making excuses for these base heads.
What is the advice you would give them? What is their first step?
The first step is to actually call someone. And if it's after hours, which a lot of times individuals realize after business hours that he or she would like help, I always tell them go to their nearest emergency department because most of the Baltimore City hospitals have what's called expert.
Don't go to the emergency department. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Do not do that. Do not inconvenience people with your problems. Go lock yourself up in prison. They got medical staff there. You know what I'm saying? Do not go to a hospital. People at the hospital are trying to take care of people that want to be alive. People that want to live. Not people that just are fresh off of trying to delete themselves.
Those are individuals with lived experiences that are in their own recovery, sustained long-term recovery, that are now those beacons of light and hope for those individuals. And they can complete what's called a screen and brief intervention and referral to treatment. And with New Hope.
Hey, shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, and black people. Hey, Detroit 313 said, and black people are weeping and crying about Alpo Martinez getting deleted in Harlem while they still barking about George Zimmerman not getting deleted. Yo, man. Somebody, again, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, all I know is that 2053 is closer than you think. Think about this. People always, do you guys remember when we were talking about this idea of quote unquote give back? Give back. People do give back. If there's a zero contribution into your success and you give back zero, that is giving back, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That is giving back.
Treatment center underneath a LifeBridge Health organization. We do treatment on demand. So if one of our peers or our overdose survivor specialist is working in the ED and they engage that patient, we already know because we get that.
Why? I want to ask you guys this question. Why do people provide so much content for Crimecast? I would like to talk about other things, right? You got shout out to the people that got a chance to watch the 2 crypto videos that I dropped. I would rather talk more about those type of things. Why do people continue to provide all this content for Crimecast. I don't want to sit up here and do 7-hour streams on Crimecast. I don't want to do this. And this channel is not even monetized. So I for real don't want to do that. And I can't even get no super chats. Right? But there's just an abundance of content for Crimecast. Now, here goes my question. Who's making people make content for Crimecast? Who's making people do these things is my question.
Alert on our company phone that, hey, this person is going to show up for intake tomorrow morning.
All right, such insightful information for such an important topic. Dr. Nicole Wagner with LifeBridge Health. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
All right, so there's that. All right. So again, this issue is a bizarre. It's a bizarre. What the hell? It's a bizarre issue. And again, you know, I don't think that people sit there and act sensitive, right? They act like they just can't deal with being talked about in these type of ways, right? But that's not true, though. It's not true. It's not true, man. You know what I'm saying? Because if that was the case, then people would stop making this kind of content. We're going to take a break from the base heads, and we're going to look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this. Look at this. Now, again, I got to ask the question, who made these people do this? Look at this. Watch this. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Look at this. 20 suspects attempt jewelry store smash and grab. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this.
Robbery attempt in Anaheim. Caught on camera.
You see that? They got the hammers. What's up with the hammers, man?
Pick up the hammer. Stop. Hammer time.
You see them hitting the door with the hammers? Look.
A shocking robbery attempt in Anaheim. Caught on camera.
They got those hammers.
But this time, the owner stopped the heist in just seconds. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna.
Look, then they all ran away like a bunch of ants. Like, man, what the hell?
Camera. At least 20 people in broad daylight trying to bust into a jewelry store. But this time, the owner stopped the heist.
Look.
In just seconds.
Looking dumb as hell, man. Looking dumb as hell. Repeat after me. Dumb as hell. Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, they started getting lit up and ran like roaches. The sparks was coming out that gun and they ran like roaches. They was running with all kind of bad form, knees about to hit their chin, running with their legs up so high. Like you can't make this up. Looking like old school basketball players running down the court on a fast break. This is clown work right here. Now, again, here goes my question. Who made these people do this? Who made these people do this? That's my question. Somebody let me know. I want to know who made these people do this. They all got nice cars. Look at that. It's a Mercedes. Nice Benz right there. They got masks on like ICE agents. They're not about to deport nobody, though. They're about to deport that jewelry.
A shocking robbery attempt in Anaheim. Caught on camera. At least 20 people in broad daylight trying to bust into a jewelry store. But this time, the owner stopped the heist in just seconds. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is live in Anaheim with the dramatic video and tonight's top story. Matthew.
Well, Susan, this was very intense. In that surveillance video, you can see at least 20 people trying to bust through this door right here, many with sledgehammers, until someone inside fired back. A violent would-be smash and grab robbery stopped in seconds.
Every single one of them is covered in blood from head to toe.
Watch again as at least 20 people wearing hoodies Thursday evening in Anaheim get out of 5 cars and swarm like hungry bees outside Elmira Jewelry.
Well, now you watch the.
Hey, he said swarm like hungry bees. Now, you know, shout out to the outrage crowd, right? Shout out to the simps. Shout out to the outrage crowd. They'll listen to how this news report is describing this situation and talk about how disgusting the adjectives are that are used to describe this situation. But notice how these same idiots don't say anything about how idiotic it is that these individuals are doing this. I shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, now, had the owner blew one of them away, people will be crying racist and saying dude was racist. How you gonna be racist if you don't know who's under the damn mask? You're wearing a mask. What race are these people?
A shocking robbery attempt.
They got gloves on. They got masks on. These,
In Anaheim.
these could be ICE agents going rogue, right? Right? They could be. Right? These could be ICE agents that are going rogue. Now, you know, the eternal question still persists. Who's making these people do this? Right? Who's making these people do this?
A shocking robbery attempt in Anaheim caught on camera. At least 20 people in broad daylight trying to bust into a jewelry store. But this time, the owner stopped the heist in just seconds.
Now we're dealing with a business, right? We're dealing with a business. What's the title of this video? The crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Here's how. Now, because of this situation that just occurred, is this individual that owns this store going to have to pay more money in insurance, or is this individual going to have to pay less money in insurance? If his insurance premium goes up as a result of this, how is he going to make the money back to pay for the insurance?
Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is live in Anaheim with the dramatic video and tonight's top story. Matthew.
Well, Susan, this was very intense. In that surveillance video, you can see at least 20 people trying to bust through this door right here, many with sledgehammers, until someone inside fired back. A violent would-be smash-and-grab robbery stopped in seconds.
Every single one of them is covered in blood from head to toe.
Watch again as at least 20 people were...
Now, you heard this guy right here. This individual right here said every single one of them is covered in black from head to toe. But Carlton has a point, though. Carlton said, now, if the owner had blew one of them away, people would be crying and saying the dude was racist. But how can you tell what race these individuals are if they're covered from head to toe? What that tells me is that if one of these individuals had have gotten deleted before the identity came out, the people who claim to be so pro-nationalistic are automatically making the assumption that it was a person like them that committed the crime, because up until the identity is revealed, we won't know who it is because these people are covered from head to toe in black. Right? So if one of them happened to get deleted and BLM decided to have a field day with this before the identity came out, then BLM is making the assumption that it was a B who did this. Now, mind you, it's BLM making that assumption. These are your representatives. These are the people who claim they care about you. These are the people that claim to bask in your greatness. I'm just saying.
Hoodies Thursday evening in Anaheim get out of 5 cars and swarm like hungry bees outside Elmira Jewelry.
When I watch the window, I see many people. I can't count it.
Inside, store employees run for cover, while outside, thieves with sledgehammers and bags try busting in until this moment. One gunshot and everyone scrambles.
I take my gun, I shoot one bullet.
Hey, listen, these are gangsters, right? These is gangsters. Shout out to the gangsters. Shout out to the G's. It only took one bullet to have these dudes running from knee to chin action, running for their lives. It only took one bullet.
I scare him, he moves it, and the problem is done.
The owner doesn't want to show his face on camera for safety reasons, but he and his attorney called the shot self-defense.
And he's willing to protect his business at all costs.
About a month ago, another robbery right across Brookhurst. Thieves driving a vehicle right through Basan Jewelry, stealing millions. 2 people arrested nearby, but the other getaway cars still missing. The owner added new security measures, telling us off camera the crooks stole more than $3 million worth of jewelry.
Everybody should be vigilant and careful. If they notice anything suspicious, they should speak, they should report so that, everybody's safe.
So sad. People, I think, hungry and looking for big stuff.
For 30 years, Mohammed Salim has cooked food next to the targeted jewelry store.
It was like a movie.
Shocking situation now leaving many on alert.
They make me scared.
He said it was like a movie. Let me ask you this. What kind of movie was this like? What kind of movies you be watching, bro? He said this was like a movie. What kind of movie was this like? Have y'all ever seen a movie with something like this popping off in it? I've never seen a movie with anything like this taking place. But he said it was like a movie. What movie is this like? I don't know.
I have to protect my business, family.
So far, no description has been given of those suspects, but we counted at least 21 people. We're live in Anaheim tonight. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Matthew, it's just wild to watch that video, and clearly they were well organized, so they arrived at the same time. What else did you notice in watching that surveillance video?
Hey, let me ask y'all this. What is this lady getting at with this question? Hey, what is this lady getting at with this question? What else did you notice?
Yeah, definitely well organized. And just speaking with this business owner, it sounds like they arrived to this location immediately after their last customer of the day was leaving. So they showed up right at that time, very targeted and planned out.
Yeah, ready with their sledgehammers and bags as well. Matthew, thank you so much.
Ready with their sledgehammers and their bags as well. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Now, mind you, never forget the priorities, right? Never forget the priorities. Never forget it's us who are the true problem, right? Never forget we are the problem because we're enjoying laughing at this stuff. Not the people that are doing it. The people that are doing it, they just are victims of unfortunate circumstance. There's invisible forces at play making them do this, right? We are the problem. Shout out to you all for being a problem. Let's go back to roasting these people that decided to just nod out for the entire weekend.
Ongoing investigations into dozens of overdoses in West Baltimore. Some say city leaders have been ignoring the opioid crisis now for years. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Maxine Stryker. Fox 45's Vincent Hill joins us live now with a look at the recent overdoses and a difference in numbers since former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby left office. Vincent.
Yeah, Maxine, while the city still has a lot to do when it comes to the war on drugs, recent data shows since there was a change in leadership at the state's attorney's office, there's been a decline.
Twice in 1 week, mass overdose incidents sent multiple people to the hospital in Baltimore's Penn North neighborhood. Overall, 32 people.
32 people. 32 people, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys think about that? 32 overdoses. Again, I keep asking the question, who made these people do this is the question. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
An overdose in here as well. Just going to be one of those days again.
Baker 13, third dose of a Narcan administered here in North.
Residents in the community have long been speaking out about the drug issue in the area.
What's bringing this on is just a lack of service to the community. The community have been rejected for years.
What is that? What does that have to do with people making the choice to pick up drugs and do them? And let me ask you guys this question. Is it indicative of self-neglect if you decide to just do drugs? Somebody let me know.
say it was former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's policies that may have led to some of that rejection for years.
Clearly, the data suggests that there is no public safety value in prosecuting these low-level offenses.
It was back in
Pro-crime culture. There you go, right there. There's no value in stopping people from overdosing. What do people have to say about that? What do people have to say about that? Are your eyes lying to you?
Rejection for years.
Clearly, the data suggests that there is no public safety value in prosecuting these low-level offenses.
It was back in March of 2021 that Mosby announced the state's attorney's office would no longer prosecute what she called low-level drug offenses, like simple possession. But in the years since, residents say there's been nothing safe when it comes to open-air drug markets. Fox 45 has
Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet.
Reported on countless shootings residents say are tied to the open-air drug markets from Union Square
It's all really connected. I mean, you know, there's drug activity that's happening a block or two away.
to Reisterstown Station.
2 males that had on dark clothing that shot the male.
Every day these guys are out here selling drugs, I'm quite sure.
Even a shooting on the same day as the first mass overdose on July 10th on the same block.
Portable shot spotter.
So again, I want to ask you guys this question. Why are people doing this with the place that they live? This is how people honor their home. This is how people honor their home. How do you guys feel about it?
1,500. What's happening? 5 rounds.
Residents say in the time low-level drug offenses not being prosecuted, but to conflicts on the street.
It's a war zone. It's worse than over in Iraq. This is like a drug war zone.
And it wasn't just violence. According to Baltimore City's overdose dashboard, there were 1,079 overdose deaths in the same year. Mosby stopped prosecuting low-level drug crimes. But in a recent podcast, Mosby taking aim at city state's attorney
that I have done in my office, progressive related, and he did just that.
Bates reversing Mosby's policies, implementing a citation docket to go after low-level drug crimes. Bates responding to Mosby's comments in a statement saying in part, Marilyn Mosby's policies were essentially the policies of a prosecutor masquerading as a defense attorney and social worker. Meanwhile, since Bates' citation docket, the overdose dashboard shows the biggest decline in years, especially in 2024, with only 776 overdose deaths.
I need to stop it. That's what I'm going to say. Take it easy.
And meanwhile,
Bro, it's wild. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said can't even do crime efficiently. Bro, facts. Facts. And again, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what force is making these people just I'm about to just put these drugs into my arm and just blow my brains out of the back of my head. Like I don't understand that.
The mayor and other city leaders have been meeting with the community to talk about how to tackle the drug problem here in Baltimore. The next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday night at 6 p.m. at Pimlico Elementary Middle School. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Vincent Hill, Fox 45 News.
They don't even know how to deal with this drug problem. Okay. They don't even know how to deal with this drug problem. Now, here goes my question. Like, if you ask me, this is pretty major. Right? Like, this is pretty major, especially with the migrant crisis and everybody talking about undocumented migrants and all of the fentanyl coming into the United States. Where have you all heard this particular situation be discussed? No one's talking about this. Mass overdose. Could you imagine certain politicians got hold of this type of information and decided to just start, using it for their political agendas? I mean, they could. It's out there. People just can't seem to stop providing content fodder, right?
Tonight, a mass overdose in the Penn North community sent at least 27 people to the hospital last week. And while authorities continue to investigate, we are now hearing from one of the victims for the first time.
And at the same time, drug recovery organizations are working to make sure the community is aware that help is available.
And Stefan Dingle has been covering this story from the beginning, joining us now in studio with more about one of these victims. Stefan.
Hey there, good evening to you guys. Over the weekend, our media partner, the Baltimore Banner, spoke with a woman in her 60s who recalls her Thursday morning buying heroin and then being given a sample or tester of that bad batch of drugs. It was 5 hours later, this woman was found barely clinging to life on a nearby playground.
It's a double-edged sword because, that same exact day we had harm reduction there, and they were actually passing out tester, kits and clean syringes and for drug abusers.
I mean, again, how do you all feel about this idea of these recovery sites and passing out clean syringes and all this? If you ask me, that encourages people to continue to do this type of idiocy.
Reduction was already too late last Thursday morning for 27 people who were hospitalized after receiving a bad batch of drugs. Sapna Bensil, with our media partner, the Baltimore Banner, talked anonymously with the woman in her 60s who was released from the hospital Saturday. Bensil wrote in part, around 9 a.m. Thursday, she was looking to buy heroin on North Avenue when she ran into dealers whose drugs she
So again, she was looking to buy heroin. She was looking to buy heroin. Now, again, let me ask you guys this question. This individual was looking to buy some dog food to shoot into her veins. Is that criminal or no? And again, we just need to reiterate the numbers. Baltimore overdose victim describes the episode that hospitalized 27 people. Do you think any of those people at the hospital got paid extra to take care of these irresponsible slugs? This is the type of situation that'll put a mass strain on a hospital. The hospital's not providing enough staff. Some type of mistake will get made, and then one of these people who had planned on deleting themselves will sue the hospital and win because of, standards of care. Now, let me ask you guys this question. When you take a look at these situations, how proud do you feel? Do you just get overwhelmed with pride? What's the immediate response? Somebody let me know.
Woman in her 60s who was released from the hospital Saturday. Bansal wrote in part, around 9 a.m. Thursday, she was looking to buy heroin on North Avenue when she ran into dealers whose drugs she previously enjoyed. She purchased a pill from them for $3 and also received a free sample known as a tester. She said she broke off a piece of one pill smaller than the head of a match, snorted it through a straw, and slipped the rest into her pocket as she approached the busy intersection at North and Pennsylvania Avenues. It was within minutes the woman began to feel dizzy and noticed herself high-stepping, as if losing connection with the ground beneath her feet. She worried she might pass out in the street and get hit by a car. She got herself safely to a playground around the corner and collapsed. This photo from the Banner shows the hospital residue on her arm from IVs and tape. The woman was found 5 hours after she took the drugs, unconscious on that playground before being transported to Johns Hopkins Hospital.
And it was like they responded to a crisis, which was great. But I would love to see that more often, not just because an incident happened.
We talked with Crystal Dayton, a community resource specialist, on the day of the mass overdose. She and her team are stepping up to quell community concerns about the drug problems at Penn North. She says it starts by meeting people where they are.
Let me ask you guys this question. If you have to, is it just me, or should community resources be dedicated to people trying to start businesses, people trying to establish schools, people creating collaborative laboratories? Community resources should not be, let me stop this crackhead from killing themselves today. Why is that a community resource?
Implement more programming outside, like designate a corner where it's normally like that subway. Maybe we could have some meetings or activities there, because you're not going to have drug activity and a therapeutic, incident right there.
Now, as far as that overdose victim in her 60s, the banner also reports that she went into cardiac arrest and had to receive multiple doses of Narcan.
She went into cardiac arrest. She drugged herself into a damn heart attack. You know how many people it takes to deal with that type of thing? They had to have somebody doing CPR, somebody pushing drugs, somebody giving her some Narcan, possibly had to be intubated. They have to have certain, just a basic healthcare staff is not qualified to do that. They have to have special staff members to do that. They have to have ICU people. They have to have anesthesiologists to airway manage. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, notice how they didn't give her the help. Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said these people are idealistic and not realistic. Yeah, facts. And again, right, when it comes to any of this, where are people addressing this at? Let this fly. And then anybody that says anything about it, anybody that has any type of critique about it, the people making the critique are the problem. The most idiotic logic that anybody could ever come up with. The most idiotic logic that anybody could ever come up with.
Seeking treatment now for the first time in 15 years. A lot of people in the Penn North community hoping that help continues beyond last week's mass overdose. Rick, back to you.
And again, they shouldn't expect or ask for help. Because here's my question. Who helped them get the drugs? Who helped them get the dope? Like, this is ridiculous. So now this situation in Baltimore, the one that we've been talking about for the last, for the last half hour, they're calling this a quote unquote New Jack City like situation. Like they're calling this the Carter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot make this up. They're calling it the Carter. Okay.
New details are emerging about the recent Baltimore mass overdose event last week. Spotlight on Maryland's Gary Collins went to several open-air drug markets in the city and has an update on that investigation.
Take a look at this. 5 days after a mass overdose in the city, our team took to multiple open-air drug markets around the city and found rampant selling and apparent hard drug use. Our team...
Now, again, I got to ask the question. We got to ask the question. No one ever answers these. It really gets redundant. Who's making anyone do this is the question. So you have to understand, it has to be accepted that these people are making a choice to do this. These people are making a choice to live like that. If you would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Even sent a message to local officers after finding this lady, whose face we were blurring, in the middle of the street after buying drugs half a block away. Baltimore police, with knowledge of the recent mass overdose investigation, and city residents who reside near open-air drug markets say a new street drug called New Jack City is hitting the community. Sources say the latest batch of New Jack City likely was given as a sample to...
So they calling this drug New Jack City. Child, that's that New Jack City. Ooh, that New Jack City had me gone. Man, what? Oh, man. No one got anything for this, man.
Buyers last week. They add the drug is a synthetic laced with Freon or antifreeze, so it gives users a strong high, but makes them sick instead.
Man, these fools are smoking antifreeze. I'm done. I'm done. You're smoking antifreeze, ladies and gentlemen. These people lifting up, they're smoking stuff from under the hood in the hood. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said they got it from the cartels. They got it from a Chevy, bro. They got it from a Chevy. They smoking antifreeze. You know what I'm saying? Listen to this. Listen to this.
City residents who reside near open-air drug markets say a new street drug called New Jack City is hitting the community. Sources say the latest batch of New Jack City likely was given as a sample to buyers last week. They add the drug is a synthetic laced with Freon or antifreeze, so it gives users a strong high. But
Oh, man. Yeah, they got it from the V6. They got it from the V6. This is why they're trying to pass all them electronic vehicle legislations, because the people don't have sense enough to not smoke engine fluid. You're smoking out of a damn car. You know what I'm saying? That's good. All they want to do is do a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Just smoke the fluids. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Just smoke the fluids. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, baby, 1, 2. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, baby, 1, 2. Like, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. And these people wonder why they're in the hospital. There's no help for you if you're smoking antifreeze. There's no help for you. It ain't shit anybody can do with you. You just done. Shout out to Windows Rug. Windows Rug said, I heard 8-cylinder. I heard the 8 cylinders produced the fire. Yo, bro, this is wild. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, again, remember, we are the problem. It is us who is the problem for talking about people's decisions to smoke antifreeze. Again, who's making these people do this is the question. Who's making these people do this?
Them sick instead of killing them. So we're here at Pennsylvania North Avenue, Baltimore's maybe most notorious open-air drug market. We met up with a man who used to be a customer on the street corner. Meet Darren Dugan, a mid-30-year-old man who went to an...
Yeah. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys would agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, weed is officially a rich person drug now. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Area private school and fought addiction before becoming sober in 2020. So what does this corner mean to you?
For this corner, for me, is definitely a spot where I found a lot of pain in active addiction. I was an IV user. I was homeless a few blocks away from here, sleeping in a warehouse 5 years ago. Now I see it as kind of an opportunity to hopefully give back, maybe help some people who are making the choices I made make different ones.
We asked Dugan what gives Penn North, the same intersection that was ground zero 10 years ago during days of civil unrest after the death of Freddie Gray, its prominence. How active?
Look at this, man. Look. And again, here go the thing, right? Okay, so check this out. This Freddie Gray, rest in peace, right? Why are these people acting like they care so much? Because there's not a Freddie Gray situation now. And in 2025, you're making the choice to actively smoke antifreeze. What was all of this for? Did these people fight to smoke antifreeze? Like, I don't understand. So you're so concerned about life. You do this, right? You see the CVS is right here. Refer to the title of the video, right? The title of the video is "The Crime Real Estate Plan Will Destroy Your Investment." I'm sure business is not very good at CVS if you got all this going on the corner here. We're doing this on the corner to fight in the name of justice and the right to be able to smoke and shoot antifreeze. I don't understand it. Somebody explain. Somebody help me out. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
That was ground zero 10 years ago during days of civil unrest after the death of Freddie Gray is prominence. How active of a street corner is this?
Obscenely active. It's an open air drug market. There is, it seems like there's always an officer parked at the corner. And I remember coming out here and literally walking right past the police, probably 100 feet in front of them, wondering if it's okay, copping and then walking back. You know, these are just places where people can come en masse all day long.
We asked Dugan about the mass overdose that happened last week and a drug New Jack City, some say, may be responsible.
One of the drugs that were said to be, sold here is something called New Jack City. How terrible of a product is that?
So, unfortunately, there's a mass of the fentanyl that's going out is now also laced with xylazine. And the more they lean on xylazine, the harder it is for people to even be resuscitated with Narcan. It's not an opiate, but it still suppresses your nervous system. So when people use it, Narcan does not help. The only thing that helps is somebody who's able to apply rescue breathing for the entirety of the time while waiting.
We took questions about open-air drug markets and New Jack City to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office.
My name is Robb, and I am the prosecutor for Drug Treatment Court and Circuit Court for Baltimore City.
Does Baltimore have an open-air drug market problem?
I mean, we certainly have a drug problem in Baltimore City, but everywhere. That's not just here.
So again, I want you to see what she does, right? She immediately pivots. Does Baltimore have an open air drug problem? Well, there's an open air drug problem everywhere. So then that means the answer is yes, then, because Baltimore is part of everywhere, right? So you do have an open air drug problem. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says, so you essentially need to be put on life support. Yeah. He said that somebody needs to be doing rescue breathing the entire time until the drug metabolizes. So basically what that means is that either somebody needs to be doing continuous CPR, which is impossible, right? Or you need to get somewhere where you can be airway managed and put on a ventilator to get artificial breaths. These people can't even pay, for basic checkups. And they're causing these type of indemnities, by getting these healthcare services that they can't pay for. You know what I'm saying? If you take a drug to make yourself stop breathing, I don't know why people would waste thousands of dollars in work hours to make someone who doesn't want to breathe. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense to me.
And we do have open air drug markets. Anybody who lives or drives through the city can see that. So I would say yes.
How important it is for your office to stay aware of some of these new drugs that are hitting the street that can cause overdose.
Well, the thing is, and I think people...
It messed with your soul like ether, bro. It messed with your soul like ether. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said that high must be that high must be galactic or ethereal. Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? It messed with your soul like ether.
People need to understand any drug can kill you. Depending on the formulation, depending on what it's cut with, depending on what may be nearby. You may think you're buying heroin. You may end up with something completely different.
Hey. Do you have your phone on you? Can I give you your number?
Meanwhile, back on Penn and North, Darren ran into a woman he previously used with years ago. He directed her to a recovery center and gave her words of encouragement that she, too, can break her addiction. We asked him about the interaction as he stood in front of an abandoned warehouse he and other users lived after getting high.
A few minutes ago, we came across somebody that you knew out here in the streets.
Yes.
How, as somebody who is recovered and is in the process of constant recovery, what was that?
What can I do? Just 2 seconds for one person. And if it's writing down a phone number to a program, then I'm going to write down the number to a program. I see somebody who has the same chance, the same opportunities that I had.
Gary Collins in Baltimore City with Spotlight on Maryland.
Yeah, man, this is wild. And again, I think what's actually sad is the fact that people make excuses for this nonsense. Yo, this is wild right here. Hold on. I was about to go into something else, but we got to look at this. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Real quick, shout out to everybody. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. There's no possible way that I can ever get through 100% of a crime cast. They probably got hired at, what is that stuff called? Is it called DMT? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. The stuff called DMT or trimethyl and tryptamine or something like that. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Look at this. It's just all kinds of stuff, man. It just don't stop. It just don't stop. Now look, I want y'all to watch this. All right, pay attention to this. This is wild right here.
We have new details tonight in the Herndon double murder case involving an au pair caught in an apparent love triangle. In 2023, Christine Banfield and another man were killed inside the.
Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Bro, we're going to have to talk about the Epstein stuff. Win, Lose, or Rug said, like the stream. New York Times isn't even reporting on this. They stuck on Trump in those files. Now, do you guys remember when the New York Times and all of them were not interested in the Epstein situation? Now, if you guys want to see the true video about Jeffrey Epstein, I'll show you the true video about Jeffrey Epstein. YouTube took my video down a long time ago. I'm about to find it for y'all. And I'm gonna put it in the chat, and I'm gonna put it in the Discord too.
Banfield's home. Christine's husband, Brendan Banfield, is charged with the murders. He's accused of orchestrating a murder plot so he could be with the au pair. According to police and prosecutors, the plot is based on a so-called catfish theory. But as News 4's Drew Wilder explains what happened today in court.
This case hasn't even gone to trial yet, but already so much of it is playing out in court. Today, multiple Fairfax County Police Department employees took a witness stand, and under oath, they testified that the evidence in this case does not support the theory that Brendan Banfield catfished Joseph Ryan over to the family's home. In fact, this is a new piece of evidence. This is an executive report and investigation that was done by a digital forensics officer. That officer was combing through cell phones, combing through computers, websites, online profiles. And it was his conclusion that, in his professional opinion, it was Christine that was on this fetish website soliciting partners over to her home for sexual encounters. On the witness stand today, that officer said his work was sent off to the University of Alabama for a peer review, and that the peer review came back supporting his work and its findings. But the officer testified that Fairfax County Police Command staff disagreed with his findings because it did not support their theory that it was the husband.
So again, right, the woman needed to get busted down better than she was getting busted down. The prosecutors couldn't take the fact that this woman was this much of a beastly whore, and they had to continue to blame it on the husband. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Yeah, let's run that back.
That was on this fetish website soliciting partners over to her home for sexual encounters. On the witness stand today, that officer said his work was sent off to the University of Alabama for a peer review, and that the peer review came back supporting his work and its findings. But the officer testified that Fairfax County Police Command staff disagreed with his findings because it did not support their theory that it was the husband, Brendan murder plot. Well, whoever it was. That fetish profile interact 2023 to engage in a BDSM fantasy with Christine. Now, the defense is claiming that Christine was the one who arranged this rendezvous, but
freaks. Yep, you heard that right. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, damn, so she was setting dudes up and they blamed him. Did I hear that right? Yeah. Here go the real Epstein video. Make sure y'all watch this. Simp society. Okay? Simp society. Simp society, ladies and gentlemen. This chick was into some freaky stuff. Now, you know, if you asked her about it, you know, she probably wouldn't have a problem with telling you, like, yeah, I'm a freak. You know what I'm saying? I need to get punished every now and then. I need to get, you know, right? She probably would tell you. But the simp males, it destroys the male ego to come to the realization of how just trifling, disgusting, and nasty a lot of women are. And now, mind you, this individual chose this woman as his wife. He chose this woman as his wife. So it's going to be extra triggering that this chick is a freak because he chose her. Shout out to Windows the Rug. Yeah. Check out this video, bro. This was a video that was on YouTube, and YouTube took it down like some suckers. You know what I'm saying? They took it down like some suckers. But that right there. That's the premier Epstein video. You won't have anything to worry about or ask about or need to know about after watching that video in regards to the whole Epstein thing. You know what I'm saying?
Prosecutors say it was Brendan who staged it all. What's not in dispute is what happened next. The au pair and Brendan came back into the house with the couple's then 4-year-old daughter, and both Christine and Joseph Ryan were killed in the bedroom. The au pair was charged months before Brendan was ever charged, and during that time, detectives testified that there were multiple theories of the case. They were swirling around the department, but that was up until the au pair was offered a plea deal last October. As part of that plea deal, the au pair laid out her story that claims she and Brendan worked together to plot Christine's murder, all to get her out of the way so the au pair and Brendan could be together. So what does all of this mean? Well, the defense is making the argument that there is a secret folder containing evidence that would completely dismantle this catfish theory. They believe the police department is hiding that. The defense also made the assertion that because a lot of these detectives were reassigned, that's an indication that something fishy went down behind the scenes. So today, the judge ordered the prosecution to reach back out to the police department. They want to produce every single document and record related to the reassignment of that digital forensics officer. The defense thinks there might be something in there that could tip the scale in favor of his client, who is set to go to trial in October. Reporting in Fairfax County, Drew Wilder, News 4.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people heard about these freaks? If you guys heard about these freaks, give me a thumbs up. If you did not hear about these freaks, give me a thumbs down. Now, here goes some more freaks. And we're back in Baltimore. Okay? We're back in Baltimore. And I don't know why it goes down like how it goes down in Baltimore. Maybe because their mayor looks so weird. All right? But there's this situation here where hold on real quick. There's this weird case here where a Baltimore officer is being denied bail after being charged with raping a 16-year-old girl. Why is a alleged police officer raping a 16-year-old girl? That's my question. Pro-crime culture. You got the police committing the crimes. Pro-crime culture. Pro-crime culture, because looking this stupid is criminal, right?
Now at 6, officer charged. The disturbing allegations facing a Baltimore City officer accused of raping a 16-year-old girl. Hello, everybody. I'm Denise Koch, and welcome to WJZ's All Local News at 6. The 34-year-old officer admits to being in a relationship with the 16-year-old. A judge denied him bail today. As WJZ.
How did that even happen? Let's deal with that, shall we? How does that happen, ladies and gentlemen? What do you guys think about that? This police officer was in a relationship with a minor. Now, mind you, the police are supposed to be the ones who are, quote unquote, enforcing the laws, right? Is this individual right here enforcing the law? What would you consider this individual doing? Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Damn shame. Shame on a ninja who tried to run game on a ninja. Right? Shame on a ninja.
Now at 6, officer charged. The disturbing allegations facing a Baltimore City officer accused of raping a 16-year-old girl. Hello, everybody. I'm Denise Koch, and welcome to WJZ's All Local News at 6. The 34-year-old officer admits to being in a relationship with the 16-year-old. A judge denied him bail today. As WJZ investigator Mike Helgen reports, the teenager says things turned violent when he accused her of cheating.
Charging documents lay out the disturbing allegations against Baltimore.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Ooh. Problems. Right. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Big simping. Spending G's. Hey, listen, man. Look. Hey.
More officer Curlin Edwards, who's facing life in prison for rape.
Anytime anybody is accused with sexual assault and rape of anyone, especially mine, it's hideous. But when it's someone whose job is to do that exactly, to remove them people from the streets himself, it makes it even worse.
On Monday, police interviewed the officer and the alleged 16-year-old victim about the violent encounter that left her bruised and traumatized. The teenager referred to him as her boyfriend and said after a sexual encounter at his Howard Street apartment this week, Officer Edwards demanded her phone to search for evidence of infidelity. The documents state she slapped him when he refused to give her phone back. Then he placed her in a chokehold. The 16-year-old says she briefly lost consciousness. Later, she alleges the officer refused to let her leave his apartment and turned up the TV to hide her screams. He then pulled out his service weapon, handed it to her, and told her to shoot him because he was afraid that she was going to tell people what happened. She alleges he then told her he wanted to have sex. She did not want to have sex because she thought he was going to kill her, but she wanted to do anything to make it home.
Trifling. Now, where's all the videos and the content about this? These sound like the type of police officers that deleted Tyree Nickel. If you guys would agree, these sound like the type of police officers that deleted Tyree Nichols. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
She says she did not feel like it was consensual. She alleges he took her to Walmart to buy concealer for her injuries. She told her mom, and they both went to police. Do you have any comment about the officer? No comment, sir? Do you feel his life is in danger? Edwards' public defender had little to say outside court.
I have no comment.
But he told the judge Edwards' current occupation serious risk to his personal safety if he's held in jail, and fought for home detention. The judge ordered Edwards held without bail. According to the charging document, Officer Edwards told police the teen hit him in the face a couple of times, but it did not hurt. He admitted that he strangled her with his forearm. He advised that he did get his unloaded duty weapon from his bedroom drawer and gave it to the victim as a test. He says he told her to shoot him because he deserved it, but then he took the gun from her and they made up. He alleges the sex was consensual.
That's sick. Freaks. Freaks. Freaks.
I want to thank the women and men for BPD for treating him like they would treat anybody else accused of that crime and pulling him off the streets.
The officer has been on the force for 2.5 years. Police say they immediately suspended him without pay. At Wabash District Court, Mike Helgen, WJZ.
Now, are we ever going to see what these individuals look like? Now, we got more simp situations. All right. This Maryland man was in an ankle monitor, and he again, we're in Maryland, right? Maryland man was in ankle monitor when he allegedly deleted his girlfriend in a domestic dispute. This dude is a simp. Let me ask you guys this question. What do you all think about all of the guys that are getting taken out by these domestic disputes? What happened to these strong male havens and online guidance that people were supposed to get and man lessons and stuff like that?
Case developing out of Landover has Prince George's County leaders look.
And then we got to ask about why are women choosing men with ankle monitors on? Are ankle monitors the new jewelry that attract women? You just not a real man unless you got that ankle monitor on. You're not a real man unless you got that ankle monitor on. Like I don't understand it. Somebody explain it to me. shout out to Windows the Rug. Windows the Rug said red pill done fumbled. Bro, it's a lot of fake red pillars out there. See, that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Just like it's a lot of fake Bitcoin Maximus out there. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Everybody like red there are real red pillars, right? And then there's the fake red pillars. We're gonna present you with red pill ideology, and then I'm gonna actually provide you with my simp ideology. It's the same as the Bitcoin scam. It's the same as the altcoin scam, right? I'm going to show you how much I support Bitcoin, and then I'm gonna make an immediate pivot to sell you my crap coin. Like, I thought we were just talking about Bitcoin. Like, whatever happened to the Bitcoin strategic reserve? Somehow it became the XRP, Solana, Cardano, Hashgraph, strategic reserve. What happened to the Bitcoin strategic reserve? Well, we got to make Brad Garlinghouse rich, So that's what happened to the Bitcoin strategic reserve.
Looking for answers and changes into how to protect victims of domestic violence. Thank you for joining me. I'm Scott Thuman. A 32-year-old man is now in custody, accused of killing his girlfriend, 29-year-old Sharita Christwell, even though many are wondering why he was not in jail at the time. 7 News' Carl Willis was at today's news conference where we heard from the victim's family.
I always wonder, what could we have done differently?
Nothing but questions and tears after 29-year-old Sharita Christwell was shot and killed in a Landover apartment on July 5th. The man charged with her murder, 32-year-old Harry Lindsay, the father of her 2 children.
What a choice. What a choice. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you believe that things just happen to people? Or do people choose their circumstance? Do things just happen to people, or do people choose their circumstance? Somebody let me know.
What could we have done differently?
Nothing but questions and tears after 29-year-old Sharita Christwell was shot and killed in a Landover apartment on July 5th. The man charged with her murder, 32-year-old Harry Lindsay, the father of her 2 children, and the man accused of assaulting her days before she was killed.
Thoughts? Thoughts?
He said, "Mom, I'm sorry, and I love you. I love your daughter. I'll never do it again." 4 days later, he killed my baby.
He didn't deserve to go like that.
The victim's family is disturbed that Lindsay was out of jail on home detention after being arrested for beating and choking Sharita back on June 16th.
Now, I want to ask you guys a question, and this is going to sound, it is what it is. It's not going to sound good, but it's not our responsibility to make anything sound good. Growing up in what kind of family normalizes you choosing a partner like that? What of that is attractive? The potential to somebody to choke you out, the potential of somebody to harm you, commit violence to you. You have to have been, that has to have been normalized, or you seeing that as normal for you to then integrate that into your adult life and choose that. You chose that because you grew up around that, because that's what your parents presented you with. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but if somebody had to put their hands on my daughter like that, there wouldn't have been a conversation. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I would have ensured that you would have never done it again. And it would have been me going to jail for what I would have done to you. It wouldn't have been no conversation. So the fact that these women sat there and allowed that conversation to take place, these women, the women of her family, were involved with men like that man that deleted her daughter. And then they're sitting around crying about their baby, their baby. This is what you raised your baby for. You led your baby right into an individual like this's arms. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said he probably displayed behaviors they mistakenly considered masculine. Women, in many cases, are attracted to men that they can relate to. Women relate to criminals because they exhibit emotionalism and low impulse control, just like women do. Right? Women are attracted to rainbow LGBTQ men because they're also relatable to women, but in a different way. More so in terms of communication. There's nothing masculine about wearing an ankle bracelet, regardless if it's got a charm on it or if it's got a GPS on it. That's the takeaway. You know what I'm saying?
Prince George's County executive and former state's attorney Aisha Braveboy says,
this will be considered a quote unquote familicide, as it should be, right? Because this individual deleted this woman. This individual shouldn't have had a girlfriend. No female should have chose this piece of shit, right? But women flock to ignorance and violence the way flies flock to shit and garbage. And because women are attracted to degenerates, men have to bear the burden of the degenerates that women wish to share their sexual organs with. And I don't think men should accept that. Women choose a particular type of man, and women need to be boxed in and focused on for choosing that particular type of man. And that's why you get the outcomes that you get. You don't choose all men. But all men have to listen to the bullshit of women complaining about the piece of shit that they chose. You fuck criminals and then are surprised when a crime happens. And then somehow the people that are not committing the crimes have to listen to the bullshit of your choice of fucking a criminal. Somebody like explain that. It doesn't make any sense.
victims of strangulation are 7 times more likely to become victims of homicide.
Anyone who strangles.
So there's the statistics. This woman's name, her last name is Brave Boy. Aisha Brave Boy. Where do they get these people? Like, where do they find these people at? For real.
Victims of strangulation are 7 times more likely to become victims of homicide.
Anyone who strangles you intends to kill you. Make no mistake.
According to police records, a domestic...
So, right, make no mistake. So why do women choose men that strangle them so frequently? Can somebody explain that to me?
Violence lethality assessment was conducted after that assault report, and the case was found to be high danger. Still, Lindsay was released on home monitoring. Shortly after, Sharita's family got the call that they were dreading. Now, 7 News on Your Side is asking what needs to be done to better protect victims of domestic violence.
Where does the problem lie in the system if he was still allowed to be released?
I can't say why the decision was made to allow this particular defendant to.
It was probably a female judge, and the female judge was probably attracted to the man and based the decision to release him on emotionalism. Yeah, shout out to Carlton Wade. Yeah, her last name was Brave Boy. Like, really? Brave Boy. Like, okay. This looks like the type of this looks like the type of dude. This dude fits the profile of the type of guy that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Woman that just dropped the drawers for her. You know what I'm saying? Then he turned around and used her for a punching bag. And then the guy that works at the post office has to deal with it. The fact that he don't make $100,000 a year, but you think that this dude make $100,000 a year? Like, make it make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Be released on home monitoring. What I can tell you is that it should not have.
The victim's family says Lindsay was enraged because Sharita had moved on from the relationship. And they have a message for anyone living in fear in an abusive relationship.
But when he tell you he's going to kill you, you need to get away.
He told, listen, sorry, Mom. When he had a criminal record, before any of this even took place, that told you that something was going to happen. So someone doesn't have to come out of their mouth and say, I'm going to harm you. If this person has a record of criminal violence, the record of criminal violence says, I'm going to harm you. These aren't gold nuggets of knowledge. I'm sorry. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug says you get 2 responses for this from black folks. Is he FBA? Black women are the most unprotected. That's all you're going to get. That's it. That's all you're going to get. That's it. Nothing else. They got nothing else for you. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else for you. Is he FBA? He's in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? Black women are the most unprotected and the most educated. Don't forget about that one. How do you deal with this situation? Well, you must love tethers then. You know what I'm saying? Like, so again, like, you don't even get to the root of the problem of dealing with this type of stuff because of what YouTube has manufactured. YouTube has manufactured a cyclical toilet of thought sludge that just gets flushed down it with no problems ever being addressed. How about the fact that women choose the bear? The women didn't lie about that when they said we'd rather choose the bear. They choose the human that most resembles a bear in most cases. And it's not just a particular group of women. It's the human group of women that do this. And then everybody's supposed to be upset about it. I mean, it is what it is. How can you protect women when women don't protect themselves? Women say, I want to find the most dangerous man in the world, and that's who I'm going to give it up to, nastily. Okay. Well, how do you protect somebody that you decided to be with the most dangerous man in the world, nastily? If you're going to be with the most dangerous man in the world, nastily, then you're probably going to end up the victim of a crime, nastily. And that's just it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just logic. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, no solutions. The layers don't get peeled back. They actually get piled on. The layers of distraction and nonsense. And that's the actual point. That's the point, which makes it obvious that when it comes to the YouTube dealing with a lot of this, you know, these type of situations, it's all paid talking points and agent activity. It's all agent activity. The people that call everybody agents are the actual agents. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug got him pinned down. These are the responses. You get 2 responses for this from black folks. Is he FBA? And black women are the most unprotected. That's all you're going to get. Now, here's my question. How are you the most unprotected if somebody looks at you funny and you call your brother, you call your felonious baby daddy, and you call all of these groups of simps to come just stomp the living crap out of somebody who made you feel a certain kind of way? How are you unprotected? I don't understand that. I'm unprotected, but I'm finna call Glocktavius to take care of your Amazon driving ass because you expected me to sign something. How you unprotected? You got all kind of thugs and criminals you can call. Because none of these people ever fight their own battles. They always go call somebody. I'm going to get my son. I'm going to get my baby dad. I'm going to get my brother. How the people that got somebody that they're going to go get because they're not going to fight a fight themselves, The people that got somebody that they gonna go get, how are you unprotected? Explain that to me. I guarantee you, this criminal that deleted this woman, he was the person that people would go get when they offended somebody, when they were offended, when they were upset. Go get him. But you unprotected, though. But you got somebody that you can go get for every situation, but you unprotected. Somebody make it make sense.
He's not going to say it just to say it. He's saying it because he mean it.
In Prince George's County, Carl Willis, 7 News.
Now, as you just heard, Lindsay and Sharita Criswell's mother spoke just 4 days before she died. Today, she's sharing this message to all victims of domestic violence.
Domestic violence is very serious, and people need to acknowledge this. When somebody tell you this, I don't care how afraid you are, you need to report it.
If you or someone you know needs help, there are resources available. People in Prince George's County are also available to help. Call this number that's on your screen, or call the national hotline, or visit the help website. And all of this information is also posted on WJLA.com.
What do you guys think about this? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, adherence to weakness and external locus of control is the ideology. Facts. Facts. And again, like you hear it in every single piece of content. You hear it in every element of anything that anybody always says. I just thought, hey, all you gotta do is just throw up your hands. We ain't got no power. Ridiculous. Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make this stuff make sense. Now, there was a situation in Florida where an individual was arrested, and this individual was arrested as a result of a mistaken identity from AI facial recognition technology. Okay. Now, if you guys recall, this happened in Chicago as well to an elderly black man. Okay.
A Florida man says he was wrongfully arrested after local police used AI facial recognition technology.
What is going on? We're gonna go to the car real quick, and we're gonna talk to
Jacksonville sent them to get me.
In an Action News Jax investigation, Logan McDonald dug through this case of misidentification and spoke to experts about the potential risk as local police use AI to solve crimes.
God, this is nuts. Huh? I wouldn't know what to tell you, G. It's not an investigation. It's all Jacksonville.
This is 51-year-old Robert Dillon, the Lee County man who was arrested last year after the Jacksonville Beach Police Department said he allegedly tried luring a 12-year-old child in Jacksonville Beach back in November of 2023. The only problem, the police identified the wrong suspect.
So the police put on a predator label on this guy. They put a predator label on this guy. Okay. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, I was on Reddit today and someone posted about quote unquote quiet quitting America. Now, I'm not familiar with that term, with the terminology of quote unquote quiet quitting America. What does that mean? You got to educate me, bro. When they say quiet quitting America, what's that mean? I can only imagine.
I haven't been out of Fort Myers in 2 years.
According to a Jacksonville Beach police report, Dillon was linked to this suspect caught on surveillance video in a Jacksonville Beach McDonald's.
They don't look anything alike. They don't look anything alike. You know what I'm saying? Off the rip. You can tell that that's not the same person.
The police identified the wrong suspect.
He's never even been up there. I haven't been out of Fort Myers in 2 years.
According to a Jacksonville Beach police report, Dillon was linked to this suspect caught on surveillance.
Now, let me shout out to Carlton. This question is directed to Carlton. Is it a flex to brag that you haven't been out of Fort Myers in 2 years? Is that a strange flex? It's a strange flex. We got people in competition for strange flexes. It's kind of a bizarre phenomenon, but it is what it is. It's 2025. We can't put anything past us. You know what I'm saying? It's a strange flex. You haven't been out of Fort Myers in 2 years. Okay, great, buddy.
video in a Jacksonville Beach McDonald's through the use of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office's AI facial recognition technology. Jacksonville Beach PD conferred with JSO, which provided a 93% match between Dylan and the suspect using that technology. The report says police then provided a photo spread of Dylan and other similar-looking individuals to 2 witnesses. Both identified Dylan as the suspect, but the case would later be completely dropped. The state attorney's office telling Action News Jax the arrest will be wiped from Mr. Dillon's record.
Police are not allowed under the Constitution to arrest somebody without probable cause. And this technology expressly cannot provide probable cause. It is so glitchy. It's so unreliable.
Nate Friedweissler is the deputy director for the American Civil Liberty Union's Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. He was part of the legal team that helped sue on behalf of Robert Williams, a Detroit man wrongfully arrested thanks to facial recognition similar to the technology used to identify Dylan. The Detroit Police Department settled that case for $300,000 in damages.
He accepted $300,000 in damages. He accepted $300,000 in damages. The fact that he accepted $300,000, that tells you the financial situation that he was in, right? And second of all, where is the content about this situation happening? These pro-whacks on YouTube are so anti-technology. They're all about rubbing 2 sticks together. They are so technologically ignorant that they can't even talk about, you know what I'm saying, bad situations happening to people like us involving artificial intelligence. That's extremely pathetic. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I first heard of quiet quitting in terms of people quitting their jobs by not doing anything and being letting go. I don't know how it related to black people. It was more of the same nonsense. It always is, bro. It always is. And people pride themselves on it, and it's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's disgusting. It's a disgusting culture that social media has cultivated. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that people can't recognize how just non-productive and disgusting it is even a bigger problem. Just cultivating ignorance and weakness is pathetic.
And implemented safeguards when using AI facial recognition in their investigations. Friedweissler says wrongful arrests using AI facial recognition are more common than many think, especially among people of color.
It's partly because of photo quality.
Well, that's because white people think that we all look alike. So there's that. But then on top of it, white people think that we all look alike. And then you have the idiots that have to substantiate their talking points, and they go about it like we are all carbon copies of each other, and we're not. So you have white people initiate a talking point of racism, and then you have the idiots among society that it is their everlasting job duty to substantiate any kind of ignorant talking point that they come up with. So we have double time issues that we got to deal with. Now, mind you, this is a video about a mistaken identity of a criminal involving a white man. Somehow here we get to where they're talking about how this happens with quote unquote people of color. Well, it clearly happens with people of no color also, right? Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. Black conservatives like Candace Owens and the Hodge twins are just as ratchet and ghetto as a public bathroom in the projects. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And I want to ask the question, why black conservatives are so closely linked with criminal culture. why they're so ratchet, why they have the T. You know what I'm saying? Why do they have the T? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. I want to show y'all something real quick about these people. And what's fascinating about Black conservatives that I think is just very interesting. A lot of them, for whatever reason, they try to present themselves, I don't know, as some form of, I don't know. They try to present themselves as, I guess, some advanced, quote unquote, form of Black people to be accepted by white people. But Black conservatives are some of the most ratchet, stereotypical people that you'll ever meet in your life. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. These people do drugs. They commit crimes. They're involved in degeneracy. They're everything that they try to distance themselves from. How many people saw Candace Owens looking like a liberal when she was talking to Nick Fuentes? Anybody see that? If you guys saw that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. I thought you were conservative. What happened? I thought you were conservative. Now, we all know that, you know, there's a thin line between Black conservatives and pro-Blacks. As much as the two, I don't know, it's like they're in some type of business competition against each other. They're the same people. Right? They're the same people. Now, I want you guys to look at the Hodge twins. All right. Well, here goes. This is the Chicago Tribune, right? Talking their stupidity about who's responsible for gun violence. It's clearly not the people that committed the gun violence, right? But we're about to look at the Hodge twins real quick. I want to show you what Black conservatives have for you. Okay. Hold on real quick. While you guys are waiting, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. Let me see. What did I do with that? What did I do with that? Let me see. Give me 1 second here. Where is the set? Hold on. Let me see. There we go. There we go. I want to show you guys what the Hodge twins have for you. This is what the Hodge twins have for you. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Hodge twins have for you. They're not telling you about why you should be a conservative or anything like that. They got the tea for you. They got tea. We are live. We got Diddy and Cassie, personal male escort on the show today. The Punisher. And they smiling and took a picture with him. This is the same thing that Anton Daniels does. He likes to be around that Fleece Johnson, that booty bandit. They like to be around, you know, the male prostitute. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. The Black conservatives, they didn't bring Trump to Black people to, you know, interview him or anything like that. They didn't bring Ron DeSantis or, you know, any politician, Marjorie Taylor Greene, any conservative politician. They brought you somebody that parties with Diddy's. This is what these scallywags have for you. They don't have anything to offer. Now, will a podcast involving a baby oil bandit, will that make you change your mind politically from what you were doing before? Is my question. Would that change your mind? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Why do you think they have that for you? They have such good how to be a black person content for you. Here you go. This is how you be a good black person. Watch this baby oil bandit and run our AdSense up. Anton Daniels, you want to be a good black person? Watch my podcast with Fleece Johnson and Charleston White. We'll get you together. And people buy it. Y'all buy it. Not y'all, a lot of people buy it. Just what people want. Somebody make it make sense. People sit around and watch that bullshit all day, and then they blame other things for the reason why they're broke. The people are broke because of the type of information that they ingest all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's the sole reason why people are broke. It's the sole reason why people are stupid. Most people don't learn things through osmosis. You know what I'm saying?
Like using that technology. The report says police then provided a photo spread of Dylan and other similar-looking individuals to 2 witnesses. Both identified Dylan as the suspect, but the case would later be completely dropped, with the state attorney's office telling Action News Jax the arrest will be wiped from Mr. Dillon's record.
Police are not allowed under the Constitution to arrest somebody without probable cause, and this technology expressly cannot provide probable cause. It is so glitchy. It's so unreliable.
Nate Fried-Wessler is the deputy director for the American Civil Liberty Union's Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. He was part of the legal team that helped sue on behalf of Robert Williams, a Detroit man wrongfully arrested thanks to facial recognition similar to the technology used to identify Dylan. The Detroit Police Department settled that case for $300,000 in damages and implemented safeguards when using AI facial recognition in their investigations. Fried-Wessler says wrongful arrests using AI facial recognition are more common than many think, especially among people of color.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Why do you think that they're more common among people of color? Quote, unquote. Quote, unquote. Why do you think that these things are more common among, quote, unquote, people of color?
It's partly because of photo quality problems in low light situations when the cameras are trying to identify darker skinned people. In fact, in almost all of the wrongful arrest cases around the country that we know of, it's been Black people who have been incorrectly, wrongfully picked up by police.
Now, I want you to pay very close attention. It's not even a Black person advocating about this. This it is advocating about that. Is that a success or is that a failure? Somebody let me know. Success or failure? This dude's name is Nate. Looks like Weisler.
Darker skinned people. In fact, in almost all of the wrongful arrest cases around the country that we know of, it's been Black people who have been incorrectly, wrongfully picked up by police.
Action News Jax reached out to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office about.
Now, again, I'm going to ask the question, why do people think that that is? Why do people think that that is?
Out its use of the technology following Dylan's wrongful arrest, and we asked for examples of the successes using facial recognition technology. They responded stating, quote, "The results of such queries are not positive identifications and should only be utilized as investigative lead."
Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug says focus is in the wrong place, clearly. Now, I want to ask you this. I want to ask you guys this question. are the people who claim they lead the quote unquote conversations, are they responsible for focusing the conversation? So if the focus remains in the wrong place, do we have people that we can point at and hold them responsible for directing conversations to be in the quote unquote wrong place? Me personally, I do. If people want to throw that on their back and say that that's who they are and that's what they do, well, all right then. You next up on the docket.
However, Freed Wessler says he doesn't believe that was the case in this Jacksonville Beach police investigation, adding that photo spreads based off a facial recognition match aren't sufficient evidence to make an arrest.
Because when this technology gets it wrong, juice a lineup procedure with a doppelganger, with a lookalike, a witness is going to choose an innocent person.
Now the Jacksonville Beach Police Department tells Action News Jax the investigation is still open after Dylan was cleared of any wrongdoing, adding in part, quote, "We will not be commenting on this matter beyond stating that all warrant requests are submitted to the state attorney's office."
I agree. Shout out to Winlows the Rug. Winlows the Rug said, I think the audience is just as guilty. They're just as guilty. They might even be more guilty because the audience is responsible for creating these idiots and giving them all their power. They're solely responsible for their own demise. And look at this feminine response that the police department gave. We're not going to talk about this no more. We will not be commenting on this matter beyond stating that all warrant requests are submitted to the state attorney's office. It is solely their decision whether or not to move forward with issuing a warrant. Well, you made a mistake. Going to comment on that? No.
It is solely their decision whether or not to move forward with issuing a warrant. We reached out to the state attorney's office as well. A spokesperson only confirmed Dylan was cleared of any wrongdoing. Now, Dylan's lawyer tells Action News Jax he's seeking compensation, though he and Dylan declined interview requests. Meanwhile, Courtney Barkley, an AI policy expert at Jacksonville University, says law enforcement agencies across the nation will continue to use AI and facial recognition. She outlined the need to always second guess.
Every industry is just now starting to scratch the surface of the potential of AI, how it can impact our society. Law enforcement is no exception. And so, again, we just want to be cognizant of the risks.
Jacksonville Beach Police declined our request for interview. For local coverage you can count on reporting from Jacksonville Beach, I'm Logan McDonald, Action News Jax.
Interesting. What do you guys think about that? This is interesting. Man, I'm telling you guys, there is just so much Crimecast content. So much Crimecast content. We're going to talk about this ratchet massage parlor chick. Why do you guys think that there's so much Crimecast content? Why is there so much Crimecast content, ladies and gentlemen?
And we begin at 5 with a West Michigan woman who will serve jail time for running a prostitution ring out of a Grand Rapids.
Corbett operated Just Divine Massage Parlor on Plainfield Avenue. An investigation by the Kent County Sheriff led to her arrest.
13 News Side's Callie Lichter was in court today. And Callie, it sounds like it became very emotional.
Elena Juliet, tears were streaming down Corbett's face as she said she made the wrong choice and led the girls involved down the wrong path.
There were tears in the courtroom.
I'm sorry.
She looks disgusting. What do you guys think? She think those tears are going to help her? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said crashing out has never been as popular as it is now. Yeah. It's almost seen nowadays as a badge of honor. You know, it's just really weird.
There were tears in the courtroom.
I'm sorry.
As a woman learned she will spend a year in jail for operating a prostitution.
She got man hands too. We got to pause with the fingers on the eye.
I'm sorry.
Look at that. Yeah.
As a woman learns she will spend a year in jail for operating a prostitution house out of a massage parlor in Grand Rapids.
I thought I was helping the girls at the time by getting them off the streets and giving them a...
How did you think you was help? She thought she was helping by pimping these chicks out. She thought that she was helping by pimping these chicks. Hey, she thought she was she thought she was helping by pimping these chicks. You can't make this up. What did you think you were helping them do exactly? I thought I was helping by pimping these chicks.
safe place, but I know it wasn't the right way to help them.
Edith Corbett was charged in April of last year after a tip from Silent Observer led the Kent County Sheriff's Office Human Trafficking Task Force to Just Divine Massage Parlor on Plainfield Avenue, where Corbett would charge a door fee and encourage male clients to tip the workers.
I would never have gotten into this industry if I didn't have to.
Corbett told the judge she was desperate after she lost her job at Rite Aid and turned to running the parlor as a way to make money for her kids.
Okay, why didn't you start an OnlyFans account? You didn't have to be a pimp. You could have pimped yourself. But instead, she decided to be a pimp. What do Saint Sinner? What does Saint Sinner say? She decided to be a pimp. She decided to move like a pimp.
Pleaded guilty to keeping a house of prostitution, along with accepting the earnings of a prostitute.
And I'm sorry to the girls, because I should have led them in a different direction like I have in my other careers. I just wish I would have done things differently.
Circuit Court Judge J. Joseph Rossi said Hollywood films like Risky Business and Pretty Woman glamorize sex work, which he says isn't the case.
Are we blaming the movies? Are we blaming the movies? Now, let me ask y'all this question. Did the movie, now Pretty Women, right? If I'm not mistaken, that had Julia Roberts and Richard Gere in it. I don't know if they watched the same version of that movie as I did. Did that movie actually glamorize being a prostitute? I don't know if that movie necessarily glamorized being a prostitute or not, because it ultimately ended with Julia Roberts getting married or getting into a meaningful relationship with Richard Gere and leaving that lifestyle behind. So I don't necessarily know if that's glamorization of that lifestyle, right? So that's an interesting take.
Case.
Who are at a very low point in their life, who somewhat similar to the situation you described, don't feel like they have any other options.
Now, what I find fascinating, now I want you guys to listen to this simp of a judge. And I find it fascinating that nobody ever says the same thing for the Johns who engage in prostitution. They have a sexless relationship, so they go try to buy some ass. They actually are locked out of any type of options because they decided to lock themselves out of an option by getting married to someone who's going to restrict sex from them. So then they have to go buy some from some random chick, which is a form of abuse, mind you, on the part of the person's partner that won't be intimate with them, right? But somehow that's not looked at. And again, this male judge immediately somehow figures that it's just the woman or the women who are the victim in this situation where they chose to sell their bodies for profit. You know what I'm saying? It's the same as the mentality of the person who buys and smokes the drugs is the victim. You know what I'm saying? The victims are the taxpayers that have to spend tax money and pay higher tax fees to pay for Narcan for these people and mechanical ventilation. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said they need to come out here with these MFs across the street, be out at 5:30 when I leave for the gym, straight twerking. Yeah, straight twerking, doing all kind of stuff, selling it raw on the street. You know what I'm saying?
And then they'll tolerate these working conditions.
Along with her jail sentence, she must serve 150 hours of community service at the YWCA or Sacred Beginnings, and her sentence could be reduced if the men who paid for sex acts are identified and prosecuted.
Now look at this. Why does she get off if the Johns get prosecuted? She was the one pimping the chicks out. All she got to do is sit there in jail and the police do their job. And if the police arrest these guys and get them prosecuted, somehow she benefits from it. She was the freaking pimp. It's like, you can't make this up, man. This is simp shit that pussy ass males do, like this guy right here. I'm so tired of hearing whiny ass dudes online whining about this, the world. The men don't have any power and men's deteriorating power. It's not men's deteriorating power. Men are making a choice. Men have fostered simp culture. Simp culture worships females. Females do nothing wrong. And the majority of powerful simps provides a vehicle for females to have increased power. They're not getting the power on their own. They're getting the power because men have allowed simp culture to be the majority culture. Shit like this. This bitch who is a prostitute or who is a pimp just gets to sit in jail, and while police men go fight crime, this bitch gets to benefit and possibly have a lower sentence. Like, make it make sense. Right. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, how is utilizing her services a crime? She provided the illegal services. Exactly. This is beyond insane. But again, this is what it is. Accountability to disgusting crimes can never be linked fully back to a woman. Men. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate to say this, and it's gonna sound really crazy, but like, men come out of women too. You know what I'm saying? You have some men that have a love and appreciation for their identity of being a male, and then other men, most men, are just an extension of mama, and men gonna do what mama say. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of those type of this judge is one of those type of guys. Right, exactly. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, why does this logic not apply to drug dealers? Reduced sentences for identifying buyers. Right. Right. I mean, this is bizarre. What it is this judge is a simp. He's a simp. His wife is probably 500 pounds. And he probably thinks that this chick looks good. And he sees her crying. And this pathetic excuse of a man thinks that he's going to somehow be a hero by saving this criminal bitch. And so he thinks he did his quote unquote good deed for the day. Like, this is how warped and sick people are. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. I appreciate you, bro. It's a fact. Most dudes are just an extension of mom. That's why they call them mama's boys. You know, that's the first thing that a woman will say in an argument. I brought you into this world. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Don't feel like they have any other options, and then they'll tolerate these working conditions.
Along with her jail sentence, she must serve 150 hours of community service at the YWCA or Sacred Beginnings, and her sentence could be reduced if the men who paid for sex acts are identified and prosecuted.
How does that make what she did any less impactful negatively on the community, to the extent where if these men get found and prosecuted, it should have any effect on her sentence? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Corbett also said she felt sorry for the families of the men who came to her parlor. In the newsroom, I'm Kelly Lichter, 13 on your side.
You should feel sorry for the men that came to your parlor, because they probably came to your parlor because their wives weren't giving them any. You know what I'm saying? You feel sorry for their families. Their families are taken care of. Their families are getting the bills paid. You know what I'm saying? Their families are getting all of the benefit from the man while not doing shit for the man. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to live in this house. I'm going to get my bills paid. I'm going to get all the benefits from being with this man, and I'm not going to give him none. And he's a piece of shit for going to buy some ass. Like, get the hell out of here with that shit. She feels sorry for the families. Feel sorry for the motherfuckers that had to buy ass because their wives won't give them any. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? Let me ask y'all this. How many people think that most men that quote unquote buy a prostitute, they're buying a prostitute purely because their significant other won't give them any ass, or because they're an incel? They can't get any ass. They're involuntarily celibate. You can be an involuntarily celibate husband because your wife sentences you to celibacy. You know what I'm saying? You can be a husband cell if you're in the wrong marriage. And that's not even a thing that's discussed. If a woman cheats, it's because she wasn't getting fulfilled in a relationship. If a female just blatantly refuses to give her husband that she decided to marry any ass, and the husband's like, well, shit, I got to figure this out, goes and buys some, somehow he's a piece of shit. Somebody explain that to me. Shout out to Windows the Rug. Windows the Rug said, I live in an area with prostitution. I don't know how they're able to get away with it. They are damn near naked, standing on the corner, but the John goes to jail. You could go up and down the streets and easily arrest all those prostitutes because you know who all of them are. They had this walk. It's called the whole stroll, right? You don't know who a John is. But somehow the Johns always get arrested and the prostitutes get to stay working on the street. It's a racket. And the racket goes like this. The police are simps. The police work with prostitutes. Every prostitute is an undercover cop. Every prostitute is an informant. So as soon as the prostitute gets some business and gets your money, once the shit is transacted, she talking into her wire, giving the police your location. Oh, we can go to this hotel right here. And then the police arrest you and they go fuck the hoe that you just paid for. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said the police stay over here too. Never seen a 304 in handcuffs. And the only way you will ever see a 304 in handcuffs is if you somehow get the videos of the police banging them with them handcuffed to the bed. Otherwise, you will never see a 304 in handcuffs because the police use the 304s as informants. So they'll never arrest them. They can tip that, right? They can tip those arrests to I'm gonna make arrests on the Johns and never arrest the prostitutes. Where's any stories about any nefarious prostitutes? Just, oh, this chick was a crazy prostitute that just never got caught. You never hear any stories about that because they don't care. If we're gonna make an arrest on prostitution, we're gonna make an arrest on the John because police are simps, and then the police gonna fuck the prostitute. The police ain't gonna fuck a John. If the police could fuck Johns, it would be prostitutes in jail. Police are simps. You know what I'm saying?
Have decided to seek the death penalty in a shocking murder that claimed the lives of a grandmother and her pregnant 19-year-old granddaughter in Vero Beach. Prosecutors say the two suspects were out for revenge after a bad breakup and family drama. The sheriff says this is the right step in the case. CBS 12's Al Peffley joins us outside the home in Vero Beach where it happened. Al?
This house doesn't look the same as it did last November. It's been given a new coat of light blue paint, and I'm told some new residents live here. But behind these walls is where this tragic case unfolded last November.
Murdering these two women and an unborn child in the way in cold blood is absolutely one of those factors that I believe should absolutely result in the death penalty.
Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers says if any case cries out for the death penalty, accused killers Toby Featherston and Aiden Christman certainly deserve it.
Now, where's the content on these two individuals? Toby Featherston and Aiden Christman. And again, you know, when I say where's the content on this, I'm talking about, I'm asking everybody that question. Anybody who don't make any content on these particular individuals get treated the same, whether you a white race hustler or a black race hustler. Because you a simp. And my point exactly. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. No content on this at all. Motherfuckers can't even counter properly. Facts. And that's the point. That's the point. You want to plaster somebody's face all on some shit because you feel bad when people start talking shit about you, but you can't even organize information together to be able to come up with an appropriate counter. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says should be entire YouTube channels full of angry white commentators because the channel only reports on these kind of people. Facts. But instead, you got the opposite. You got the opposite, and you got people saying just continue to be outraged about it. We're gonna get you together with the sass on these videos. Like, these people are a joke, man. They're a joke. Straining a vocal cords to have a fake deep voice. You know what I'm saying? Straining a vocal cords to have a fake deep voice. Like that's doing something or intimidating anybody. Like, this shit is a joke. This shit is a joke. Your heroes are mush. You know what I'm saying? They got the spine of a piece of chalk.
The accused killers Toby Featherston and Aiden Christman certainly deserve it.
I mean, these two guys were just absolutely wanton reckless. Their goal was surely murder these folks. It was premeditated.
Prosecutors say November 10th, the 20 and 21-year-old men broke into this house on 23rd Place Southwest in Vero Beach, carrying out a stabbing and shooting frenzy that claimed the lives of 68-year-old Amanda Baker and her pregnant granddaughter, Shelby Baker, who was just 19 years old.
Just sitting there rotting away in jail is not the right answer. Or prison, it's something where these folks should be held accountable.
Capital punishment is far from perfect, but the alternative.
Now, here goes my question. What's the motive behind this? Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, yep, but we'll circulate the clip of a skinny white girl who uses the N-word. Right. Because that just destroyed them all. That just all the all the Shaq profiled people have just been completely destroyed. all the Shaquille O'Neal profile people have just been destroyed. You know what I'm saying? because of the potency, you know what I'm saying, of the skinny white chick saying the N-word. Like, you can't make this up, man. Where's the video about this? Where's the videos about this?
Alternative, which is life in prison for the worst of the worst, the monsters among us, does not seem like full justice.
Former Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg says it's rare that prosecutors seek the death penalty.
It is tough to give someone the death penalty. It's not given very often in Florida.
Ehrenberg says to seek the death penalty, there must be at least one aggravator, and those include things like:
was the killing heinous, atrocious, and cruel? Was it premeditated? Did it involve a vulnerable individual? You also take into consideration the wishes of the victim's family, because a lot of families are anti-death penalty.
He says prosecutors also must consider the alleged perpetrator's age and their rap sheet and previous arrests.
There are certain crimes that are so beyond the pale, that are motivated by hate or pecuniary gain. They're so senseless and least.
And again, my question is, what's the motive of these two doing this? What's the motive? Why did they do this? You know what I'm saying?
Such devastation in its wake that, yes, that the only proper punishment is capital punishment.
Ehrenberg, who was the Palm Beach County State Attorney for 12 years, says it's a real concern in Florida when somebody is sentenced to death row. They may spend years and years there, and the victims have to relive the case over and over again when they attend multiple hearings. I reached out to the victims' relatives and not returned calls seeking comment. Near Vero Beach, Al Pefley, CBS 12 News.
Now look at this. This is the type of news. President Trump diagnosis revealed amid speculation around leg swelling. You know what I'm saying? Like, people you know what I'm saying? People concentrating on the on Trump's legs. Why are people concentrating on Trump's legs? Look at this. Hold on real quick. Didn't we just talk about this? Didn't we just talk about this? All right, we got a whole new lineup. We got a whole new lineup. Real quick, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, first we got to talk about MS-13. What the hell? Hold on real quick, man. What? Look at, Steve, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Hold on. We can't even get. All right. There's a couple things. We're never going to get to the end of this. Because there's some people that's got to get roasted. This is the first thing that's got to get roasted right here. Okay, how many people heard about Project Pat's son getting deleted? First and foremost, we'll get to that eventually. All right, but I want to know how many people heard about that. It's never ending nonsense, bro. It's never ending nonsense. It's hilarious, but it's irritating at the same time. It's like, seriously, really? Like, bro, look at this. This is what I'm saying. Look at this.
Fireworks.
Yeah, Project Pat. I met Project Pat, man. He's a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? I met him back in the day. Look at this. Come on, man. Come on, man. Look right here. Click link in my Instagram bio to book with me. Pinky Shelby Beauty. Look, now let me ask you guys this. What kind of business is this? This is business, right? What's the title of this live stream? I'm gonna live with this and then people using the bathroom in their yard and all that. I'm telling you, you're gonna be dodging some bullets if you use the bathroom in my yard. If I catch you. Straight up.
Parties.
This is not a bathroom. This is my front yard. Hey, man, what you think, man? What you think? How many people are proud? You guys proud? Anybody proud? Who's proud of this?
Large homes near Damascus.
In trouble for grape, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. This house, it doesn't even really look that good. It doesn't look that nice. And I'm sorry, if I was a homeowner in that neighborhood, I don't care who was in a bulletproof vest. If I live there and I'm paying money to live there, you better get the hell out of my way. You know what I'm saying? You better get the hell out of my way. Those people that went to those parties, they must have missed the good word. They must have missed the good gospel on YouTube. To beware of quote unquote people like that. Right? Now look at this simp right here. This dude right here. Shout out to my man Fax in the Discord. Fax put a screenshot of a New York Post article about this individual, this Cash Money Crew looking clown that's part of the New York Police Department in the Discord. All right. I should pull that screenshot up because I want you guys to see this clown right here. All right, because this dude is a straight up clown. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a straight up clown. I don't know who he paid for this for. But it's rumored that he swiped $87,000 from elderly Wells Fargo clients to pay for booty exercises. I mean, what's up with this shit? You know what I'm saying? What's up with this? What's up with this shit right here, man? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let's see. Save image as. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on real quick. We might have to do something else here. Hold on. Let's see. Save image as. Damn. Why is that doing that? Hold on one second. Hold on, y'all. Trying to figure out how to do this real quick. I need copy link copied. Hold on real quick. Let me see something. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. All right. Again, so shout out to Fax, right? yeah, they missed that live stream. Facts, bro. Now look at this fool right here, man. Look at this Cash Money Crew looking clown right here. Right? New York Police Department cop swiped $87,000 from elderly Wells Fargo clients to pay for booty exercises, BMW, and a tropical getaway, according to the DA. Booty exercises? What's up with these dudes, man? What's up with him, man? Somebody needs to talk to that dude's parents. We got to examine what y'all did wrong while raising him.
PD has suspended a rookie officer without pay after he was charged with ID theft and grand larceny. Tony Aiello was in court today as the accused officer appeared before a judge.
Earlier this year at the NYPD Academy, rookie officer Yason Rodriguez Acosta completed a training unit on court appearances. But Thursday, he wasn't testifying. He stood accused of stealing $87,000 from 14 alleged victims, a dozen of them in their 70s or older.
Some of the victims didn't know that their accounts were compromised until the detectives went and told them.
Right.
Now, here goes my question. How is dude stealing the money from these people? What was he doing? How was he even in contact with all of these elderly people to even be stealing their money? I don't understand this. What happened here?
Public Safety Commissioner Michael Copey says detectives worked the case for months. Rodriguez Acosta formerly worked at this bank in Rybrook. According to the criminal complaint, he used his inside access to take funds from clients without their knowledge or approval, spending money that wasn't his on a luxury car, a vacation, and subscriptions to fitness programs, such as Booty by Jax.
Booty by
Investigators
Jax.
say money was...
You a clown, bro. You a straight up clown. You an embarrassment to all men. I mean, we just got to step this back. What female told him that he needed to go get some booty exercises and this idiot actually listened? Because that's some shit that a woman would tell you to do. And if you go do that shit, she's not going to have any respect for you. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, how was he in contact? Probably having booty calls with him. Probably. Hey, they did mention that on purpose, bro. Hey, they did mention that on purpose. Facts, you already know. They straight up mentioned that on purpose to embarrass that clown, like they should have. Sitting there looking dumb. Going to get some booty exercises by Jack. You sound dumb. You know what I'm saying? He looked dumb as hell.
Luxury car, a vacation, and subscriptions to programs such as Be by Jax.
Man, this is so crazy, man.
To fitness programs such as Booty by Jax.
Investigators saying money was taken from victims as recently as June, just last month, while the accused cop was assigned here to the 48th precinct.
It puts a black eye on the profession, but it's just one individual. There are tens of thousands of police officers across the country who do a good job every day.
It's not just one individual. Look, do we need to start going hard on doing videos for the Laws channel again? It's not just one individual. It's not just one individual. It's hella degenerate police officers all over the place who are simps that will do anything. You know what I'm saying?
In court Thursday, the Westchester DA asked for electronic monitoring, saying Rodriguez Acosta's honesty was questionable.
The defendant has provided multiple addresses, one recently obtained, which the NYPD was not even aware of until his arrest.
The judge did not order monitoring, but told the suspended cop to surrender his passport. He left court with lawyer John Papalardo. No comment from either. Later, we spotted Rodriguez Acosta at the 48th Precinct Station House. He left after cleaning out his locker. Tony Aiello, CBS News, New York.
And the Rye Public Safety Commissioner says this case emphasizes the importance of monitoring all the activity on your bank and investment statements to detect possible fraud.
I mean, so he was doing this as a police officer, stealing from the job that he was formerly at. Like, that's wild, man. What's up with people using these hammers? Again, like people been using so many hammers, we had to make a drop out of it. We had to make a drop out of it. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Does this kind of thing improve your profits, or does it make your profits decrease?
Two men are accused of breaking into multiple businesses with a sledgehammer.
Uh-oh. It's hammer time.
The men, both in their 40s, are accused of breaking into 10 businesses in Grapevine and Arlington. Police say the first burglary.
Police here comparing notes with Grapevine police in this investigation. They tell me these two suspects followed a similar pattern. They hit these convenience stores in the early morning hours, grabbing cash and cigarettes, and also using a sledgehammer to break through the front door. Detectives from 2 North
years old, man. 40 years old. $40 years old. Now, again, I want to ask the question, right? Who made these people do this? These dudes are 40 years old. 40 years old, man. Now, I want to ask the question why they're doing stuff like this.
Detectives from 2 North Texas police departments connected 40-year-old Anthony Johnson and 41-year-old Perry Busby to at least 10 convenience store burglaries in 6 weeks, 8 in Arlington, 2 in Grapevine. Investigators coined the duo as the Sledgehammer Burglars. Each time using a sledgehammer to get in. This surveillance video from a June 11th burglary at Grapevine's Max Corner store off Texan Trail. The mass.
Look at this. Look at this. Now, again, right, we got to go back to the title of the video. The title of the video is "The Crime Real Estate Plan Will Destroy Your Investment. Here's how." So, again, the question is this type of situation around here making it attractive or unattractive for people to do business in these areas? Yeah, don't they? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said Johnson and Busby, last names sound familiar. Yeah, they do, don't they? What they sound like? You know, that was the next question. What they sound like? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said the devil makes work for idle hands. Yeah. Now, how much money do you guys think that these individuals just costed this business? And now the people who live in this area or the people who live in these areas will whine and say, nobody want to put their business here. Nobody want to put their business here. Why would you want to put your business there when you have two 41-year-old morons doing this? Why would you want to put your business there? I wouldn't put my business there. Let me ask you guys this. How many of you all would put your business there? I'm not going to put my business there if this type of environment produces these type of patrons. Now, we're watching this video, and in this video, I'm trying to see who's making these people do this. And I don't see anybody making these people do this. Maybe they're just out of the view of the camera. Who's making these two 41-year-old men do this? These are old dudes. You got these dudes have less life left to live than they've already lived. They should be on their way to retirement. 40 years old. You know what I'm saying?
In 6 weeks. 8 in Arlington, 2 in Grapevine. Investigators coined the duo as the Sledgehammer Burglars.
Look at this. These dudes are so old, they can barely bend down and get into the door. They're old and inflexible, rubbing a lot of icy hot on themselves after the crimes.
Each time using a sledgehammer to get in. This surveillance video from a June 11th burglary at Grapevine's Max Corner store off Texan Trail. The masked suspects use the sledgehammer to get behind the counter. Within a few minutes, the two take off with $3,000 worth of cigarettes and the entire cash register. Inside, hundreds of
$3,000 worth of cigarettes in the entire cash register. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Had somebody been around and these two individuals had a guy shot doing this, what would have happened? How would that have worked? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, this is why there are unfortunately food deserts, e.g. supermarkets pulling out of black neighborhoods due to nefarious crimes driving up the cost of doing business. I can't blame them. I can't blame them. You cannot have a business, right? You can't have a business be successful if this is what the people going into your business are doing. So if this is what the people in the area are doing when they go into the business, those businesses got to go because they got to go to where there's paying customers, where it's profitable. So now the people in these areas, these people are so upset, and they're so upset about these companies leaving, but they're not saying anything to the people that are terrorizing these companies. So again, it's pro-crime culture. It's protect the criminal. Y'all just don't want to feed us. There's a whole entire group of people that are going around terrorizing these people, and we're just going to act like they don't exist. Right? Like, so let's just say, for instance, there's no more gas stations in the area, and this gas station decides to close down because they can't keep staying open because the insurance costs are too high, because morons like the 41-year-old Hammer brothers keep breaking in. Now, no one's going to address the Hammer brothers except for the police. But there'll be an activist on the corner saying them just don't want to feed us. Them just don't want to feed us. Well, for one, you should feed yourself first and foremost, right? Second of all, we're just going to ignore the part about where products of the environment continue to make this an impossible environment for business to be conducted in. This is what the 40-year-olds of this area are doing. They're not CEOs of companies. They're not doing brain surgeries. They're running out of a business through a hole in the wall with a cash register over their shoulder. You know what I'm saying?
Within a few minutes, the two take off with $3,000 worth of cigarettes and the entire cash register. Inside, hundreds of dollars in cash. Just 2 weeks prior, Grapevine officers responded to this gas station off Grapevine Mills Parkway. The report identical, masked men with a sledgehammer. A Grapevine detective noticed the two men caught on this surveillance matched capture.
They wore the same clothes. They didn't even put the shit through the washing machine. They didn't even think to get a new outfit. They wore the same clothes to the next robbery. Like, you can't make this up.
A white Ford Taurus as the suspect vehicle, registered to Busby in Johnson County. An arrest warrant affidavit Fox 4 obtained on Monday says investigators also.
Seriously? Like, you're 40. Just look at this dude. Look at him. Social media post. You're 40. Like, wow.
Registered to Busby in Johnson County.
And why are you driving around doing the robberies in a car that's registered to you? Again, can't even do crime right. Like, if you can't do crime right, don't do crime. It's not for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're that dumb and you can't do crime right, don't do crime. It's not for you. It's clearly not for you. You know what I'm saying?
Ford Taurus as the suspect vehicle, registered to Busby in Johnson County. An arrest warrant affidavit Fox 4 obtained on Monday says investigators also used this photo off Busby's Facebook to connect him to the white Taurus. Last week, Grapevine police struck County and installed a GPS tracker on Busby's Taurus.
Hey, what's wrong with these dudes, man? They just can't stop taking pictures of themselves and posting on social media. Hey, be weary of the selfie men. Any dudes that take excessive pictures of themselves, they always got to be all up in the camera. Be weary of the selfie men. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like the people driving that bright green, the Apple Now and Later color SUV. Facts, DJ Elmo. Facts, when lose a rug, 40 years old and got to explain this to your family. And look, again, self-snitching, right? Posted all this, and again, who told them to post all this stuff on social media? I'm going to post a picture of myself with the car that I used to commit the crime so that you can connect me and my face to the car. It's not even a point in these idiots wearing a mask. Like, do you realize you're so dumb you don't even need to wear a mask? Like, you're dumb. You don't even need to wear no mask. If you're not going to mask identifying your car or identifying anything that anybody can identify you with, you don't need to wear a mask. Like, they got on masks for what? You took pictures with everything identifying yourself. Shout out to AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, I always watch out for grown men who thirst for attention worse than a snitch. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Look at this.
And installed a GPS tracker on Busby's Taurus. July 9th, detectives tracked the Taurus to Arlington's Lucky One Food Mart off West Park Row. Officers watched two men use a sledgehammer to break in before officers moved in. Investigators say Busby and Johnson ran to the bathroom, climbed on the sink, and hid in the ceiling. The two were eventually arrested. Video from inside the business on Monday shows a new bathroom sink installed. Next to it, the broken sink and broken ceiling tiles. Police say the two suspects damaged in their effort to get away.
Just destroying everything. Imagine having that bathroom to present to your customers. Well, what happened to you? What happened to your bathroom?
Hammer time.
Investigators also tell us they used social media photos from Busby's Facebook to match articles of clothing to the men who were on the surveillance video. All right, Busby also has multiple prior arrests For burglary, detectives looked up those reports. The MO was the same, breaking in and stealing cigarettes and cash with a large trash bag.
Oh man, with a large trash bag, like they was raking up. Like I mean, I can't. Like I seriously, I cannot. And they ran up into the ceiling, bro. Shout out to crew. And they ran up into the ceiling. Like, man, I can't. All right, we gotta look at this. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions. Us doing this Crimecast is AB Promotions' fault. So anything that comes out of this Crimecast can be blamed on AB Promotion. All right, now, okay, we got to look at this. Apparently, there was a news reporter. All right, there was a news reporter, and this news reporter ended up being deleted. All right. And the news reporter ended up being deleted by some thieves, racketeers. Okay. So we're gonna take a look at this and see what's going on. Oh man, I can't.
Ring connected to a Kansas City reporter's death in Kenner may stretch beyond Louisiana.
Chris Joseph reports court documents show suspects discussing travel to other cities as part of the alleged scheme.
As organized as it was, as sloppy as it was, because it left a lot of circumstantial evidence for us.
Kenner Police Chief Keith Connolly's team gathered text messages as some of that evidence. They were to and from Danette Colbert, Ricky White, and Christian Anderson. Investigators allege the trio, with the occasional help of unnamed associates, lured victims from the French Quarter with prostitution, drugged them, then robbed them for more than a decade. The court records allege the
See? Now, we're going to pause right there. We're going to pause right there because we're about to talk about we're going to talk about some drugging and robbing. Yeah, okay. This is what I'm saying. Like, people just doing ratchet stuff out here. We're going to get right back to that. I just wanted y'all to get a taste of that. Okay. Now, this woman right here is a woman. She is a woman who preys on Sims. Most women, a lot of women prey on Sims. Right? A lot of women prey on Sims. But this woman preyed on Sims in a very interesting way. I would say that this woman right here, she would prey on red pill Sims. Like, this is the type of chick that would get fresh and fit in a bad situation right here. Right? This woman drugged men and robbed them while on dates. Okay? While on dates.
We're getting our first look at newly released surveillance video showing the moments a woman takes off after allegedly drugging and robbing a man in Brickell.
And local news, Roy Ramos is in Miami with this new video for us. Roy.
Christy and Janice, police call this a bad date case. And in this case, the suspect is accused of drugging and robbing her victims by making them believe that they are on a legitimate date. Well, we are now seeing video that police say shows just how she was able to do this. Surveillance video obtained by Local 10 capturing 23-year-old Rachel Warner's every move. As City of Miami police said, she tracked down her alleged victim, then drugged and robbed him of his $18,000 Rolex.
I believe that a couple of things. Number one, that the defendant is
So this chick was chasing dudes down, taking them on dates, robbing them of their Rolexes. Who do you guys blame in this situation? Men have created a society where they grant women the grace of being allowed to do this, and men will attempt to go in on the male for saying something about this. Okay? So I blame the simps of society. The judges in most cases are always simps. You know what I'm saying?
danger to our community.
We showed you when Warner was first arrested back in May on grand theft and drug charges, but now video shows what detectives say is her first meeting the victim at the Sugar Rooftop Bar off Brickell Plaza in early April, then leaving with him. The two get into an elevator together, the alleged victim appearing to believe his date is going well, but police said it's once the two enter into the victim's hotel room, she makes her move.
While they're in the room, she serves him a drink. Now in this drink, they put some drug. He falls asleep. Next thing you know, hours later, he wakes up and his Rolex is gone.
Warner is then seen leaving the room with her shoes in her hand and almost running down the hallway into an elevator. While she's seen making her getaway that night, the following morning up.
Look, hey, they be doing it, bro. They be doing it, and the dudes fall for it every time. Simp culture. Oh, it's easy, bro. This is easy money for these females. Easy money for the females. Because these females know that most dudes literally have zero confidence because men teach other men in society to have no confidence and to define themselves by the type of woman that they're able to obtain. Simp shit. Generations of simps. Your male worth is determined by the type of bitch you can put on a leash. What kind of shit is that? But that's the way that society does it. And dudes follow it. So these women, these predatory women, they are well aware of that. And they say, we'll give these guys a fake date because all of these dudes will be enthusiastic to go on a date with us because they don't even have confidence in themselves to think that they can get anything better than us. We'll be the best that they can get. They'll trust us absolutely. They'll partake in pretty privilege, and we'll put the drugs in their drink, and we'll get them for everything that they got. It's easy money, and they do it all the time. They do it all the time. This hustle will always be alive and available for women. I don't know how she got caught. Some dude probably got mad. Now, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. One of the stories that I did where we were talking about this type of situation was a woman who was a cryptocurrency thief, and she stole an individual's, like, I think it was like $500,000 worth of Trump coin that he had. That took place in Florida too. You know what I'm saying? I think it was in Miami. Yeah, and I think the females was from New York. You know, they being like Cardi B.
Officer said they spot her on the prowl again.
Look at her, man. She got skills running in them heels like that.
And almost running down the hallway into an elevator. While she's seen making her getaway that night, the following morning, officer said they spot her on the prowl again.
They located her, identified her, while she's talking to a 61-year-old man, probably trying to do the same thing.
And police say after we first aired our story, multiple men have come forward claiming Warner has not just stolen from them, but believe they too have been drugged by her. One man telling police after bringing her back to his Midtown apartment, he woke up to more than $60,000 in watches, jewelry, and cash gone.
Crazy, man. That's kind of scary.
As for the suspect, when she was arrested, police say
now if you show particular women about this type of video, like if you show this story to a woman, women's response to this will be, well, that's what those guys get. They thought that they were going to get some. That's the female response. Like, that's supposed to take care of the fact that this chick drugged and robbed these guys. Oh, that's what they get. They thought they was going to get some. I think most people think that they're going to get some after a date, men and women. But how dare you be a guy thinking that you're going to get some, because then you deserve to have a crime happen to you. That's the female mind state. Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense.
She was found with an unknown liquid substance that police believe she was using to drug her alleged victims. She remains behind bars, now being held with no bond.
Now, see, the difference between a man and a female is that if a man was doing this exact same thing, a man would be like, that's not cool. A female response to this, oh, well, he thought he was going to get some, so that's what they get. Like, no, that's not what they get. She's going to get in trouble for committing crime. Yeah, facts. Shout out to DJ Elmo. It's called a honey trap crime. And shout out to DJ Elmo again. That's facts. DJ Elmo says, fellas, be cautious which women you invite to your residence. Big facts. Big facts.
We're down in the Brickell area of Miami. Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
Right now.
And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but you in Miami, right? So you know that Miami is one of the places that has some of the most shady, not only shady people, but shady females in the world. So, you know, if you're expecting a beacon of honesty and, like, you know, just, I don't know, like a decent woman, I don't know why you're in Miami. You know what I'm saying? Now look what we got going on here. Florida woman says she was hired by a California couple as surrogate. Police investigating potential surrogacy scam. Okay.
The way was arrested and charged with child endangerment in the Los Angeles area.
Many of their children were born via surrogacy, and now a Brevard County woman says this couple hired her to carry a child for them. Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie spoke with her tonight. So, Hannah.
See, why are you doing now? What's the difference? What's the difference between this and prostitution is my question. Surrogacy. What's the difference between surrogacy and prostitution? Here, I'm going to lend you my uterus, and I'll just incubate a baby in there for you. Okay. So you can buy a uterus, right? But you can't buy no pussy. Explain that to me. I don't understand it. Does that, I mean, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Right. Shout out to AB because he was leading, because he was a simp. Shout out to AB Promotion, right? First and foremost, the individual was a simp, and he was leading with his wallet. Look at all this jewelry that I got. The female said, bet, watch. That's what you got for me. She did the 50 cent on him. That's what you got for me. She did the same old two-step right out of the door, right after she drugged his ass. hey, she did the same old two-step right out of the door after she drugged his ass and got all this shit. Now, shout out to crew, right? It's not about sexual pleasure, right? Because what it's about is you're buying a body part, right? You're buying a body part. Right? So why in one case can a body part be for sale, but in another case, a body part cannot be for sale? Make it make sense.
Couple behind us, by the way, was arrested and charged with.
Now, and again, we need to first and foremost pay attention to this person who decided to utilize her uterus for these people. Okay.
Child endangerment in the Los Angeles area.
Many of their children were born via surrogacy, and now a Brevard County woman says this couple hired her to carry a child for them. Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie spoke with her tonight. So, Hannah, how did she even get involved with this couple?
Well, Luann, she tells me she was part of a social media page for surrogate mothers and
social media page. I'm gonna here blow my insides out. Blowmyinsidesout.com. Like, seriously, let me be the poster girl for it. Cheer for her.
a surrogacy agency reached out to her, matching her with that couple. She says at first there were no red flags, but things quickly turned.
Perla LaBird was hired to be a surrogate.
I just wanted to help a family.
She's
Come on, man, stop. That's all she wanted to do was help a family.
a mother of two, but this was her first time navigating the process.
The profile was represented to me. It was showed that the person had one child.
That wasn't the case. According to police in the Los Angeles area, the couple has 21 children already.
Some people would just do anything for money. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Some people would just do anything for money. Anything for money.
Many of them via surrogates. Arcadia officers getting involved after a hospital reported a 2-month-old baby belonging to the couple sustained a traumatic brain injury in May. Police footage shows the couple's nanny baby.
The parents knew about these injuries and failed to do something for 2 days.
The husband and wife, 65 and 38 years old, were arrested on
65 and 38. Let's talk about it. 65 and 38. Where'd they get the money at for that nice house? Some people just hate themselves so much. They see people like this. They see anybody that's different from them, and they expect anybody that's different from them to have better things than them. And they think that themselves and other people like themselves should just not have anything. I want to know where the hell they got that house from. They probably paid for it with all the money that they was getting from all these surrogate kids that they had. Shout out to AB. AB said something nefarious is going on with this couple. Bro, facts. This dude is 60-something years old, and this woman is 30-something years old, and they look the exact same age, and I can't even say whether they look old or young. I don't know what they look like. They look, there's a 30-year difference in them. They look the same age, and I don't know how old they look. I can't tell you if they look old or look young. I'll tell you one thing, they don't look 30 years apart. I can't tell if they look old or young. This is extremely bizarre.
charges of felony child endangerment, neglect. All of the children are
We're subject to emotional and physical abuse.
Hey, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, not what I expected. I was listening. I just gotta look at it. Bro, that's the first 30-year age difference that I've seen where the couple actually looks like age appropriate. Like I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is the first 30-year age difference that actually looks age appropriate because I can't tell how old any of these people are. I can't tell how old they are. This dude don't look 60. He doesn't look 30. I don't know if they look old or young or not. It's bizarre. It's weird. Whatever.
all of the children are now in protective custody.
The remaining children inside that home, at least the younger children, were subject to emotional and physical abuse.
As that was playing out in California, in Melbourne, LaBird was having complications leading to
What are these people doing that they got this big, stupid ass mansion in California? They got a damn castle. The fuck? with a big ass pool in the back. What kind of job did they have? What were they doing?
As that was playing out in California, in Melbourne, LaBird was having complications, leading to an early delivery. The baby boy was stillborn.
Ooh. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
After sharing the tragic news over the phone, LaBird says the couple paid the hospital bill.
Hey, and they trolling putting the picture back up, bro. I don't know. I have no idea. I think the man is the 60-year-old and the woman is the 30-year-old, but I would never be able to tell. Like, I would never be able to tell. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said, "How you a surrogate with a faulty womb?" Right. And again, like, you know, to me, I question that whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
Wished her well and hung up. She was paid for her services and for months had prepared to say goodbye.
And I want to know what them people was doing, how they got that nice ass house, though. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? I want to know how them people got that nice ass house.
Just not like this.
It didn't hit me until it was time for me to go home. And I held him for the last time. And they went this way with him. And I was going this way. And I'm like, where is he going? And they was like, oh, to the morgue. That's what did it for me. That's what, like, reality hit. Like, wow. Like, and he's going by himself. You know, it's not like, oh, his mom and dad is here to support him.
According to authorities, several other surrogates have come forward tied to the couple, at least one of whom is currently pregnant with their child. Live in Brevard County, Hannah McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
I got to ask, like, as a woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, to women, right? How can you be a surrogate? Like, how can you be, like, how can you do that? Like, to me, that would seem like it would cause all type of separation issues. You know what I mean? Like, you would have like some type of postpartum trauma. I don't know how I don't know how people could do that. I'm saying it's just bizarre. Now let's go back to this news reporter that got taken out. Shout out to everybody watching. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Let's talk about this individual here. These individuals here, I should say. This racketeering ring allegedly tied to this reporter's death.
Racketeering ring connected to a Kansas City reporter's death in Kenner may stretch beyond Louisiana.
Chris Joseph reports court documents show suspects discussing travel to other cities as part of the alleged scheme.
As organized as it was, as sloppy as it was, because it left a lot of circumstantial evidence for us.
Kenner Police Chief Keith Connolly's team gathered text messages as some of that evidence. They were to and from Danette Colbert, Ricky White, and Christian Anderson. Investigators allege the trio, with the occasional help of unnamed associates, lured victims from the French Quarter with prostitution, drugged them, then robbed them for more than a decade. The court records allege the trio and others texted about the scheme, with Anderson texting what appeared to be well wishes to one associate about their alleged prostitution. The associate responded, "Happy trapping, my baby." Texts also included discussion about travel to Memphis, Austin, Nashville, and Fort Lauderdale.
This, as you see, is a pretty organized crime network crossing several state lines.
Anderson texts one of the associates in February 2025 about where to be during the Super Bowl. Nashville would be less drama and less of a headache and less chances of going to jail. It's unclear if anyone in the suspected ring traveled to Nashville. Prosecutors published texts when they charged the trio with racketeering and manslaughter in the death of Kansas City reporter Adon Manzano, who died Super Bowl week. The texts include at least 4 associates.
Do you expect your officers having to investigate or arrest other individuals?
So now here goes my question. When it comes to this news, when it comes to this newscaster, this news anchor or whatever, how was he involved with these people? How was he involved with these people? Notice how they kind of leave that part out.
Connected to what's happened here?
Well, this case is still ongoing. We still have officers working this case. So, we just go where the evidence leads us.
Prosecutors laid out allegations the scheme operated largely out of the French Quarter. New Orleans Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick indicated the NOPD did not have evidence of a criminal enterprise in the area.
There's not at this time a reason to think there's more organized approaches.
Christian Anderson's attorney says she is excited to get the discovery, and prosecutors are grouping him in with crimes he did not commit. White's attorney declined to comment. Now, we reached out to Colbert's attorney. He has not yet responded.
All right. So again, what part in the demise of this news anchor did these three individuals have, is my question. They didn't really give us too much information about that in that video.
Accused of drugging, robbing, and ultimately killing a Kansas City reporter in town for the Super Bowl may have even more victims. Andres Fuentes lays out new details in the case from prosecutors.
A 20-plus page indictment out of the 24th Judicial Court in Jefferson Parish alleges that the trio accused in the death of Kansas City reporter Adon Manzano during Super Bowl week are linked to other crimes of luring, drugging, and robbing victims.
You really see a coordinated effort that was perpetrated over 10 years.
The documents say that starting in 2012, Danette Colbert was the prostitute, Ricky White was the pimp, and Christian Anderson was another prostitute while also providing drugs to Colbert. Their alleged scheme: find people in the French Quarter, bring them back to their hotel, drug them, rob them, and take off.
It really laid out the scheme for the investigators of how this took place and how they were able to, continue perpetrating the scheme.
The indictment gives a rough estimate on what the trio allegedly stole, like 15 phones, 29 credit cards and debit cards, and more than $131,000 in ATM withdrawals or transfers. The document also has text messages between the suspects, like this one in June 2019, when Anderson texted an unnamed associate that he throws tricks on people in the car and gives them Xanax water.
Hey, look, this person, he texted this. So now, look, I want you guys to just imagine this, right? Remember, these people don't do this stuff. I be throwing them tricks in the car and giving them Xanax and water and putting their ass to sleep. Like, why would you text this to somebody? But then somebody will say these people were set up. Who set them up? Who made them do it? We've been asking this question all night. Who made these people do this?
People in the car and gives them Xanax water to put them to sleep. In August 2024, Anderson talked about the dangers of drugging people with Xanax when a different associate texted him that...
Look, Xanax is a Schedule II narcotic, just like cocaine. Yeah, she do before she kills somebody by accident, like for real. They had all look at these text messages, man. This is not normal. Who has text messages like this in their phone?
She needs to learn something new. And Anderson responds, yes, she does, before she kills someone on accident. Fast forward to February 2025, when investigators say Manzano was found dead in a Kenner hotel room with Xanax in his system after a night out with Colbert. In a text, Anderson said, I feel bad for her to an extent, but I feel more bad for her family, if anything. I also feel bad for the man.
Every time you can link these people together to show a pattern of a criminal enterprise, you're proving up what you have to prove up to make the case, and those things help you do that.
Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Responti says the text messages help the prosecution push forward with racketeering charges for the trio. Meanwhile, the indictment says Colbert was engaged in crime outside of the French Quarter, like using stolen cards to buy gift cards in Kenner, items at Best Buy in Slidell, and taking victims back to hotel rooms and even a house in Metairie.
When you have things that cross parish lines within a state, you're allowed to connect them. It's a little more difficult when you got something in a different state.
The indictment also lays out 18 instances where the trio allegedly stole from people in the New Orleans area. But with most of their targets tourists or people who didn't want to report a crime with a prostitute after a night out, there could be other crimes not listed.
We may never know all of the victims that, were a part of this scheme because people didn't report it.
And both Colbert and White's second-degree murder charges have been downgraded to manslaughter, and now Anderson faces a manslaughter count too. John.
So yeah, man, this is, again. This is ridiculous, right? This is ridiculous. Hey, this is ridiculous right here. Look at this. Now, again, all these people, they keep stealing from businesses. They're messing up the businesses. Right? They're messing up the businesses. So how are you supposed to do business in these areas? Straight dry snitching, bro. If you guys agree with win, lose, or rug, them text messages was straight dry snitching. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Straight up dry snitching, bro. Straight up dry snitching. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Bank robbery suspect thwarted in Seattle. 8 banks and thousands of dollars later, the woman at the heart of a months-long search never got rid of the evidence, and police found it in her apartment. They found drafts of demand notes she handed to bank tellers along with a notebook detailing every one of the robberies.
Yeah, the most.
Why? Look at this. She kept the notes. She kept all the notes.
In her apartment, they found drafts of demand notes she handed to bank tellers along with a notebook detailing every one of the robberies.
Yeah, the most recent one, West Seattle Bank on Monday, just hours after or before she was arrested. Camera 7 Samantha Lobinbow is digging into the paper trail that led to the arrest.
After a year of showing you pictures of this woman robbing banks across Seattle, police say this week she was identified as 24-year-old Lena Chang.
Thoughts. Thoughts.
Chang.
Very often we see people who sometimes mistakenly think that behavior won't catch up to them, and it does.
The King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says Chang is accused of robbing 8 banks with one failed attempt from Crown Hill to West Seattle for more than a year. She was arrested on Monday after police say an anonymous tipster claimed Chang would brag about the crimes, was excited about being wanted by the FBI, and that she'd listened to police radio recordings of the robberies to relive it. In her apartment, investigators found what they believe to be saved drafts of the demand notes, along with a notebook detailing robbery locations, dates, and the amounts taken. Police say they also found disguises and an airsoft pistol seen on surveillance video from previous robberies.
It's surprising what some people will save and will write down and sometimes put on social media. And from the perspective of police and prosecutors, that's great. Keep doing it because that helps our case.
But that's not all they found. Investigators discovered a watercolor sketch of her FBI wanted poster they believed to be a great sense of pride for Chang. Police say she took between $380 to $4,000 in most of the robberies.
The risk of years potentially in jail or prison for a few $100, a few $1,000, it's not worth it.
Well, now Chang faces several.
This is a chick right here. This is a chick that got off, like she got off on doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like this was some shit she was doing to get herself off. You know what I'm saying?
Charges and at least one attempted robbery charge. She's on $500,000 bail. There's a 9th bank prosecutors are trying to charge her with too. She's set to be arraigned this coming July 23rd.
She probably gonna admit to all of it in court. She gonna live it up in prison. This chick is truly crazy. You know what I'm saying? Truly crazy. Now, how many people heard about this situation right here? I want you guys to pay very close attention to this, right? I want you guys to pay attention to how the sheriff handles this. Okay? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right there. Okay. So we got two videos, right? We need to watch both of these videos. Okay? And I want you guys to tell me how you feel about how this was handled. The first video is only like 50 seconds. It's only maybe like 57 seconds. Now, you guys will hear all the late content creators are gonna be talking about this when they can't find anything else to talk about. So expect this to be all over YouTube, right? We're gonna talk about this briefly. 4 arrested after fight escalates to shooting in Adams County. Shout out to AB Promotions. The people in the Reacts Facebook chat have already seen this. I can't remember if I put this in the Discord or not. If I didn't put this in the Discord, this will probably be new to you. This will be the ongoing thing for content creators. This will make YouTube cult history. Okay. But we're talking about it first here, and we probably won't talk about it anymore. What I want people to pay attention to is I want people to pay attention to how the sheriff moves in this situation. Okay. Hold on real quick. I want you guys to pay attention to how the sheriff moves in this situation. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
In Adams County, a 4th person is arrested in connection to a fight that escalated into a shooting. Sheriff Travis Patton says a 16-year-old is charged with aggravated assault and conspiracy to commit aggravated assault in connection to the case. The teen has not been identified. The fight happened last Friday on Deerfield Road. Sheriff Patton says Reginald Butler was initially stopped for a cigarette, but the incident escalated into a fight. And after the first fight, Patton says Butler left the area on his bike and later returned. The sheriff says during this second fight, Butler pulled out a gun and shot an unidentified person. Now, Butler was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. He was released on a $50,000 bond. Cameron Totten and Houston Pretty were both charged with aggravated assault and conspiracy to commit aggravated assault. Their bonds were each set at $350,000.
All right, now I want you guys to listen to the sheriff. Okay? Listen to the sheriff. And when you listen to the sheriff, it'll be reminiscent of our idiotic peers on YouTube in the comment sections of particular people's videos. Okay? Listen to this. I want you to listen to the sheriff. Listen to the sheriff. Right? Now, remember, like I said, this will be content fodder for a lot of the popular idiots on YouTube, right? And we already know the way that they're going to take and twist the story, right? I want you all to pay attention to the sheriff. Okay? The sheriff is the issue here. Okay? Now, people watching this video will say, you already know what they'll say, right? Now, people fight, people gonna fight. It is what it is, right? White people will sit there and say this is any fight or any assault against a black person is justified because of this idea of black fatigue, right? Black people will say, look at the powerless black guy being assaulted by these ominous child white supremacists. Why, right? Whatever. The issue here is the sheriff. I don't care what any of your favorite YouTube content creators say. Remember, your favorite YouTube content creators are agents. They are given talking points to keep you distracted from obvious issues. The obvious issue here is the sheriff. Listen to the sheriff.
New details are emerging in a violent incident that unfolded in Adams County. 12 News reporter Mercy Rain spoke with Sheriff Travis Patton and has more. And a warning before we begin, the following video contains graphic content.
Fight turned violent Friday night on Deerfield Road in Adams County, one of two separate altercations that took place that evening, according to the sheriff's office. Deputies say the man seen here with a bicycle identified as Reginald Butler was allegedly attacked by a group of men. After fleeing the first confrontation, Butler was reportedly approached again and responded by firing a gun in self-defense. Initially, Butler was taken into custody and charged in connection to the shooting. He has since...
Now, you see that? Initially, Reginald Butler, the guy in the green shirt, originally, he was taken into custody. Now, let's ask the question. We're looking at this video. Why was only he taken into custody? Why was only he taken into custody? Initially, right? Clearly, it's changed since then. But initially, only he was taken into custody.
Butler was taken into custody and charged in connection to the shooting. He has since been released on a $50,000 bond as the investigation continues.
Because at that night...
Listen, now this guy is the sheriff. He's the sheriff.
Because at that night, based on the information we had, we didn't know whether he was a victim or not. It was a very, very, very gray area.
So we didn't know whether he was a victim or not, but you arrested him anyway. Sheriff is the problem. Anything any of these people say, people like this sheriff substantiate it, and that's how people are able to do these kind of things and get away with it. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, who's the bigger issue? The boys that this dude was fighting or this sheriff? Well, we didn't know whether he was guilty or innocent. So somehow he got arrested and released on bond. Is that how you treat everybody who you don't know whether they're guilty or innocent? Now, mind you, here's your sheriff. Here's your culprit. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug says sheriff for sure. He ain't any different. Facts. He's a YouTube comment section babbler. A fucking mindless drone agreeing with Nick Fuentes' talking points. A fucking idiot. Who was raised in the tradition of YouTube culture, of the parallelism between pro-blackness and ultimate coonery. So the question then becomes, are all suspects treated like that? See, because he's the law enforcement officer. So is this how you deal with every situation when you don't know whether somebody's innocent or guilty? Oh, we didn't know what was going on that night. Well, if you didn't know what was going on that night, usually that doesn't warrant an arrest, right? But somebody got arrested. So this is your intelligent black guy that you will see in the comment section of your Nick Fuentes video. This is your Hodge twin. This is your Anton Daniels. This is these people right here. Okay. Shout out to DSA. What's good with it, bro? Okay.
Because at that night, based on the information we had, we didn't know whether he was a victim or not. It was
I guarantee, based on the information that you had. Now, I guarantee you that he didn't tell you that I just decided to assault these three individuals. I guarantee you he didn't give you that information. I guarantee you he gave you information that said that he was assaulted by those three individuals. So you're not telling the truth. You did have information that said that he didn't do it. Because I guarantee you he didn't say that he did it. Right? So this dude is a liar. This is a fucking liar. In a position of authority that will get cover from the YouTube media. He'll get cover from the YouTube media because the YouTube media is going to spin the easy narrative instead of dealing with the issue. Well, the issue here is this pussy right here was supposed to be the authority figure. He's supposed to be the person that's in charge. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How did he do with his authority? Did he utilize it appropriately? Or did he take the easy way out?
because at that night, based on the information we had, we didn't know whether he was a victim or not. It was
So you think do you think that when they took a statement from him, his statement said, I wasn't a victim? So you did have information that said that he was a victim. So you're lying right here. You know what I'm saying?
very, very, very gray area. So at that night, we did make the arrest of Mr. Butler.
And he's proud of it. We did make the arrest of Mr. Butler, and we're proud of it. So I want you guys to pay very close attention to your peer. Look at your peer.
But now that situations have changed, videos have emerged, witnesses have came forward, Mr. Butler's now out and has his freedom, and he will have his day in court as well.
Since then, authorities have arrested two suspects, Cameron Taunton and Houston Pretty, both now facing charges of aggravated assault and conspiracy to commit aggravated assault. But Sheriff Payton says the case is far from over.
There are others out there who we are cutting warrants on as we speak. We're still gathering witness information.
Now, mind you, they didn't put a warrant out on the black dude. They just arrested him that night. They didn't put no warrant out. They didn't do no further investigation. I want you guys to see this. This is your peer. This is your peer. Okay? This is your peer. And your peer will get protection. Because somehow protecting your peer, even when your peer is a piece of crap, is part of the code. The warped idea of a code. Because under the pure definition of a code, this dude is already suspect because he's getting a paycheck directly from law enforcement. And you know what that means. You know what that says. It says everything you need to know about this piece of shit right here. This dude right here may as well have been right there with them three white dudes jumping the black dude. Now, this dude is a criminal. Criminal culture, pro-crime culture, is going to find a way to cloud out the fact that he's a collaborator in this and put the focus elsewhere when those other individuals technically don't have authority to process legal processes. He does. He has the quote-unquote power to make a difference. But remember, we're going to provide him cover by repeating, "We the powerless people." Okay? Understand.
Still corroborating facts of statements that were given that night, and it's a full-on and active investigation that is being conducted.
Anyone with information to come forward and contact the Adams County Sheriff's Office. In Natchez, Mercy Rain, 12 News.
All right, so there's that. All right, so you'll hear, and again, you know, the news always comes late. Right? The news always comes late. So it'll be nonstop videos about that shit, you know, probably this week or next week. And, you know, it is what it is. But like always, you know what I'm saying? We talked about it first. And everybody else will just be grifting off of it. Did black fatigue cause an FBA man to get attacked on the freeway? No, a FBA sheriff who decided to coon it up for a raise substantiated this dude's not only attack but arrest. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's going to say anything about it in those terms because why would you? Why would you? They already got the attack dogs on YouTube trained to come after you, and everybody's scared of them and shit. You know what I'm saying? This dude right here is in that familicide competition. He shot and killed the mom of his child, shot and killed his 2 kids. I can't even sit up there and be like, yo, look at these familicides. They barely survive in the suburbs. Because motherfuckers got to chase other cultures. Got to chase the culture. These people right here finna tether themselves on to being familicide committers. You know what I'm saying? So this dude is a familicidal tether, right? Not in the instance of he's somebody that, quote unquote, is from the diaspora, but he got to tether himself to familicide culture. We see who do all the familicides. Why are you doing the copycat crimes? Why are you doing the copycat shit? People out here popping pills and smoking meth. That ain't shit that we do. Why people copycatting that? Somebody's lying somewhere. Right? Somebody's lying somewhere. Somebody's making something up. Somebody's misconstruing some information. Somebody's misconstruing some data. Who's doing it? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Now, I want to know who made this individual do this. This is the ongoing question. Who made this person do this?
News right now, deputies in Tunica County are searching for this man. They say he is armed and dangerous. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Carolyn Serta. Deputies say Markello Braxton is wanted for killing the mother of his child and shooting his 2 children. Braxton's 6-year-old daughter and 20-year-old son are recovering in Memphis hospitals tonight. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre spoke to a domestic violence advocate who's overcome with sadness over the death of another domestic violence victim.
Deputies are still putting the pieces together in this investigation. They say 41-year-old Markello Braxton is a big piece to the puzzle. That's why they need to find him immediately.
The carrier was 30 years old.
She was just really getting started.
Deputies in Tunica County responded to this home on Solil Drive in Robinsonville after 7 Friday night. Deputies say when they got to the home, they found 3 people shot. Investigators in Tunica County say 30-year-old Nakiria Jude died on the scene.
Now, what's up with that? I want to know why these kind of situations here are not important, why they're not discussed. Now, here's the thing, right? People sit there and say that this stuff is blown up in the media, but how? I mean, I didn't hear. I watched Fox News. None of these crimes that I just talked about for the last 5 hours, I didn't see any of this shit on Fox News, even the immigrant shit. So when people say the news just blows this shit up, what news is just blowing these crimes up? What are they talking about? Right. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. When it comes to this type of shit, only divestors talk about it. And then, you know, when the demographic fits and they end up being the victim, those kind of crimes don't get talked about, right? So even within that particular segment of people, them trying to distance themselves, right, from the identity of being a black person, the behavior trait of being silent on a negative aspect of contributory harm, they're still silent about. It's massive situations where, you know, a white spouse deletes a black wife, right? They never talk about that. There were situations where black conservatives got into fistfights with people. We got the ratchet blacks for Trump with S curls. I mean, this dude, the black for Trump dude is like a former Hebrew Israelite scammer that has just an entire can of Dax wax pasting his hair to his head. No one, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one says anything about it. So across, regardless, whatever sector, whatever segment, subgroup, subculture that people are a part of, there's this common thing of when there's something that reflects negatively against their idea or against their talking point, they stay silent on it because of a lack of confidence and shame. You know what I'm saying? Now, divestors who are not interested in black men will sit there and talk about these type of crimes all day long as if they're even at risk for this kind of stuff when they're not involved with black men. But when there's a situation when a Chad happens to delete a black woman, all of a sudden these fucking idiots act like they just took their brains out of a fucking microwave. Why is that? It's the same behavior. So while you're trying to act like you're different, you're actually showing that you're the same as the stereotype says. I'm over here. You're over here doing the same stupid ass shit. Look at Officer Tatum. Look at high impulse control, high IQ Officer Tatum act like a fucking animal on stream about to attack Hotep Jesus physically. Look at this fucking black conservative thug, right? Acting like he's in Chicago. Human behavior is inescapable. Just because you go inside of a different house doesn't mean that you enter that house a different person. You know what I'm saying? Those people talk about these kind of crimes, these familicides all the time, while ignoring the fact that the type of men that they choose commit the most familicides per capita. Got to throw that per capita in there. Got to make it legit. So again, it's a behavior trait that you see across the board. You see it across the board. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said black conservatives aren't as different as they pretend to be. They're not different at all. Most black conservatives are the same as pro-blacks. They can't get a job doing shit else because they got a rap sheet long as the Bible. They're ratchet. They're former criminals. They just spin a narrative and say they're doing something productive now. You're not doing anything productive now. You already caused society the damage. You already robbed whoever it was that you robbed. You already deleted whoever it was that you deleted. You already put your hands on whatever woman it was that you put your hands on. You know what I'm saying? And now you want to preach the gospel to everybody else who hasn't done shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. Go preach the gospel to the place where you're native to, a prison. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said it's called selective outrage. Facts. Why are so many black conservatives so fucking ratchet? No, they was on a Zoom call. Shout out to AB Promotions. They was on a Zoom call. And high impulse control, high IQ officer Thugum told Hotep Jesus he'd beat his ass. Which I don't think would happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't care, you know, if Tatum played Division I football in college or not. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean shit. But I just find it interesting how ratchet they are. You know what I'm saying? Candace Owens, ratchet. Ratchet. You know what I'm saying? Amber Rose, ratchet. Shiny Scalp. She's a chrome dome. You know what I'm saying? Ratchet. What's up with why the conservatives? They're just as ratchet as the Democrats. Democrats ratchet too. A lot of chrome domes over there too. What's wrong with these people? Why is it that all these people that get paid to act like they are not a part of these stereotypes are the archetypes of these stereotypes? Yeah, he got hood as hell. I bet you his wife gave him some. Oh man, I bet you they had to change the sheets that night. His wife probably watched that shit. She was all the way turned on. He probably tore that ass up that night after that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Brandon. I ain't seen that side of you since we was in our 20s. You know what I'm saying? She told him to talk to her like he was talking to Hotep Jesus. What's up with that, man? Why they so ratchet? Why they so ratchet, man? They get the most ratchet conservatives, man. You remember Diamond and Silk? Two walking stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? Look at the people that Trump decided to give pardons to. Shout out to AB. AB said Candace Owens twerk when the cameras are off. I attempted twerking. I don't know how she can. You know what I'm saying? A pencil got a better body than Candace Owens, but you know what I'm saying? I guess you can try. You can attempt. You know. She probably break her hip trying to hula hoop. You know what I'm saying? Win Loser Rug said he got hood as hell. I find it funny. He only behaved that way with another brother. He's no different than the people he judges. Yeah, I think that Chicago is so violent because brutes and thugs like Officer Tatum, who have low impulse control, who are highly prone to immediately get violent with other black people, there could be a possibility that there's a high concentration of people like that in a small area. A lot of Officer Tatums in a small area. I wouldn't feel safe. How many of you guys would feel safe? I wouldn't feel safe. You know what I'm saying? And we know that there's a high concentration of people like Officer Tatum in Chicago because they've all been on Fox News. All of those people with the red shirts. So that kind of solidifies that theory, right?
2 others airlifted to hospitals in Memphis. Braxton and Jude's 6-year-old daughter went to Labana Children's Hospital, while Braxton's 20-year-old son went to Regional 1. According to people who knew Nakiria Jude, they told me that her and Braxton were in an on and off relationship.
You know what? It's wild. I want you guys to understand, like, man, it's wild. You know how people say that analogy of is the white man's ice is more colder? People even value, quote unquote, the white man's murders more. Like, this would just get swept under the rug, but let Derek Chauvin do it. Like, that's crazy to me. Fuck this shit. But if Derek Chauvin do it, though, like, now look at this though. The same person that'll sit there on a podium, high, holier than thou, and high and mighty, and to sit there and give you the black person instructions and Negroes. You know what I'm saying? You know, Negroes. You know what I'm saying? The white man's ice is colder. Negro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how they get on a high horse and call everybody Negroes? Them same people will say, fuck this shit right here. Fuck this shit. What's up with that Derek Chauvin shit, though? What? Like 5 sentences ago, you literally just, you know what I'm saying, you Negroed us, right? About quote unquote white man's ice being colder. Now, you know what I'm saying? White man's murder is more important. I don't understand it. Somebody please make this make sense to me. I don't get it. I'll never get it. I'll never understand it.
Relationship.
It's so serious, you know. And the thing about it happens so much. Every 60 seconds, 24 people, 24, every 60 seconds, every minute, 24 people are going through physical, not all of the abuse, but the physical aspect of domestic violence, right?
Now, why are women choosing men that are so prone to violence? I mean, it's just wild. Like, people act like somebody just forced these women to be with men who beat the brakes off of them. Women are passing up men who would drink their bathwater to be with guys that'll beat the shit out of them. What the fuck is wrong with this situation here? Like, am I lying? Somebody tell me that I'm lying. Women pass up men who would drink their bathwater to be with men who will break their jaw at a moment's notice. Am I lying about this? And there's no accountability leveled on these women that choose these men that do this shit. Stop choosing motherfuckers that'll use you for a boxing, for a fucking speed bag then. The fuck? Maybe there would be less instances of people going through domestic violence if women weren't attracted to dudes that slap the shit out of them. I don't know, maybe. You know what I'm saying? No one just puts these women with these violent dudes. It's not what happens. As much work as a dude has to go through to even be able to get attention from a woman, women know who they choose. It's the thrill of avoiding an ass whooping that creates a lot of the kind of entertainment that keeps some people entertained. And then we have to act like we have no idea how this happened. We have no idea how this happened. Before I started dating this individual, I was sending him JPay for 3 years, and then he got out of jail. I have no idea why he blacked my eye. I ain't got no holler for that dumbass shit. He blacked your eye because it needed to be blacked. Was there any sense knocked into you when that shit happened? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said accountability is met with all the leftist talking points, gaslighting, victim blaming, etc. Facts. Sometimes victims are the blame. Sometimes victims are the blame. If you're a victim of a car accident and the reason why you got in a car accident was because you're drunk, you're a victim of a car accident and you deserve to be blamed. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to DSA. I don't even understand why educated and lame have to even be in the same sentence. That's only a thing among certain people. Let me ask you guys this question. Who is this idea of the quote unquote educated lame a thing amongst? Educated and lame shouldn't even be in the same sentence. It's educated lame is only a thing amongst a certain group of people. It's only a thing amongst the per capita people. I think that degenerates are lame. You know what I'm saying? I think that pookies are lame. You know what I'm saying? I think that idiots are lame. It should be the idiotic lame, the brain dead lame, the low IQ mama boy lame simp, right? That's what it should be. But because intelligence in many cases dries some women up, like the Sahara, somehow the word lame has to be attached to educated. So now when brain cells aren't getting passed down, you know what I'm saying? Because the word lame, the word educated has lame attached to it. How are you passing down intelligence through reproduction? And then people want to argue against IQ talking points. Is there really selection and prioritization of intelligent people to pass intelligence down in the DNA? You know what I'm saying? Who will be more likely to get some play? Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody that just blew somebody's brain out and then posted them wearing somebody's chain on Instagram? Who's going to get some play quicker? That's why we always ask the question, who's busting it open for Arthur Hayes? Facts. Hey, shout out to Windows the Rug. The per capita people are in the early stages of idiocracy. The early stages of a eternally gaping racial wealth gap too. And not to mention all of their profits are telling them not to get into cryptocurrency. Listen, can you in 50 years the new generation of the centralized YouTube media will be making content talking about how black people were blocked out of the Genius Act. After making all this content talking about the Genius Act is the mark of the beast. Black people were blocked out of cryptocurrency. No one was blocked out of cryptocurrency. That's not true. Everyone had opportunities to buy Bitcoin at $100. This all stems from the same issue. It all stems from the same issue. Yeah, I mean, think about this, bro. I don't think that education is lame. I think that education is quote unquote based. It's only a certain group of people that attach the idea of lame to education. Most people, families will not accept them being in a relationship with someone who's uneducated. It's only acceptable amongst people who tend to associate education with being lame. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I used to listen to this guy during C19 because he was sharing good info. Come to find out, he got DV and gun charges up and down his rap sheet. Prison, pro-black, name change and all. See? Yeah, now look, shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said Neil will get play from Asian women more. Unfortunately, he will be put in the friend zone when dealing with many BW. Now, so again, this is what I'm talking about. So what ends up happening is, so let's take DJ Elmo's example, right? The intelligence, the genetic intelligence that somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson has will then get absorbed, right? It'll get absorbed into, other entities rather than reuptake and evolving amongst the homogeneous, right? So again, you have to ask yourself the question in this idea of quote unquote genetic IQ, if intelligence is not an attraction that women have that inspires women to allow you to reproduce with them, how is intelligence evolving or getting passed down? Intelligence gets turfed off to other groups of people, right? Like there's never a reuptake of intelligence. It gets turfed off to other people for the reason that DJ Elmo said. And then you have a woman like this woman sitting here on the screen acting as if domestic violence is a mystery. Domestic violence is not a mystery. You choose the bear. And bears bite. And bears are violent. And you choose them. You know what I'm saying? It's very simple. Dudes are guilty of the exact same thing. Dudes say they don't want to turn a hoe into a housewife and then spend their entire lives trying to turn a hoe into a housewife. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? These discussions can be had in either direction. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look at Kanye West. I don't want to turn a hoe into a housewife. Then you get married to Kim Kardashian. You know what I'm saying? Like you literally turned a hoe into a housewife. All these dudes turn hoes into housewives. I'm gonna marry this IG model. Like, but I don't want to turn a hoe into a housewife. Like, you do want to turn a hoe into a housewife. That's exactly what you want to do. That is one of the reasons why that movie Pretty Woman that we talked about earlier was so popular, because Richard Gere turned a hoe into a housewife. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, she cheated on me. Oh my gosh, she cheated on me. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Why? It's like you sticking your hand in a pool full of piranhas and talking about you don't know how you got bit. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said educated black women are ostracized too. Soft bullying, mean girl shit. Yeah, and actual educated, right? Not like somebody that got a PhD in flower potting. You know what I'm saying? Like an actual neurosurgeon. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody that's like a cellular biologist. Not somebody that got a PhD from Howard in toilet paper weaving. Like, that doesn't count. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? If you're not working with your PhD in toilet paper weaving from Harvard or from Howard, you're not the most educated in the workforce, because you're not in the workforce. You're not using your degree to work in that field. I hate to break it to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So that means over 12 million people a year.
Ponya Doxson from Beauty Beyond the Scars, a domestic violence prevention advocacy organization, says this is a harsh reminder of domestic violence victims suffering until the most tragic event happens, death.
Love is not supposed to hurt. That's not love.
So then why do women choose men who have a very visible, very detectable potential to hurt them then? Women choose men who appear to have an ability to inflict harm. That's one of the things that make them attractive to women. Like, are you serious? You tatted all the way up. Giant muscles. A scar on your face. A rap sheet. You're in prison. All of these are things that attract women. All of these things are things that say, I'm capable of harm. The less capable of harm you appear, the less attractive you are to women. Like, seriously? Like, when are people going to start talking about this in honest terms? Wasn't there somebody that was on Fresh and Fit? Was it the Asian chick or China or something like that? And she was like, I don't even mess with nobody unless they got some bodies on them. So you don't even mess with somebody unless they have demonstrated a capacity to harm people. And you wonder why you get harmed. Let me ask you another thing. A lot of these people that deal with domestic violence, how many of them do you think listened to their family's advice about the person that they're currently with? You think their family said, this person looks like he would beat the shit out of you. Go ahead and get married to him. Oh, he looked like he really put a nice black eye on you. Go ahead and you know, have his baby. You think that people's families told them that? Huh? These people disrespect their own families a lot of times by the degenerates that they choose to procreate with. People choose these degenerates over their own family. You know what I'm saying? They choose these degenerates over their own family.
Of domestic violence victims suffering until the most tragic event happens, death.
Love is not supposed to hurt. That's not love. You know, and the signs sometimes are there, but we miss them. Or we over.
That's not how. Okay, so how do you miss them if they're there? The signs are there, but sometimes we miss them. How do you miss them if they're there? You've identified them as there, and then you miss them. How? The signs are, we see all the warning signs, but we miss. No, if you've seen them, you didn't miss them. Shout out to AB Promotions. Right. Girl, he looked like he'll put his foot in your ass. Good. Go ahead and marry him. Like, what? Like, make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. And these people should get ridiculed. They should get ridiculed until they dehydrate from crying. You know what I'm saying? You should have to be put on an IV machine because you cried so much after we roasted your ass off the planet. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, I just cried so much I shriveled up like a damn raisin. Mission accomplished. Get your ass out of here. Mission accomplished. Get your ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, like attracts like. If a man or a woman has low vibration and external locus of focus, that's what they gravitate to in choice of partner. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. But at the end of the day, like, people got to stop acting like this stuff is all just circumstantial. Like, oh my God, this stuff just happened to us. This stuff just happened to us. Like, it didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. Like, stop it with this bullshit. This is that religion shit. Oh, some shit just happened. It just came out of the sky. Like, no, it didn't. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Facts. They especially like the ones that beat them up inside the car. They like getting it beat up inside the car, and then they like themselves getting beat up in the car. A lot of beating up in the car. Speaking of ones that like to get it beat up in the car, look at this. Look. And again, this, as you know, you got the simps. You know what I'm saying? They act like there's all these differences between groups of human people. That's all mama said simping shit. That's all mama said simping shit. Look at this. Here goes somebody beating it up in the car. Getting caught. You know what I'm saying? West Virginia couple pulled over after cops spot them having sex drunkenly driving stolen RV. You know what I'm saying? These two gave DUI a new meaning, driving under intercourse. Okay? I don't know what the hell kind of shit going on. A couple in West Virginia. Shit. See, hold on real quick. West Virginia was arrested after police pulled over their stolen RV and allegedly found the duo both in the driver's seat, totally nude and having drunken sex, according to the criminal complaint. Hey, I'm not mad at it, man. At least they got a little bit of fun before they about to go before they about to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Before they go into prison. Authorities pulled over Shannon Bryant and Matthew McDonald while they were driving through Bluefield, West Virginia last Wednesday afternoon. Looking crazy as hell. When cops approached the driver's window, McDonald was sitting innocently in the passenger seat. Nothing had occurred, like a teenager caught in the act. But Bryant, who appeared to be highly intoxicated while sitting in the driver's seat, had no shame and told the cops, "We were fucking." Okay, so he just put it all out there. The duo were quickly ordered out of the vehicle before Bryant could give further details of their escapade. McDonald reportedly confessed after the two were read their rights and said they were naked and attempting to engage in sexual activity while driving when the police pulled them over. I mean, while driving, they just couldn't wait. They just couldn't wait. Had to get it in. They had to get it in when they could. They had to get it in how they could. Freaks. You know what I'm saying? A lot of freaks. That's exactly what they look like. Two. Have you ever seen those pig roasts in Hawaii? They look like they were strung up together over a rotisserie, just twisting in the fire and and bacon grease just dripping all over the place. They look like two pigs just tied together. Rotating over the fire. You know what I'm saying?
Overlook them.
According to investigators, details surrounding the motive are still being investigated. Investigators say Braxton is from Robinsonville with family in Coahoma County and is considered armed and dangerous. In Tunica County, Jeremy Pierre.
Now, I want to ask you guys, this dude looks like he has a lisp. He looks like he has a lisp. He looks like he said, "I thought you." Keep talking, Sith. "I thought you." He looks like he says it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Investigators say Braxton is from Robinsonville with family in Coahoma County and is considered armed and dangerous. In Tunica County, Jeremy Pierre, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, so that's a lot. Now we got to talk about this. This isn't necessarily a crime. This isn't necessarily a crime, but this is some serious shit. Okay. I'm going to find this video real quick first that I want to show y'all. All right. Real quick. If y'all haven't smashed this like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, we're going to, let me see. Okay. So look, wait a minute. It's not a freak accident. Okay. So we're going to look at this, right? Now, how many people heard of? All right, this happened in California. It happened at a Bay Area hospital. Now, this is a year ago, right? This is a year ago. All right. There was a nurse who was crushed by an MRI machine. All right. Nurse was crushed by an MRI machine. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Keep yourself safe, right? What would cause you to get crushed by an MRI machine? What would cause you to get crushed by an MRI machine? Somebody let me know. What causes you to get crushed by an MRI machine?
Freak accident at a Bay Area hospital, an MRI scan that went horribly wrong.
And now there are claims that lack of oversight is putting patients at risk. KTV's Brooks Rose investigates how.
Now, again, mind you, this right here, this particular situation right here, this is from a year ago. Okay? This is from a year ago, but it sets the tone for what happened a couple days ago.
Life-saving equipment can become dangerous and life-threatening.
It was late February at Kaiser's Redwood City Medical Center. An ordinary day from the outside, but inside, an MRI technician reported hearing screaming coming from the other room. This photo explains why. The hospital bed was pulled uncontrollably.
I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't laugh. I should not be laughing. Ignore me laughing. Okay? Ignore me laughing.
But inside, an MRI technician reported hearing screaming coming from the other room. This
stupid. See this? Stupid. The MRI machine them sucked the bed inside there. Stupid. Right? Look at how dumb this looks. The bed all up. I don't know if anybody's ever pushed a hospital bed or seen a hospital bed. These things are extremely heavy. The MRI machine just sucked this into it like it was a damn hurricane.
photo explains why. The hospital bed was pulled uncontrollably into the MRI machine by its magnet.
Now, mind you, somebody was probably inside the MRI machine. Somebody was in there, right? So the bed sucked into the MRI machine, right? And kept encapsulated the person inside the MRI machine like a damn, like a like a cork on a wine bottle. Right? So there was somebody in there probably. Somebody probably in there, and the bed said, you know what I'm saying? Corked it, right? They stuck inside the MRI machine. Let's continue.
Force. A nurse became pinned between the bed and the machine, reports say. She suffered crushing injuries. The patient fell to the floor. The incident is detailed in a Cal OSHA investigation, concluding Kaiser failed to ensure the door to the MRI room remained closed and employees were following safety guidelines. The injured nurse recalling,
I was getting pushed by the bed. Basically, I was running backwards. If I didn't run, the bed would smash me underneath.
My first thoughts were, not again.
Tobias Gilk is an MRI safety expert whose own research using federal data shows as the number of scans and exams increases, so do accidents, but at times the rate. Gilk estimates thousands of incidents go unreported every year.
Personally, I find it very frustrating.
Online videos show the sheer power of the machine's magnet on anything metal.
It doesn't stop being magnetically attracted. It keeps pulling and pulling and pulling, squeezing to try and get the magnetically attracted object closer to, in contact with, the MRI scanner itself.
It's why there are typically a series of rooms and doors, areas to screen for metal objects. But these findings by the California Department of Public Health show Kaiser Redwood City failed to provide radiologic services in a safe manner.
And it's not just a failure of the last barrier, the last individual.
All right, so I want you guys to make sure, pay very close attention to this, right? So you guys are starting to understand where I'm coming from, right? So the MRI machine is a magnet, an electrical powered magnet, right? The M in MRI, if I'm not mistaken, is magnetic resonance imaging, right? So it works by using a giant electrical powered magnet to scan images inside of your body. Right? So before you go into an MRI machine, what do you think that the MRI staff is supposed to make sure of? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
Individual. It's a failure of many protections or preventions before we even get to that point.
The systemic problems start, regulators say, with the nurse and patient care tech left unsupervised without MRI personnel. No one, including the patient, was ever screened. The door to the magnetic room was left opened, and the safety alarm never sounded.
Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, remove all metals. They do the same thing for x-rays. That's a fact. If you guys agree with Win Lose a Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
In order for us to run an MR center safely, safety education is critical.
Dr. Emmanuel Canal is a renowned radiologist with the University of Pittsburgh. He's studied hundreds of incidents and says safety training is vitally important. And MRI personnel should have minimum standards, just like airline pilots.
And coming from it from an aviation safety point of view, standardization, certification, recertification, ensuring that you're on top of your game. To me, these are critical aspects of what we need in magnetic resonance to ensure that we decrease these incidents as much as possible.
But we found Kaiser's own MRI safety policy was not followed. Records show some required safety training never happened. The facility also failed to test the door alarm annually as recommended. The investigation stating the many safety failures created a culture of unsafe practices. Kaiser Permanente responded to our questions in a statement, saying in part, our teams responded quickly and those involved immediately received the care and support they needed. This was a rare occurrence, but we are not satisfied until we understand why an accident occurs and implement changes to prevent it from occurring again. But a source alleges this wasn't the only incident at the Redwood City Hospital and shared this photo of another accident.
It becomes important for us to ensure that we restrict
I mean, just stuff just getting sucked into the damn MRI machine like Unicron. Like this looked like Transformers, the movie, and stuff is just getting sucked into Unicron. Yeah, and shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Yeah, that's how a lot of Americans' businesses operate. Facts, super facts.
Access to the site only to people that need to be there, and we can control what and who enters and how they're exposed to what.
For the nurse who became stuck against the magnet, she suffered severe lacerations requiring surgery, including the removal of 2 embedded screws. The patient was not hurt, and Kaiser is now facing an $18,000 fine for missteps in a workplace injury accident that could have been much worse.
The California Department of Public Health says it cannot speculate on how often incidents like this happen and admits there are no regulations to specifically address MRIs. Safety advocates say that needs to change. I'm Brooks Jarose, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
That's wild. Okay. Now, there was a situation that took place in New York. All right. And they're calling this a freak MRI accident. All right. It happened on Long Island. What they're saying happened is that a man was wearing a metal chain and he was critically injured. So I want you guys to picture this and tell me what you think happened. Somehow this guy was wearing a metal chain and ended up in the MRI machine. What do you all think happened as a result?
Open MRI was open on Thursday morning, but patients with appointments tell Fox 5 they were being turned away.
They said the machine was broken and they was getting somebody to fix it.
Investigators say a 61-year-old man wearing a large metal chain was hospitalized following a freak accident.
I'm just surprised that that happened.
Now, Nassau County Police say a man walked in to assist the patient getting out of the MRI against the discretion of the tech. Those who work in the area say lights and sirens followed soon after.
In the back of the building, what I saw was the smoking coming out.
Orlando Hernandez works across.
So You guys heard that, right? A man went to help somebody out of the MRI against the advice of the technicians. If you heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't hear that, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said probably snatched him up. Bro was probably almost hung. Yeah, probably instantly.
Investigators say a 61-year-old man wearing a large metal chain was hospitalized following a freak accident.
I'm just surprised that that happened.
Now, Nassau County Police say
Now they're calling this a freak accident, but this isn't a freak accident. This is expected. It is expected that an MRI will suck a magnet in like it's a piece of paper. It's not a freak accident. This is why this individual was told, don't go over there. Right? So they're calling it a freak accident. There's nothing freak or accidental about any of this.
a man walked in to assist the patient getting out of the MRI against the discretion of the tech.
A man went in to help a patient getting out of the MRI against the discretion of the tech.
Assist the patient getting out of the MRI against the discretion of the tech.
So now, why didn't this individual listen to the tech? Why didn't he listen to the tech? When the tech said, hey, don't come back here. Why did he continue to go back there is the question.
Now, Nassau County Police say a man walked in to assist the patient getting out of the MRI against the discretion of the tech. Those who work in the area say lights and sirens followed soon after.
In the back of the building, what I saw was the smoking coming out.
Orlando Hernandez works across the street.
That's insane. That should never happen. You know, it has to be someone's responsibility.
Signage inside the building warns people not to enter. Investigators are working to figure out how and why this happened. People we spoke with are wondering this.
So this individual went past all of these. MRI, do not enter. I'm going to go in there anyway. Shout out to AV Promotions. AV Promotions said, I don't know why the image in my head is hilarious to me, bro, because it is. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said must have been out in the oven for a random man to walk in. I have no idea. Right? Like,
How and why this happened. People we spoke with are wondering the same.
I think that they should have had better precautions, like how that even happened and even get to that point. It's really unfortunate.
I mean, she said, so would they need to have like snipers? Because that's pretty big, right? Like, I think that's pretty well labeled. MRI, do not enter. Big ass do not enter symbol. Then right by the door, it says posted, no trespassing, keep out. What do they need? Do they need to have snipers? Do they need to have like, what do they need to have?
Why this happened. People we spoke with are wondering the same.
I think that they should have had better precautions, like how that even happened, how do you even get to that point. It's really unfortunate.
Melanie Longacre oversees operations across several hospitals in the Northwell Health System. We went over guidelines for MRI safety.
The entire circle you see there, it's called a gantry. The magnet is inside there. It's huge. It's a big size, as you can see, and it's very, very powerful.
Longacre says the department is one of the most secure and potentially the most dangerous. Employees undergo intensive annual training and follow a strict multi-zone protocol before anyone gets near the machine.
Zone 1 is just for awareness that there's an MRI in the vicinity. Zone 2 is a patient screening zone where they get screens. Zone 3 is post-screening zone. Zone 4 is the actual magnet room. It's very, very important to be educated and be safe with them.
Police haven't identified the victim, and when contacted by Fox 5 about the incident, NASA Open MRI said no comment. In Westbury, Long Island, Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
That's probably exactly how he was. You see how this dude is right here? That's exactly how he was screaming when he got sucked into that MRI machine. Now let's see what this individual's wife says. All right, because the individual's wife is going to speak because it was her husband that was sucked into the MRI machine. Okay. Let me see. Let's look at this. Let's see what they say.
And pulled into an MRI by his necklace has died, we've learned. And tonight his wife is grieving his.
So he passed away. He got pulled into the MRI by his necklace. So it was like somebody just yanked the necklace probably from behind and just sucked him right in. And he probably ain't know what the hell was going on. And he just, next thing he knew, he was inside the machine, sucked in all the way up at the top with that necklace just going in further into his skin. You know what I'm saying? Probably was asphyxiated and it may possibly died of bleeding, if, you know what I'm saying, depending on if it cut him or not.
The first tonight, the man pulled into an MRI by his necklace has died, we've learned. And tonight his wife is grieving his loss after she says she watched him get sucked into that machine. News 12 Cecilia Dowd has the story.
I saw the machine snatch him around and pulled him into the machine. He died. He went limp in my arms.
Adrienne Jones McAllister says her husband, Keith McAllister, died after he was sucked into an MRI machine.
Woo-wee.
I saw the machine snatch him around and pulled him into the machine. He died. He went limp in my arms.
Adrienne Jones McAllister says her husband, Keith McAllister, died after he was sucked into an MRI machine at Nassau Open MRI in Westbury.
I'm not able to sleep. I'm barely eating. I just can't believe. I still trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. He waved goodbye to me, and then his whole body went limp.
Adrienne said after she'd had an MRI on her knee Wednesday, she needed help getting up. She said she asked the technician to get her husband.
And I yelled out Keith's name, Keith, come help me up, come help me up.
She said the technician went to get her husband and brought him into the room, despite the fact that Keith was wearing a 20-pound chain around his neck with a large lock that he used for weight training.
They was standing there laughing and joking before he even...
See, so here we go. Now more information comes out. The tech should have never got him. The technician should have never went and got her husband. That's what happened. So see, in that first video that we watched, the news lady said he went back there against the advice of the technician. Now it's coming out that the technician went and got him. That's completely different. The technician should have never went and got him.
Went to get her husband and brought him into the room, despite
See? He should have told her, ma'am, I can't get your husband because your husband's not trained to be in this zone of the MRI area. I'm going to have to get another trained technician, so you're going to have to wait a minute. That's what the tech should have told her. You know what I'm saying?
I yelled out Keith's name, Keith, come help me up, come help me up.
She said the technician went to get her husband and brought him into the room, despite the fact that Keith was wearing a 20-pound chain around his neck with a large lock that he used for weight training.
They was standing there laughing and joking before he even came to the table.
When Keith got closer to Adrienne to help her up, she said the unthinkable happened.
At that instant, the machine switched him around, pulled him in, and he hit the MRI.
Adrienne says she and the tech tried to pry Keith off the machine, but it was impossible.
I was like, could you turn up the machine, call 911, do something, turn this damn thing.
See, so here's another place where they messed up because they tried to pry him off of the machine. They should have turned the machine off immediately. Immediately, they should have turned the machine off. They should have cut the power off immediately.
Call 911, do something, turn this damn thing off.
Adrienne said that this...
And why was it on still? Like, when they got done with her scam, or when they got done with her scan, the machine should have been turned off and shut down completely after they were done with the scan.
This was not the first time she and Keith had been to Nassau Open MRI, and she said he'd worn the big chain here before.
It's not the first time that guy has seen that chain. They had a conversation about it before. Oh, that's a big chain.
Adrian said Keith, a hardworking man who always gave his all, suffered several heart attacks following the incident. He was 61 years old.
And I loved him so much.
Reporting from Hempstead in Nassau County, Cecilia Dowd, News 12.
Well, shout out to that brother because he aged with grace because he sure don't look 61. You know what I'm saying?
Keith, a hardworking man who always gave his all, suffered several heart attacks following the incident. He was 61 years old.
And I love him so much.
Reporting from Hempstead in Nassau County, Cecilia Dowd, News 12.
It's just so horrible. Now, we reached out to Nassau Open MRI for a comment yesterday and repeatedly today, but they have not responded. We'll keep an eye on that. But first tonight, the man pulled into an MRI.
They're not going to respond because, at least according to the information that came out in this, video, you know what I'm saying? They're liable. Yes, he don't look a day over 45. No gray hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, no nothing. My man ain't aged at all. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know what I'm saying? We got it. Shout out to AB Promotions. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna have to do two. We're gonna have to do two of these. We're gonna have to do two of these. You can't even go to the strip club. Everybody should be allowed to go to the strip club. But you can't even go to the strip club because people like this. I'm gonna show you these people that mess up the strip club for you. Take a good look at this dude right here, looking like Marlon Wayans on Don't Be a Menace. Cross-eyed screw face motherfucker shooting up the strip club. You can't even have a night. You can't even have a night of a nice little drink. You know what I'm saying? Going out, getting a little drink, a little nightcap and chilling and shit. Somebody, I'm gonna shoot up the motherfucking place. Got the females running all around. You know what I'm saying? They can't concentrate on doing what they're supposed to do, going up and down the pole and lap dances. And you got him running around, you know what I'm saying, with a switch in the club. Man taken into custody after West Park strip club shooting. Like, come on, bro.
A first look at the suspect charged in connection to a shooting outside of a gentleman's club in West Park this morning. You are looking at 28-year-old Akeem Mahabir. He is facing charges including attempted murder and aggravated assault. CBS News Miami Steve Majori has more from people in the area who say they are concerned.
Broward County Sheriff's deputies got a call for a shooting just before 6 a.m. outside of the Playhouse Gentlemen's Club in West Park.
You in Miami? You know that's a decent quality strip club if it's in Miami. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit down and be entertained. Listen, if you're in a place and it's a lot of women, topless, possibly bottomless, willing to do whatever you ask them to, as long as you got the money to pay for it, what could possibly upset you to where you have to shoot, just turn it into a shooting range? My mind would only be on one thing, and that would be enjoying myself, right? Like, am I tripping?
Young got a call from a friend about it. He says this isn't the first time he's heard about a shooting in his town.
Here we go again. It's a shame that we have to live in fear.
Deputies were seen canvassing the area early Saturday morning. Several damaged cars were seen in the parking lot and were towed away. Deputies say they took one person into custody. Young says this is a bad look for the area.
It's kind of really scary. People just afraid to come by this area.
The sheriff's office is still looking into the circumstances that led up to this shooting, and investigators are trying to find out if anyone was struck by gunfire. The area was taped off for hours in the morning along West Hallandale Beach Boulevard. Young says he's not the only resident that isn't comfortable in this part of town.
They are very concerned. They are very afraid to even pass by here. Okay, because you don't know what's going to happen.
We have reached out to the Playhouse Gentlemen's Club and have not gotten a response. The scene is cleared up and the club is open again. We have followed up with the sheriff's office, asking if there are any other suspects. In West Park, Steve Majiri, CBS.
I mean, like, come on, bro. You can't even chill and look at some females. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even chill and look at some females. Right. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said you can't even enjoy yourself because it's always some MF who wants to prove just how little he values black life. Right. And because he knows that no one's going to say anything about it. It's going to be downplayed. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, a lot of these criminals, they only do the things that they do because they know that they're insulated by the people that they commit the crimes against. When the majority of your protection comes from the victims, you know what I'm saying? Like, the victim's not really going to change too often. You know what I'm saying?
But first, a man is in jail accused of murdering his mother, who Miami Beach police say came to town to help him. Police say the man threw his mother's body down a trash chute. Good evening to you. I'm Chelsea Jones. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister joins us in South Beach, where an 8-hour standoff took place before police arrested the suspect.
Police say this mother flew in from New Jersey to check on her son, who they say has a history of mental illness. And investigators say he murdered his mother in the building behind me on the 7th floor and then drug her down the hallway before throwing her into the garbage. Flashbangs erupting on the 7th floor of 800 Washington Ave in South Beach Saturday night. Police tell us it was part of an 8-hour standoff with a murder suspect.
When our officers tried to make contact with the subject, he barricaded himself.
According to investigators, Elizabeth Caruso flew into South Florida Saturday at 800 Washington Ave. They say Caruso has a history of mental illness and that the victim's son-in-law called police to do a welfare check when he hadn't heard from her in a few hours. That's when police say they arrived at Unit 708 around 9 p.m.
There was a trail of blood coming from that apartment unit to the trash chute and subsequently down the trash chute inside of the waste container.
Investigators found Elizabeth Caruso's body in the dumpster below. According to the arrest report, the medical examiner said the victim's neck was severely injured, nearly to the point of decapitation. It went on to say the victim also sustained several bone fractures to the arms, hands, face, and head. After the discovery, police ordered the evacuation of the building.
Everything was closed. They were asking for ID to come back inside. Well, we couldn't really come back unless they let us know.
Police say Caruso refused to comply, which led to the hours-long standoff. Investigators say SWAT and K-9 officers were used, which ultimately helped to take him into custody. Cell phone video shows a man being detained by police.
Now, and I want you guys to understand, stupid people on YouTube, the first thing that they'll point out is, well, the police didn't kill him. No shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yo, look, how many Captain Obviouses do we have on YouTube? It's some Captain Obvious ass motherfuckers all over YouTube. Shout out to Windows Rug. Windows Rug said Vanessa was fine. There you go. Hey, she got on one of them cowboy hats though. You already know what time it is with her. She on her La Raza shit. You know what I'm saying?
They were asking for ID to come back inside. Well, we couldn't really come back unless they let us know.
Police say Caruso refused to comply, which led to the hours-long standoff. Investigators say SWAT and K-9 officers were used, which ultimately helped to take him into custody. Cell phone video shows a man being detained by police before he's placed in an ambulance. Sunday, police were seen pulling evidence out of a tree behind the apartment complex. What appeared to be 2 towels were collected by investigators. Police say that Anthony Caruso was taken to the hospital, then questioned before he was taken to jail. Tonight, he is facing a second-degree murder charge with a weapon. But for now, reporting from South Beach, Anna McAllister, CBS News, Miami.
All right. So, yeah, you know, this dude just deleted his mom. You know what I'm saying? He had a standoff. He had a standoff with the police, and it'd be somebody it'd be somebody in on YouTube, you know, that'll watch the video and be like, well, the police ain't kill him. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Man, we got so many Captain Obviouses on YouTube. Shit. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said, yeah, she not like the LA Latinas. I ain't seen one of those hats before. Oh, for real? They be having the cowboy hats. They be they be thinking they cowboys. You know what I'm saying? She better stay her ass in the house before ICE get her. You know what I'm saying? She gonna have to do something strange. she gonna have to do something strange for some amnesty. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, she gonna have to do something strange to not get put in alligator Alcatraz. She gonna lose that accent real quick. She gonna be, you know what I'm saying? She gonna be talking like Courtney Cox or Jennifer Aniston real quick. You know, she doing all this and talking like that, and you know, and we had to do that, man. That shit gonna be gone in like 2 seconds. She gonna be like, man, I just got out the tanning bed. I don't know what you talking about, man. She gonna go from like, yeah, we had fun at the club, you know, and shout out to Win Lose the Rug. That's my homie. She gonna go from that to she gonna go from that to, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have no fucking idea. My mom's Irish. Like, she gonna go from that to that. These motherfuckers got these motherfuckers running scared and shit. You know what I'm saying? All that pride shit, that shit gone, man. That shit gone. You know what I'm saying? That shit gone. She said, I got a free membership at Planet Fitness. I've been in the tanning bed all day. You know what I'm saying? And she just got her hair dyed black. You know. Hey, motherfuckers lie, man. Motherfuckers lie. People do what they got to do to survive out here.
The family of Newton County stepfather David Gay is breathing a sigh of relief tonight after his killer was captured today by U.S. Marshals in DeKalb County.
Investigators say his 16-year-old stepson, Jaden Daniel, shot and killed him in May before going on the run. Fox 5's Eric Mock joins us now live from the Newton County Sheriff's Office. Eric, you spoke one-on-one with his sister and father today. What do they have to say?
That's right, Courtney, Tom. You know, they're very grateful to investigators and U.S. Marshals for finding and arresting Daniel. The 16-year-old.
Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said she cooked. Yeah, she cooked, bro. Fuck these bitches. You know what I'm saying? She cooked like a motherfucker. It's gonna be a simp to save her ass anyway. Every dude does not have a female that's gonna save him. Only if you're a degenerate piece of shit do you have that privilege. You know what I'm saying? But if you're just a regular, normal male, you don't have that privilege. So fuck these bitches. You know what I'm saying? We're going to roast these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Call ICE on that bitch too. Fuck her pretty privilege. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Fuck her pretty privilege. Call ICE on that bitch.
Is now here at the Newton County Jail. And the family says this means they can now finally start to heal just a little bit from this tragic loss.
This was the biggest birthday gift I could ever ask God for.
Talisha Billingsley says it was just the news she wanted to hear for her birthday this week.
I feel like a load has been lifted. I feel light now. I feel like I'm at peace, knowing that his killer is not hiding and running anymore.
The Newton County Sheriff's Office says her brother, 41-year-old David Gay, was shot and killed by his 16-year-old stepson, Jaden Daniel, on May 13th. He was known to his family and friends as Tank. Thursday.
This is one of the people that wears matching Crocs with their New Era baseball hat. Now, again, shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said, "Oh damn, YN took out his step pops." Yeah. So much of a reward for being a stepdad. Now, all the people that always call men who don't want to deal with the children that women have before meeting them, oh, you're not a real man. You know, you're not a real man. You don't want to take care of my prepackaged family that I had. Well, yeah, because prepackaged families are out here killing people. No, I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? This is the reward that you get. This is the reward that you get for being a stepdad. Umar Johnson tells you to be Tank. Be Tank is what Umar Johnson will tell you. Then Umar Johnson will turn around and blame you for Tank deleting you. Be Tank. Well, you wasn't a man because you didn't raise Tank right. Well, you didn't raise Tank anyway. It wasn't his kid.
Daniel on May 13th. He was known to his family and friends as Tank. Thursday morning, the sheriff.
So he took in the baggage, and the baggage killed him. I want you guys to understand what happened to the sad case of Tank. Rest in peace to Tank. He took on the baggage. The baggage took him out. That's the baggage. You're looking at the baggage on the screen. The baggage took the stepdad out. That's the reward that Tank got for being a stepdad. I don't think you tripping, bro. I don't think you tripping. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said, I could be tripping, but it seems like that generation of youth are garbage human beings. I wouldn't look. Hey, I wouldn't disagree. Shout out to Crew. Crew says, when is the last time Umar was with his kids asking for a friend? Bro, think about look at the levels of esteem that people raised Umar Johnson to. Look at the levels of royalty they elevated that man to. You know what I'm saying?
13th. He was known to his family and friends as Tank. Thursday morning, the sheriff's office, with help from U.S. Marshals, arrested Daniel in DeKalb County. For weeks, Billingsley and other family members pleaded with Daniel to turn himself in.
Well, he did not turn himself in. He probably wasn't planning on turning himself in. But God has a way of doing things. You can hide, but you cannot hide from God.
Daniel is now facing several charges, including murder and aggravated assault.
He will be tried as an adult since it is a murder case.
Billingsley says it serves him right.
He should be. We deserve it. We deserve the justice that we've been looking for. We deserve answers, and he should be. Because we can't get Tank back.
Now the family can focus on remembering and honoring Tank. His father, David Gay Sr., made this tribute on his motorcycle, a motorcycle he had hoped to ride with his son once more.
He will always be with me anywhere I go, especially when I'm on that bike.
You can see how they're going to remember him for years and years to come. And, you know, we spoke at the sheriff's office.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why didn't his family tell him, stay away from that woman with that baggage? Do you think that they did? Now, you know, yeah, exactly. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said probably bucked up against his step pops and his bony ass couldn't fight and grabbed a gun. Yeah, because you guys know, I don't know if it's just, is it just me or do you all notice that it's a trend to look like you're malnutrition nowadays and then wear skinny jeans to pronounce it? I don't know where these young cats is getting their fashion cues from, but you know, this whole idea of quote unquote, you know, like us influencing the culture and all that, and like all these great styles and all this stuff that, you know, people attribute to things that we came up with. I don't know if anybody's aware, but that shit's dead. Me personally, I'm not taking any type of association with anybody who is part of normalizing Crocs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not part of no group of people that normalized skinny jeans. I'm not part of none of that shit. You know what I'm saying a lot of people have an issue with drawing lines in the sand. I have no problem with drawing lines in the sand. Matching Crocs and and a New Era hat is corny as fuck. Shit's corny as fuck. You should not allow your children to dress like that. You know what I'm saying? Wearing skinny jeans is corny as fuck. Looking like your legs are made out of sticks and not having an adequate amount of weight on you. Like, are these people eating the hip-hop malnutrition diet? Like, what the fuck is going on nowadays? You skinny as fuck. I don't want to hear none of these young cats talking about get your weight up, because all these motherfuckers look about bulimic than a motherfucker. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Some little skinny, stick figure ass motherfucker with a hat on, and a lot of times they be with women that's the size of a planet. What are y'all doing? No, like when I was younger, we used to lift weights. We stayed in the gym. We stayed on the basketball court. We ate all the time. We was constantly at some type of buffet eating and then working out. Yeah. And the woman outweighed the dude by 50 or 60 pounds. How they getting their fucking asses beaten nowadays? These OnlyFans models out here whooping asses, deleting people, taking names. You know what I'm saying? I told a lot of them OnlyFans models, listen, all they do, they have a career. All they do is work out. All they do is work out and drink protein. You know what I'm saying? I was saying this when we was talking about Courtney Clinty deleting Christopher Obumselli. These chicks be on steroids, they got BBLs, and they work out vigorously. And all they do is drink protein. It's part of their job. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. They all like in the sunken place, bro. It's like 1 out of 10 is like coherent. And then people turf that stuff away. The youth is so messed up. You raise the youth. Look at this. Here go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Skinny jeans, man. Skinny jeans and dreadlocks. You know what I'm saying? Don't be talking about these people. That's the best that somebody can do, is tell you don't be talking about these people. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with that shit. Don't be talking about these motherfuckers. Fuck out of here. We about to roast the fuck out of these motherfuckers against anybody's advice. You know what I'm saying? Don't care what these motherfuckers say on YouTube, trying to preserve some fucking image that's not real. Look at this shit right here.
You can imagine losing 2 people, innocent people crossing the street. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking that somebody could just come and take their lives.
A sigh of relief tonight for a family on a crusade for justice after a driver hit and killed a mother and daughter in downtown St. Louis.
The man behind the wheel pleaded guilty in the crash that killed that family just crossing the street. It was Valentine's Day. In 2024, 21-year-old Alyssa Cordova and 42-year-old Leticia Bracero both died after a Jeep ran a red light, hitting them both at 18th and Olive. Our Shoshana Stahl was in the courtroom today and spoke to that family afterwards.
More than a dozen family and friends of the victims packed the courtroom earlier today. They were filled with emotions and tears, telling me that when they heard the word guilty, it finally allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief nearly a year and a half after their loved ones were killed in downtown St. Louis.
Emotions are everywhere. It's been 17 months. It took 17 months for him to plead guilty. He knew what he did wrong.
Alice Bracero says this is the start for justice after her nieces were killed in February 2024 while visiting St. Louis from Chicago. On Tuesday, the man charged, Monte Henderson, pled guilty. Henderson was accused of speeding through a red light, hitting and killing 42-year-old mother Leticia Bracero, known as Letty, and her 21-year-old daughter Alyssa Cordova as they left a Drake concert downtown.
We want to keep Letty and Alyssa's spirit alive, always to be remembered. And our family is just heartbroken. It's just like a whole. There's not only one piece missing, there's 2. You know, they're not here to celebrate holidays, birthdays.
Family hugging outside the courthouse with signs, jewelry, and shoes with photos of their loved ones taken too soon. This surveillance video shows a Jeep driving more than 70 before hitting the women as they crossed at the intersection of 18th and Olive. Prosecutors say Henderson's blood alcohol level was more than double the legal limit, and the women had the right of way to cross at the crosswalk.
Alyssa had a life ahead of her. She wanted to get married. She wanted to have kids. She wanted to travel the world. She wanted to be a nail technician and do business. Letitia was a supervisor at a bank. They were just happy people.
On Tuesday, Henderson pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree involuntary manslaughter and 2 counts of armed criminal action. Bracero has been to every single court hearing and says she wanted a trial.
I wanted everybody to see around the world what he has done. They're not the first. They ain't going to be the last. Laws need to be changed.
The prosecutor asked for Henderson to be taken into custody today, calling him a danger to the community and a flight risk. The judge agreed and even argued Henderson didn't show remorse for his actions.
We're getting justice, and we're getting it now after 17 months.
In the courtroom, it was clear to First Alert 4 that Henderson and his family didn't expect him to be handcuffed today. But for the victim's family, it was a weight lifted.
Him going to jail today was a sign of a little brief relief. And at the end, that's when we will really breathe, because we all grieve differently. And this is weighing on all of us.
Henderson's sentencing hearing is set for mid-September, where a judge will decide how much prison time he'll serve. That ranges from a minimum of 6 years to a maximum of up to 50 years. In downtown, Shashank Stahl, First Alert 4.
Crazy, man. Crazy. So, man, again, like, blame this on AB Promotions. Where AB Promotions at? Hold on real quick. Yeah, blame all of this on AB Promotion. See something real quick. Yeah, there we go. All right, hold on. It's all AB's fault. All this shit. Now look at this. People won't make you great, but they'll make you dead. Right? How many times have we said that? Now, again, anytime when I ask this question, why is it that people won't make you great, but they'll make you dead? No one really, we don't really have an answer for it. It's not an unknown phenomenon. It's not like I'm asking people, well, you know, why does a star black hole instead of supernova, right? It's not like that. This is just some basic shit. Why would people rather see people similar to them dead instead of great? You know what I'm saying? So there was a Milwaukee rapper and promoter, and he was deleted in a shooting. So we got a couple questions that we got to ask about this situation. One of the first questions that we got to ask about this situation is who made any of these people do this, right? Who made the people do this? We don't know who made them do it, but they did it. Who made them do it? We don't know who made them do it, but they did it.
Good evening. Thanks for looking in. I'm Bill Walsh. We begin with breaking news. Milwaukee police tell us someone was shot and killed tonight near 39th and Stark. This happened just before 8. All we know right now is that the victim was 44 years old. No word about what may have led up to the shooting. No arrests have been made as police continue to search for possible suspects. We will give you any updates both on air and online at cbs58.com. Police are also investigating a shooting that killed 2 and injured 3 others near Water in Michigan on Friday night. One of those killed, a man who was well known in Milwaukee's nightlife and entertainment scene. Our Catherine Merck spoke to some of his friends about the larger-than-life man who became a victim of the city's gun violence issue.
You can see bullet holes on the windows near where Antoine Hogan's, known as Tweezy, was shot and killed near this popular spot to go out. It was like any other Friday, according to his friends.
Again, in business, right? We got to go back to the title. The crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Here's how. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all want to catch a bullet with your brain while you're trying to have a good time? Does that sound like fun? If that sounds like fun to anybody, give me a thumbs up. If it does not sound like fun to anybody, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question for you guys. Anytime this is discussed, it's always discussed in terms of someone made somebody do this. So again, I'm asking the question, who's pulling the strings? Who's making the people do this? What you guys think? Somebody let me know. Let me know. What you guys think?
At the wrong time.
He was a good friend. He was not supposed to go. They did not supposed to do that to him. Not him.
Those who knew the Milwaukee rapper, promoter, and owner of Hookahs by Tweezy gathered.
I don't understand. I don't understand when people say stuff like that. This wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen to him. So who are these things supposed to happen to then? Is there somebody that these things are supposed to happen to?
He was a good friend. He was not supposed to go. They did not supposed to do that to him. Not him.
Those who knew the Milwaukee rapper, promoter, and owner of Hookahs by Tweezy gathered outside of business on Saturday. The party atmosphere reflected a man who was constantly in the middle of Milwaukee's nightlife.
We lost young Tweezy, who is a legend in the city of Milwaukee. Definitely a pioneer with music, business, and just overall being a pillar.
If you ask his childhood friends,
we grew up on the playground on 14th and.
Okay, so doing business, just overall being a pillar. This is what his community did for him. They retired him early. Facts. Shout out to AB. He's a rapper. Of course it's supposed to happen to him. Facts. If you guys agree with AB, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. So again, we're dealing with anti-reality sentiments, right? Everybody know what that nightlife come with, right? Now, but let's just say this is a rare occasion. Let's just say that this guy was an upstanding individual, you know, always did right by everybody. Let's just say that that's the case, right? Okay. He got took out.
Tweezy gathered outside of business on Saturday. The party atmosphere reflected a man who was constantly in the middle of Milwaukee's nightlife.
We lost young Tweezy, who is a legend in the city of Milwaukee. Definitely a pioneer with music, business, and just overall being a pillar.
If you ask
a pioneer with music and business and overall being a pillar. How do you get rewarded for those things? We'll take you up off the planet. We'll take you up off the planet. That's how you get rewarded for those things. So again, this is what when I ask the question, people always come with this handicap sticker bullshit. Somebody supposed to give back. Okay, if you're getting zero, giving back is giving back zero, right? If you guys would agree, that's how that math works out. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Crack Netter said, "What if Tweezy was the next Diddy?" I don't know. I don't know too much about the brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure out why people killed him. Do you guys find it? I find it interesting, right? Do you all notice that all groups of people, black people included, sometimes black people the most, all groups of people always find a justifiable reason to harm a black person, in most cases a black man. But everyone, including black people, make excuses for why the lives of other people are so valuable. Isn't that bizarre? Isn't it weird? I'm telling you, it's backwards.
His childhood friends.
We grew up on the playground on 14th and Chambers.
He wasn't the type to run into trouble.
Bubbly guy, bright, loud, fun, funny, just positive, super positive all day, every day.
Around midnight on Saturday, police responded to this scene where Tweezy was shot near Water in Michigan. A 30-year-old, a 32-year-old, a 34-year-old, and a 39-year-old were taken to the hospital. It's unclear which other person died. As Tweezy's friends play music and mourn his loss, they're left wondering how someone so uplifting could become a victim of crossfire on the streets of Milwaukee.
I wish to God he would have just turned around Just turn around, let them see you. Let them know it's Tweezy. They might have would have not did it.
So, I mean, according to this, right? The dude clearly, he seemed like it's not really anybody saying anything negative about him. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, if the news could have gotten negative information about him, or they would not have hesitated to put it out, right? The news wouldn't have hesitated to put it out. So until proven otherwise, I'm inclined to believe that this dude was a pretty decent dude. Look what his community did for him. Look what his community did for his business. The crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Here's how. 6 hours worth of hows. Right? 6 hours worth of hows. In Oakland, man, right? Shout out to Oakland. An Oakland man wanted to have a barbecue. Do you think that his community made him great? No. What do you think his community made him? They made him dead.
Law enforcement was on high alert going into the holiday weekend, and yet violence still prevailed. Hello again. I'm Greg Lee. Police and fire crews in Oakland spent the weekend responding to hundreds of calls. KTVU's Amber Lee joins us live in Oakland after speaking with a woman whose husband was allegedly killed by a friend during a party. Amber?
Greg, the wife tells me her husband loved getting together with family and friends, and now she's in shock that the suspect is someone they considered to be a brother.
How come nobody can ever answer my question when I ask, who made these people do this? Now, you know, people, they'll call you a coon from afar. You know what I'm saying? They'll do all this shit. But when you ask some basic questions, you don't get any answers. Who made this? Who made any of these people do any of this stuff? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me that favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Leonard. This is terrible. Leonard said, I know dude in Oakland. I used to go to church with him. He was a good brother. He seemed like a good brother. Having the barbecue, the family enjoyed him. People should be tired of this shit.
This video shows Tim Conover hosting a July 4th barbecue at his North Oakland home just hours before he was shot and killed by a family friend attending the gathering.
A family friend.
Was like a rapid, like pop, 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 pop.
A family, like that's not a friend. That's not a friend of the family if they doing this to your family members. Not a friend. Not a friend. If you guys would agree this individual was not a friend, give me a thumbs up.
That's right. Fireworks in my head and everything's going off. Like there's fireworks going on everywhere.
But they were not fireworks. They were gunshots. Zazie Cribbs, the victim's wife, tells me Dwayne Stewart, known as Wesley, fired multiple shots at her husband as people were leaving the gathering. She says Wesley had urinated in their living room and that her...
Let's stop right there. We're gonna let that marinate, just like that urine marinated into the carpet. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they made those decisions. Nobody made them do it. I agree. Sad. Shout out to Leonard. Sad, man. And now, shout out to y'all. Do you guys see what I'm saying about how dangerous it is? I am not in the business of saving people. I'm adamant about that. There's no one on YouTube who can try to reason with me or try to shame me into this idea that quote unquote, everyone needs to be saved. I'm not here to save anybody. You know what I'm saying? And this is the very reason. Do you see all these people trying to save people that get deleted? Nope.
Wesley fired multiple shots at her husband as people were leaving the gathering. She says Wesley had urinated in their living room and that her husband repeatedly asked Wesley to lie down and go to sleep because he...
Man, he didn't even kick him out. He pissed in the living room, and this dude was such a nice guy. He didn't ask him to even leave. He just asked him to go to sleep. Man, go take your ass to sleep somewhere. It's probably what he said. You done pissed in the living room. Go take your ass to sleep. You so drunk, you pissing all over the place. Boy, go take your ass to sleep. That's probably all he said. See, he did a lot better than me because he would have been in the hospital. You pissed in the living room of my house. He wouldn't even have had a chance to do none of this to me. You doing what downstairs? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on and popping, bro. What? You're inside my house doing what? And we're gonna have to clean the carpet? Man. Yeah. Yeah, that would not have went over real well. It would have been a lot more than just go take your ass to sleep somewhere. I'd have put your ass to sleep somewhere. And he just said, go lay down, bro. You tired. You know what I'm saying?
Husband repeatedly asked Wesley to lie down and go to sleep because he appeared to be under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Her husband died in front of their home.
So I start calling 911, and then I run down to try and stop my friends so they don't drive off because I'm going to need some kind of dope. Like, it's midnight. Like, I don't know what else to do.
Oakland Police Officers Association says 5 other people were victims of shootings in various parts of Oakland during the holiday weekend. A police officer was struck and injured by a suspected drunk driver near Lake Merritt on Saturday while he was arresting someone. The officer was treated and released. Oakland Fire Department says between July 4th and July 6th, it responded to more than 600 calls for service. 115 of them were fire-related. And many were caused by illegal fireworks.
We were heavily taxed and strained throughout the weekend.
Officials say illegal fireworks caused the fire at a duplex in East Oakland on Friday night. 2 dogs and a cat were killed. 1 person suffered smoke inhalation.
Having all our firehouses open, having fully staffed apparatus throughout the city, enabled us to prevent significant injuries, to prevent major fires.
It's a family affair.
As for the homicide victim, Tim Conover, the 37-year-old loved barbecuing. His wife never imagined he would be killed by a friend they welcomed into their home. She has a message for the suspect.
Why? We were family. Like, all he wanted was for the best for you.
Conover leaves behind his wife, a 9-year-old daughter, and a 5-year-old son. A relative has started an online fundraiser to help the family. Police have arrested the suspect. Now, the police union says officers also responded to at least 2 huge sideshows over the holiday weekend. Claudine, Greg?
An incredibly busy weekend in Oakland. Amberly, thank you.
What is responding to 2 huge sideshows? What is she talking about? Now, I want to ask people this question. And the question that I want to ask is, why were at least a dozen people shot in Chicago over the weekend? Like, why? Yeah, bro was a father and a husband. Like, you know what I'm saying? One of the dudes that was there with his children, and this piece of shit pissed on the fucking floor and then decided to take him out. Like, all for this guy being a nice, family-oriented dude. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't disagree with that, AB. It's probably facts.
Violent night in Chicago. At least 3 people were killed and many more wounded. Gunfire erupted near 82nd and Houston Avenue this morning, claiming the life of a 20-year-old man. Neighbors say the victim's father and sister were also wounded in the Saturday morning shooting. They say was the result of a domestic dispute.
So let me, again, we got to take it back to the original question, right? And the title, right? The title of this live stream is the crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. Here's how, right? So if we look at this in terms of an investment, the first thing that people always say, right? Listen, all the pro-blacks, all of them, regardless of where they fall, whether it's a conservative coon or your YouTuber, right? They all criticize people for quote unquote not quote unquote reinvesting into the community. Right? How many people did we just look at that attempted community reinvestment and got killed for it? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. I want the pro-black coons to answer this question for me. If you reinvest into the hood, does that increase your likelihood of living to the next year, or does it decrease your likelihood of living to the next year? Because it seems to me like people who don't, quote unquote, reinvest in the hood, for some reason, magically, it must be magic. Maybe they eat a lot of vegetables. Somehow they're still alive. Now, why is it that these areas are so hostile that you have to risk your life or risk your loved one's life to try to do some type of civil business there? And that's not addressed. You develop your skills to be a rapper. You develop your skills to be a basketball player. You develop your skills to do some type of significant work. You become a celebrity, whatever. And you're supposed to hang back around where you can catch a bullet. And somehow it becomes your fault that the area is still as degenerated as it is because you didn't give back. Why is that on you? Why does success task you to being guilted or shamed into somehow saving a bunch of people who don't even have enough sense to sweep the hallway in front of where they live at? Why? How is that your problem? How is that your problem? Somebody explain that to me. It somehow becomes your responsibility. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Leonard. Facts. And again, we got to refer to the title. The crime real estate plan will destroy your investment. If you've invested in yourself, like a lot of these people have, you see how it destroyed them. Most of the people here in these videos, these were just regular people. You know what I'm saying? The rapper dude from Milwaukee, he, you know what I'm saying? I don't know his history. Like I said, the news could have got hold of some crazy shit if they wanted to, if he had a lot going on like that. So he seemed like he was a decent person. This individual, he was a decent person. So these people are already contributing to the better of where they live at because they're already decent people. This dude was having a family barbecue. The rapper dude was opening up businesses. They're already contributing. Now, all of the pro-blacks that say that all these celebrities and people who make it out of the hood should spend their money fixing the hood, which has been fucked up for generations. What are the people that are trying to shame people into reinvestment? What are they investing? What are they investing in? Shout out to Mama Zeke. What's good with it, Mama Zeke? What are they investing in? All these people that tell you, and you should give back. What have they given? They haven't given anything but bad breath over a microphone and poor quality YouTube videos. While sending you into a war zone to catch bullets with your body. You know what I'm saying?
Between one of the victims and another person. It's the latest outbreak of violence in Chicago.
There's always stuff brewing in certain factions, certain segments of the population, certain communities. And when those things bubble over, which is usually in the summer.
Just a few hours later, and a few miles away in the 7200 block of South Dobson, an 18-year-old man was shot in his right thigh and took himself to the hospital. Investigators say he's not cooperating with responding officers.
I mean, you got shot. You got shot. You go to the hospital, and now you're not cooperating. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you guys think that he should get care at the hospital if he's not cooperating? Why would you not cooperate? Somebody just shot the shit out of your stupid ass. Why would you not cooperate? That's a flex. It's a flex. I'm not going to cooperate. They just put me in the hospital. I'm going to preserve them. I'm going to protect them. Pro-crime culture. Protecting the criminal is more important than my own health and my own justice. Protect the criminal at all costs. It's what they do. And they've had people scared. These people have had people scared for years. They've been trying to scare people from talking about this shit. I wouldn't disagree. Speed Fast Speed says regardless, he should get some med help. I don't think that he should. He should get med help if he gives help. Those people put him in the hospital. They're causing the issues that they're doing are causing taxpayer money to be paid. We don't have a choice of whether we pay taxes to help him. Why does he get a choice of whether he gets to help the police or not? A crime puts you in the hospital. If you want help, cooperate. Just do like Young Buck said. You so tough you was out there. Grab you some Band-Aids and grab a couple Glocks, right? You so tough. Fuck you need a hospital for? If I guarantee you this individual is also not compliant with whatever type of treatment he's getting at the hospital either. Yep. Shout out to DSA Facts. He know who did it and is about to spin the block on him. Shout out to Crack Netter. Crack Netter said, how isn't the incident on camera? It's 2025. It might be. It might be. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said, that's the slope, though. I don't know. Not necessarily. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You shouldn't get help if you don't give help. That dude is causing stress and strain on the hospital. Who even knows? He might not even have a health insurance policy. So the hospital just have to eat that bill. And then him and whoever he has the issues with are going to cause more issues, because either he's going to get shot up and beat up again and have to go back to the hospital, or he's going to shoot somebody up and beat up somebody and they're going to have to go back to the hospital, and is going to be overworking the same staff there. Everybody's not out here to just be doing a whole bunch of work to keep degenerate people together. Fuck these motherfuckers, man. Somebody got to get the fuck up off the street. Motherfucker, if you want help, we're not about to be sitting here working overtime when you go circle the block on this other degenerate. Fuck that. Or what needs to happen is they need to arrest that little motherfucker and keep his ass in jail until he says something about the shooting. Fuck that. When people don't have enough sense to do the sensible thing, they have to be forced to do it. You mean sit up there looking ugly with your eyes all over the place talking about, I don't know what the fuck happened. You do know what the fuck happened, you little bitch. That's how you ended up with your punk ass in the hospital. Somebody shot the shit out of your little bitch ass and you couldn't take it, so you went to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. But you don't know what happened, though. You talking to the police, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. And then you're going to get your little gun with the scratched off cereal and go around spinning the block and probably end up hitting a kid. Fuck these motherfuckers, man. No one calls these motherfuckers coons. No one calls these people coons. These are the people that get first access to reproduction of women, and everyone worships these motherfuckers. Feel sorry for him and shit. Why do you feel sorry for the fucking tough guy? You know what I'm saying? You feel sorry for the tough motherfucker that's beating somebody up. Then when they get their fucking ass whooped, they get all the sympathy? Fuck these motherfuckers. People have put fear in people to talk about these bitch ass motherfuckers. It's a whole system running cover for these motherfuckers. You're the problem if you talk about this shit. You're the problem. Despite the fact that you never harmed a person physically in your life, you having an issue with this being the environment that you're in, you're the problem for bringing that up, because it's a whole system of fuck boys that protect this shit. Because there is no politics that have ever been the governing politics in the United States supported by a majority of us that are not rooted in criminality, which is why they're all constantly about protecting the criminals. Everybody got a criminal background. Everybody's a reformed criminal. Some shit got divulged and turned into a gang. You know what I'm saying? But if you say anything about that shit, you're the problem, despite the fact that you've never done one thing in your life to contribute to any of this kind of shit. You got the sassy talkers and the fake deep voices on YouTube that have people scared to type shit into a comment section. The fuck out of here with that shit, man. People got to grow a set. Grow a motherfucking set. This dude sit up here talking about he don't know what the fuck is going on. He knows exactly what's going on, and he's not naming any of the people. Certain communities. You mean gangs, nigga? You mean like GDs and vice lords, motherfucker? You mean like Latin kings? Certain communities, certain people? Who the fuck you talking about? Tren de Aragua? Who the fuck you talking about, nigga? Like, make this shit make sense.
It's the latest outbreak of violence in Chicago.
There's always stuff brewing in certain factions, certain segments of the population. certain communities, and
run and cover certain this, certain that. I got a problem with certain motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here. Say these motherfuckers' names. How you look? Protecting the criminals, man. So I got. That's the reason why they're not saying anybody's names. Protecting the criminals. Pro-crime culture.
and when those things bubble over, which is usually in the summer.
Just a few hours later and a few miles away in the 7200 block of South Dobson, an 18-year-old man was shot in his right thigh and took himself to the hospital. Investigators say he's not cooperating with responding officers. The spate of shootings continued for the next few hours, but began overnight. Late Friday night, a 22-year-old man was murdered as he stood on the sidewalk in the 2800 block of West Arlington. Witnesses.
No one knows about this shit. No one will know about this shit. No one will even know who this person's name is. His name will be a 22-year-old man. You get killed by a white person, the entire United States knows your name. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. How are these pro-black coons going to continue to sit there and use this stupid-ass talking point? Or the white, to you Negroes, the white man's ice is colder. While those Negroes, if it ain't Derek Chauvin behind the trigger, it don't fucking matter. Now, shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said, I agree that there's the degenerate bucket of crab mentality that brings down the black community building. Now, here's my question. Who do you agree with? Because I didn't say that. So who is it that you agree with that said that? Who is it that you agree with that said that? Because I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? But the only way to elevate the community is by investment. Yet there will always be ignorant guns and gangs over group prosperity. Now, here's my question. Why? Right? And here's a better question. Which crimes are worse in Europe? Migrant crimes or native crimes of Europe is my question. See, because you got stuff like this going on. Holiday Park horror as man beats woman before being sex attacked. And we've got mad stories like this. Now, mind you, this woman, shout out to her, man. She did a pretty good job on him. But you got a bunch of people over here in these countries complaining about an immigration issue when you have the so-called natives, you know what I'm saying, just running rampant, doing wild sexual crimes. Oh, well, I would agree. Crime is crime. Right. So again, can you explain to me about the quote unquote degenerate bucket of crabs that brings down black community? Because if it's crime, what are you talking about, black community? Crime? Because let me ask you this. If we're going to talk about communities, does this treatment of white women translate to the exploitation of, things like Playboy and Hustler magazine and the porn culture and all that? I'm curious. Crime is a crime, though. I may have misunderstood a point stated. You may have a lot misunderstood. You may have a lot misunderstood. You may have not realized where you were, and it's okay. But now you know where you're at. I want to know about the community that commits those type of sexual crimes. Why can't those women stay off of the dicks of their students when they teach in middle school? What's up with that? You got any answers on that? Because a crime is a crime. You know what I'm saying?
Say an unidentified gunman just walked up to the man and shot him. Before that, in a different neighborhood, a 17-year-old was shot and killed. The violence touched people who live in the city's Park Manor community. Police arrived there to find a man and a 37-year-old woman.
Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said, I can't tell you. Well, maybe, but what's interesting about it, though, is I bet you can give me some per capita statistics. Give me some per capita statistics. Let me ask you this question. What percentage of the American population commits what percentage of crime? Now, you know what's interesting about that? The things that I asked you about, as far as the women that commit those sexual crimes, they're on the same FBI report. Did you know that? Shout out to Crack Netter. Crack Netter said they want that fresh nut. Man, they want that coconut milk. They want their interior walls drenched with that coconut milk. You know what I'm saying?
An alley near 75th in St. Lawrence. It appears both were shot in a drive-by. Only the man survived. But despite all the gun violence, there were still...
Speed Fast Speed said, oh, that overuse statistic? Yeah. Yeah, that overuse statistic. You know, that's what they say. How do you feel about that statistic? Let me know what you think about that statistic. Let me know what everybody thinks about that statistic. I'm just saying, that's what they say all the time. 70-30 stat. People say that. They say that statistic all the time. Now, how come no one can recite other statistics? What are like familicide statistics? Right? Familicide statistics. What about quote unquote SA of minors statistics, right? We'll never hear too much about that. It's on the same FBI report.
Efforts to keep the peace. Around 1,000 young people took part in the 3rd annual downtown.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to Speed. I wouldn't disagree with that. Speed said, my opinion is it's used as a racist dog whistle to make blacks seem less than white. I would say, okay, so check this out, right? I would say that is true, right? But at the same time, if you're being attacked, you have a responsibility to counter that attack, right? I think that a lot of times when people bring up crime statistics and stuff like that, people just, they don't really care. So they just kind of sit around and eat it. All they do is just complain. Them people shouldn't bring up them crime statistics. Them people shouldn't bring up them crime statistics. This is like saying that, like, Mike Tyson shouldn't use no right hook. He knocking people out too easy with that shit. Mike Tyson shouldn't use no right hook. He knocking people out too easy with that. Okay, well, learn how to counter the shit then. Right? But people have this desire for people to want to play nice and all this weird shit. No one has to play nice. There's no rule that says people have to be played with nicely. There's no rule that says that. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed says, off-put question, opinion on Amazing Lucas. I don't really have an opinion on Amazing Lucas. You know what I'm saying? Amazing Lucas. It's very weird. When people have gone in one direction and then go hard in the other direction and then act as if they're policing the new side that they've become a part of, that's weird to me. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. That's weird to me, right? So when you start your career off as a anti-black conservative content creator who runs with all of the quote unquote anti-black people, that you currently somehow, because of content strategy and revenue inflows have an issue with today, I can't take your critiques seriously because you've already drowned yourself in contradiction. Then on top of it, there's the ancillary stuff about saying that cryptocurrency is a scam and just a lot of other things based in intellectual dishonesty and lack of information. I can't even say misinformation, lack of information. I don't have an opinion, you know what I'm saying, about Amazing Lucas. You know what I'm saying? Before I became a YouTuber, I used to watch Amazing Lucas and I used to find his defense of anything anti-black. I used to find it fascinating. Now he's on the forefront of the pro-black police simp dick police patrol. You know what I'm saying? It's a very interesting, 360-degree swing. It's been a wild ride. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I can keep up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said, "Yeah, Luke." Yeah, he went to the straight pride parade with Milo Yiannopoulos, and now all of a sudden has issues with all these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, okay, whatever. Windows and Rug said, "Yeah, Lucas may be cool, but bro is not to be taken serious." Yeah, I don't know how, I don't know, and then we saw him do a mini shuffle, right? Like there was like in investing, they call this a short squeeze. Like he did a short squeeze on the FBA shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he did a long hey, shout out to Windows and Rug. Shout out to the investment people in the chat. We about to do some investment talk. He did a long position on conservatism, right? And did a short squeeze on FBA. Hey, yeah, I heard about that T Grizzly shit. I wonder if he did it with no effort. You think he did it with no effort? You know I can't rap in that shit just that. I went to my house and clapped my family, clap, clap. I'm back in the D. The 313. With that white tee on, I'm shaped like wisdom teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like I never understood that type of rap style and shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he did the short squeeze. Shout out to Lucas. He did the short squeeze on FBA. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get reparations and shit. Now y'all dumb as hell. We're gonna get reparations. Now y'all dumb as hell. And here go all the reasons why y'all dumb and ain't gonna get reparations. But we gonna get reparations though. When I say we gonna get reparations, we gonna get reparations. But you know what I'm saying? Y'all be watching other people and don't be putting enough people in my chat. So now I gotta go in on the people y'all be watching that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like this shit just dumb. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got Ari Spears and Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying? They beefing over what now? You know what I'm saying? Like, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, do something. Shit is ridiculous. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Yeah, he got stomped out on the Kamala Harris campaign. Trying to shame people into voting for. Some people just don't want to vote for it, bro. Listen, man, it's like some people just don't feel you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some people just don't feel Kamala Harris. Some people just don't feel that shit. Like Prodigy said, a lot of motherfuckers just shouldn't be rapping. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB said he don't like Amazing Lucas' face. Mike TV exposed the fuck out of Amazing Lucas. Mike TV exposed everybody though. shout out to Mike TV. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, shout out to Mike TV, man. Mike TV went in on Amazing Lucas. Oh man. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said reparations ain't happening unless we have a complete hold on the government, and that ain't guaranteed. Well, here go the thing, right? It's like selling your Bitcoin, right? You know, I've heard once you get to where your Bitcoin is just, you know, like worth infinity amount of dollars, you don't have to sell it, right? Well, once you get complete control of the government, you really don't you that's all you need, right? That's step one and completion, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows of Rug. Windows of Rug said Ari Spears been down bad ever since he got beat up on 5150. I don't know what Ari Spears be on a lot of times. Corey Holcomb, you know what I'm saying? Like that was, I don't know, man. Like he kind of went about that shit kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't know as far as that shit go. Like everybody involved in that situation is suspect. Corey Holcomb suspect for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Zoe Williams is suspect for that shit. Ari Spears is suspect for that shit. That whole shit was kind of just unprofessional and stupid as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have lost his platform doing that dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said Mike TV flamed him, but Mike has been exposed too. Hey, Mike takes them. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike is all about that YouTube beef. He don't care nothing about that exposure, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike TV will just keep on going, man. Mike hilarious. Oh man, Mike could just keep on going, man. Mike be on some wild stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with Mike TV though, man. That's my dude. He cool people, man. He always been cool with me. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious, man. Shout out to Speed. Speed said that's the problem, though. We could have an entire dim hold on the government, but it still won't happen. Well, if we had a complete hold on the government, if we ran the government, how would it not happen? The only way for it to not happen if we ran the government is if somebody gets up there and says, I don't want to do this, which, if you ask me, is a situation that I could see happening. Because it's a lot of shady people. So, you know what I'm saying? The shady people be like, shit, I can get up here and pay myself and I'm going to just do that. Because that's what they do all the time anyway. Like, that's what the evidence shows, right? Like, the evidence shows people get into a position of power and then divert all the resources from that position of power to themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's not really a track record of people getting into a position of power and distributing that power to people like their constituents. You know what I'm saying? Because the constituents they're not really dealing with a lot of smart people. The constituents, for the most part, are dumb. You know what I'm saying? The constituents are rallying behind a person that they think is going to do something that they don't think they themselves are capable of. You know what I'm saying? So that's an issue. You know what I'm saying? Now look at this right here. All these, you see this in Chicago? All these people got shot out here. They got the white girl hiding behind the door back there. You know what I'm saying? She got the Profo boot on. She done broke her foot. You know what I'm saying? They always be falling down in the horror movies.
Day. Sponsored by the community organization My Block, My Hood, My City and their supporters, the group hosted kids from the city's south and west sides with tours of key downtown destinations like museums, businesses, and other cultural locations in an effort to create access and positive opportunities.
Now, we ain't going to save everybody. You can't protect everybody. But I tell students, you want to have big goals and stay away from people that are just maintaining.
Community activists and anti-violence advocates hope Saturday.
Now, look, shout out to Speed. Speed said, but the Democrat Party has those who are for the cause and are playing with the cause to get there. I don't necessarily know if the Democrats got anybody that's for the cause. You know what I'm saying? They have people that label themselves as acting like they're for the cause. And then when you do further research, You know what I'm saying? The research is not always consistent with what they say verbally. You know what I'm saying? And see, and then so see, like now going back to Amazing Lucas, right? I don't look at this, right? Do you notice that when it comes to Amazing Lucas, he only goes after other black content creators? He's so pro-black, but all he does is go after black content creators. He even only goes after the black conservatives. You know what I'm saying? Like, you was all hugged up at that straight pride parade with somebody that's not straight. You know what I'm saying? But then, like, you gonna go, like, now mind you, Greg Foreman ain't my favorite person, but you gonna go after Greg Foreman like you just gonna whoop his ass or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a bunch of contradictions. Like, that was you 5 years ago. You going after yourself 5 years ago, homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget that shit. Like, I don't understand it. And the thing is that he's not the only YouTuber that's changed course on all kind of shit. It's not any requirement of any type of standard. It's not any type of requirement of any type of maintenance of logic. Like, none of that. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Yeah, I got time today, bro. I got time today. I even dropped two little short form videos for y'all. I got time today. This probably gonna be it. This is gonna be all that y'all get for this week, though, except for some little videos.
Saturday night will be less violent in the city. Chicago police are investigating all the shootings, but in most cases, no one is in custody and no arrests have been made.
How they didn't arrest nobody? Look at this. Look at this. You see the title of this video? It was 21 people that got shot that weekend. 3 people ended up dead. No arrests. Y'all ain't got no arrests. Come on, man. Come on, man. We got to look at this. Hold on real quick. Hold up. We gotta reload. We gotta reload. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment. Smash that like button. If y'all haven't hit the bell yet, please do me a favor, take a moment. Hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. Hold on real quick. Let me see what we got. All right, yeah, we got. All right, yeah, we good. We in there now. Now, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. You still Win Lose a Rug? Here go that dude. Here goes that woman that allegedly deleted Project Pat's son. All right. This woman right here. It's a lot of women taking people out the game. She deleted Project Pat's son. All right. She did. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said Candace does need some bashing though. Regardless, I'm all for it. Didn't she? She just got bashed pretty bad by Nick Fuentes. Now she's so smart, right? Everybody says that Candace Owens is so smart. She's so smart. How come she got roasted by Nick Fuentes in that debate if she's so smart? Is Nick Fuentes just that much smarter than her? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm asking the question. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said, well, the black community problems ain't the top list when it comes to concerns. Well, the thing is that if this quote unquote idea, this quote unquote community wants to quote unquote fix problems, you can't just pick and choose what problems, right? It's a whole lot of issues with the problem solving algorithm. And one of the biggest issues with the problem solving algorithm is that a large majority of people are not honest about the problems, right? Like if you have cancer and you just sit there and say, well, I'm gonna try to lose weight every day. I'm gonna try to lose weight every day. Like no one cares. Like your body doesn't give a fuck. Stop over addressing other problems and not addressing the one that's killing you. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you know, I'm gonna bring my potassium level down. You still got cancer. Shit's still killing you. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that if people want to fix issues, they got to acknowledge and deal with all the problems. You don't just get to pick and choose. I'm gonna pick and choose the pretty shit. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people just want to pick and choose the pretty shit. So you pick and choose the pretty shit, don't shit get fixed. You know what I'm saying?
Continue our coverage tonight of the death investigation of rapper Project Pat's son, Patrick Houston Jr.
The U.S. Marshals have arrested a woman they believe is behind this murder.
Shout out to AB. Shout out to AB. AB said I posted this short video to my channel. You talk about with this situation right here. Hey, did the AI pronounce everything right this time? Did it say Tali Janes? Woman arrested in Minnesota in connection of Project Pat's son. In connection to murder of Project Pat's son. Tali Janes. Suspect in the murder. Did it say that? Oh man. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said, yeah, black on black violence got to be addressed before anything. Now, okay, so let's just say that is true. How do you address that? Because here goes my question. Addressing proximity violence, how has that worked as a measure of improvement universally? Right? Like so proximity violence, right? Proximity violence is at all-time highs during times of war because people are right next to each other getting deleted, right? And a lot of times they're the same ethnicity or same race, right? So after war resolutions have occurred, is there still proximity violence, and does that advance that society forward? That's my question. What do you think? And that's the question for everybody. Anybody can feel free to answer that. Shout out to AB. AB said, I wonder if Project Pat is going to forgive. He's allegedly a pastor now. He probably sitting up there saying that Bitcoin is the mark of the beast.
15-year-old Talia Jones is charged with facilitation of murder in the death of Patrick Houston Jr., the son of rapper Project Pat. Tonight, we're working to find out more about Jones.
Let's go to Fox 13's Jack Bilyeu live at the MPD Tillman station right now. Jack, we know.
Shout out to Craig Nutter. Hey, Craig Nutter says she looked like a customer. If y'all agree with Craig Nutter, she looked like a customer. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
He's had a couple of previous run-ins with the law.
Yeah, Daryl, according to court records, she was wanted on a warrant separate from the shooting. That's misdemeanor shoplifting. The U.S. Marshals say when they found her in Minnesota, she put up a fight.
A Memphis music legend facing a heartbreaking situation. Patrick Houston Sr., better known as Project Pat, lost his son, 21-year-old Patrick Houston Jr., in a shooting in Imogene Heights back in January. Project Pat once rapped about women, drugs, and the streets, but in
See, now you guys remember, okay, so going back to that rapper in Wisconsin, they didn't say none of this stuff about him, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, I think the dude in Wisconsin was actually a decent dude because they could have did this. But they didn't do that. They basically saying, Project Pat, you know what I'm saying? You reap what you sow, basically. And you with this new preacher gig, you know what I'm saying? Like the damage that you did, you know what I'm saying? Preaching ain't enough to fix it. That's basically what they said by doing that, right?
Recent years, he's focused his creative efforts on prison ministries.
So God gives people out here gifts of people out here have gifts of influence. I was using my gift in the wrong way.
Memphis police say they found Patrick Houston Jr. shot near a park on January 10th. He died at the scene. For months, there was no update on the case, but now the U.S. Marshals say they've made an arrest more than 800 miles away in Minnesota. The Marshals say Talia Jones put up a fight when they tried to take her in. She's charged with facilitation available, but she was involved in 2 previous cases. In October 2024, she was arrested following a domestic incident at an apartment complex on Ketchum. She allegedly used a knife during a fight against a woman who was armed with a hammer. That case was dismissed.
Man, what is up with these people with the damn hammers, man?
Knife during a fight against a woman who was armed with a hammer.
Pick up the hammer, stop. Hammer time. What's up with the hammer? It's always hell, man. Shout out to Cracknetter. Cracknetter said, I find it odd that being a rapper has evolved into Satanism, legitimateness, and murder. It's diabolical. Yeah. Yeah.
That case was disposed. Later that month, she was arrested again, accused of shoplifting from a dollar store on Perkins.
Oh,
she was
that's
released on her own
crackhead.
recognizance, but didn't show up for
Crackhead activities. You robbing, you stealing from the dollar store? Come on, man. Come on, shorty. She's stealing from the dollar store. Come on, man.
Perkins. She was released on her own recognizance, but didn't show up for a court hearing, and a warrant was put out.
Let's talk about that facilitation charge. That means she's accused of helping someone else who actually pulled the trigger. It's not clear yet what exactly her role in that crime was. We're hoping to find that out once the first court documents are filed. The marshals say she's set to be transferred back to Tennessee soon. Daryl?
Daryl. Daryl, get her done. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick. Look at this shit. I mean, again, like, it just don't stop, man. This shit just don't stop. It's really irritating. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't never get done with this. Now, look at this right here. Look at this right here, man. This is ridiculous. Cleveland mom stabbed to death in front of her 5 children. Okay. She was stabbed to death in front of her 5 children. The kids were probably scared as hell. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard says she looked like a black she's like a black Chucky doll.
An accused killer now behind bars, charged with killing a mother in front of her own children. First at 4, relief for the victims. That arrest was relief for the victim's family, but they tell our Stephen Hernandez this is an unimaginable loss.
To understand who Charmaine Forpel was, you should know where she was before she died. The night before, she was at a funeral for her best friend's nephew, and that very day, she just finished going to the backyard pool with her 5 children.
Everything about her is acts of service. Her whole love language is acts of service.
Forpel's best friend, Sierra Drake, is now helping the family from her home in Virginia. A friend who was talking to the victim just minutes before disaster.
I was in disbelief because I had just gotten off the phone with Charmaine and her older son, and so I couldn't really believe what I was hearing.
The family explains Forpel was stabbed to death in front of her home on West 57th Street last Thursday. All 5 of her children were there when it happened. The youngest, just 7 years old, now doesn't have any parents at all.
Both of my parents are dead. And it's blunt, and it kicks any adult in their stomach when they hear him say it.
Today, Cleveland police confirmed a suspect, Charles F. Barkley, was arrested over the weekend and charged with murder. Officers say Barkley and the victim were in a brief romantic relationship together.
And he was out on a run for a day. It was a panic. It was
What y'all think, man? More talking points substantiated.
We didn't know what was going to happen next.
But now all of the focus returns to Forpo's funeral and the future of her 5 children. Part of Forpo's final goodbye includes a balloon release at the McDonald's down the street from her house. It's one of many gestures planned for a woman who meant so much to those around her.
I'm worried about making sure that her memory stays alive for her younger children. Because, you know, when you lose someone that young, eventually memories start to fade.
In Cleveland's Old Brooklyn neighborhood, Stephen Hernandez, 19 News.
She one of them. She's one of them transracial people. I saw 3 different pictures of her, and in each picture she looked a different. She looked a different race. You know what I'm saying? Now, there was a woman that tried to delete her boyfriend. Is anybody shocked? She's facing attempted murder charges. Now, again, why is it that when women attempt to harm men, they're always cheered on? It's girl power.
We're learning more about a vicious knife attack inside a Bucks County apartment. The suspect you see here, Robin McNamara, found outside by police, soaked in blood. Police say they discovered the 50-year-old boyfriend inside her Doylestown apartment with multiple stab wounds from a meat cleaver. Our Shawnette Wilson has the details.
Police say the woman facing charges posted on Facebook that she had been assaulted by her boyfriend. They say they arrived at the apartment behind me to find her covered in blood and a man inside stabbed. It's quiet outside the Stagecoach Apartments in downtown Doylestown this evening, but according to investigators, it was anything but that Saturday night when a 911 call came in, but the person hung up. Tonight, we know 50-year-old Robin McNamara is facing charges, including attempted murder. Just before 9 o'clock Saturday night, police went to South Main Street and State Street after the call disconnected and after learning that there was a history of domestic violence-related incidents associated with the phone number. According to this affidavit, McNamara came out of her apartment as they arrived. It states, her clothes were soaked with blood, and she informed an officer that the blood was from her boyfriend, whom she had argued with.
Now, mind you, right, I want you guys to ask yourself this question. How many content creators do you see online all day long that sit there and say, you know, these people don't behave like this? See, shout out to Speed Fast Speed, right? How you were talking about the quote unquote black community thing. I'm gonna tell you something about black people, right? Black people tend to contribute to the propaganda that other groups of people spread about them. You know what I'm saying? Most other people in large amounts will defend themselves if people are saying something like, see, I got this video up, right? Now, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody came here and said, what about what happened in Chicago last week? Well, you know what I'm saying? Not, go back in the video. We talked about Chicago earlier, right? But that's what they'll say, right? Now, the person criticizing Chicago, if they make a video about Chicago on YouTube or on Twitter or all these different social media platforms, you will see all these black content creators patron and make this individual great. You're as a black person, how many people have seen those stupid ass comments on YouTube? As a black person, everything that you're saying negative about me is true. As a black person, even Osby's fatigued sometimes. How many times do you see people say that stupid ass shit? That's the difference. That's the increase in the volume of the voice. You know what I'm saying? They're so lazy. It's easier to self-denigrate than it is to fight back. Or it's easier to play the fake aggressive victim role than it is to fight back. You know what I'm saying? So people tend to do that. I'm going to substantiate these talking points. I'm just going to agree with you so that you leave me alone. I don't really care about, you know what I'm saying, anybody leaving me alone or anything like that. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. But other people just have such a fragile ego. They just want to fit in somewhere. There's plenty of content that comes out every single day that somebody could make talking about a video like this, or, you know, recording massive amount of crimes that people commit, but they don't do it. Instead, they just sit around and whine about what other people are saying. The very people that they claim they ignore. Well, that's none of my business. That's none of my business. That's none of my business. It's none of your business, but you sit around and watch it all the damn time. Shout out to Speed Fast Speed. Speed Fast Speed said black fatigue is a government psyop. You can't tell me people are actually fatigued. They could be. I could care less. You could be as fatigued to me as you want to. You're not gonna do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could be fatigued in my channel. What are they gonna do about it? You could be fatigued to the fact that I'm black and breathe. What are you gonna do about it? You're not gonna stop me. So I don't give a fuck about somebody's fatigue, whether they are or not. I can't validate their reality. You know what I'm saying? I know there's a lot of people that probably are fatigued with, you know what I'm saying, with W people. And, you know, a W person could say, how could you possibly be fatigued with us? We're the best people in the world. We're so good. We decreased the temperature of the planet by deleting so many non-white people. I mean, that's how good we are. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can be fatigued to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care about that. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? You got black fatigue. That's fine. Explain your black fatigue. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Did you see what happened in Chicago last week? No, I don't live in Chicago. Did you see what happened in Chicago? Oh, no, I live in Seattle. Oh, what the fuck you fatigued about then? It's not a lot of black people in Seattle. Not a lot of black people in Washington. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? What are you fatigued about? Let the people say what they want. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. Because you're not going to do anything. You know what I'm saying? The same way a white person's not going to walk up to me in the street and say, hey, I'm fatigued. The same way one of these, you know what I'm saying, pro-blacks on YouTube is not going to walk up to Herschel Walker and say, you're a coon. Do something about it. No one is going to walk up to Herschel Walker and say that, regardless of how much you don't like Herschel Walker. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows the Rug. Windows the Rug said black fatigue shouldn't be taken seriously considering how global white fatigue is. All these fatigue issues are very simple. Right? But it's interesting. Right? White people talk about they have white fatigue or they have black fatigue, right? Black people get offended that white people say that they have white or black fatigue. I don't care. White people have been saying like white. You just have to just kind of look at white people at times. You know what I'm saying? Like white people say all kinds of shit that just you know what I'm saying, is not rooted in fact. Everybody does this, right? But in regards to this particular issue, white people say that they're going to build an all-white nationalist enclave somewhere. I think they got one in Massachusetts, right? Guess who's upset that they got an all-white enclave? Black people. I don't understand it. Why are you upset? Why are people upset? Look what they doing over there. They got an all-white enclave. I mean, the people said that they black fatigued. They said that now if they're around each other and they're not dealing with you, that should be a situation that satisfies everybody, right? Because they don't want to deal with black people and you don't want to deal with racist white people. But instead, you would rather break up their enclave and have them spread throughout the population of people that are not racist. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. If those people want to collect themselves and put themselves in a concentrated packet in a corner, I mean, Who am I to stop them? I don't understand why people have an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said the response to Black fatigue was so disappointing. Like there has to be better content. It's the same as always. Look what they doing over there. Look what they doing over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we looking at what they're doing over there if it ain't none of our business? Like, now look, check this out. Yeah, I agree. Let it go. Let them go stay over there. I agree with that, right? But it'll be your Dr. Rashad Richey. These racist ass white people want to get away from everybody. Duh. You want to bring them back amongst the people who aren't racist. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Listen, by making sundown towns illegal, they've effectively turned the entire United States into a sundown town. Because now you don't know where the areas are where you're not safe at. Understand? Sometimes I'd be wondering about people. I'd be trying to wonder, like, I'd be like, man, a lot of shit, like, y'all don't, like, a lot of motherfuckers don't make a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? And then, well, instead of, see, we got this shit where these motherfuckers got shot up in Chicago. Here's a better idea. Let's make the real estate price go up instead of going down. Right? Nah. Let's not do that. We'll move into one of these undercover sundown towns. Well, why are you saying it's a sundown town? There's no sign outside of it. Well, the black population there is about 2%. It's about 2%. Now let me go report this Karen that was bothering me to Dr. Rashad Richey, so Dr. Rashad Richey can put her picture up full mass. Put her picture up full mass. You moved out there. You know what I'm saying? You moved out there. You feel me? Like you went to the, like you are so brainwashed that your idea of an ideal neighborhood is a sundown town. So you moved out there and then some sundown shit happened to you. And now everybody's got it like, oh my goodness, this shit happened. Well, like if I'm gonna criticize a female for dating the bear, I gotta criticize the motherfucker for deciding to move right in the middle of a Klan rally. I gotta, it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And now here goes my thing. People gonna hate, people gonna be upset. But like, here go the thing though. Like, you shouldn't fear the hatred of another man. You should be able to just destroy it. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why people fear white racism so much. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? It's all ego. Somebody said like it's all hurt feelings. In 2025, there's two things going on. There's the mental prison that people remain in, and then there's the residual things from things that have happened a long time ago. In 2025, if people can get out of the mental prison, the only thing that these people really doing, right? The only thing that they're really doing is just posting memes on social media. They don't have any vehicle to do anything else. White people sit around and complain about the Jays the same way black people sit around and complain about white people. Yet white people have gotten black people wrapped up in their J arguments to where black people think J arguments are their arguments. and you've just actually been tricked into substantiating some W talking points. Why are you trying to join? I don't understand. When I hear people join, like, we're going to join in talking crap with W people about J's. No. I'm going to ask W people, why are you being a victim? And what's up with the IQ gap between you and these people that you keep saying keep tricking you? Because you guys are saying the same thing, that's what we do. All we do is sit around and complain about you guys taking advantage of us, allegedly, because you guys have a quote unquote higher IQ, allegedly, right? So what's your excuse then of this idea of J supremacy? Why can't you get beyond the J's? You know what I'm saying? With your high IQs. But so some people are so they're just so stupid and so just dumb and have no self-esteem and so defeated, you know what I'm saying, that they start asking, they want to be the black Nick Fuentes. Like, you're dumb. You know what I'm saying? I want to like you have like a Candace Owens. You're an idiot. Like, why aren't you asking Nick Fuentes the IQ question about him in comparison to the Jays anytime he tries to bring that up about you? It's because you're dumb. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. Now, shout out to Speed. Speed says that, right? Now, they say that, right? W people say that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't know any evidence of that. I mean, you know, if you get conquered, you just get conquered. All they talk about is the Jays taking over the financial system. I mean, like, you know, you had access to the financial system. I mean, looks like they just got outsmarted to me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's brilliance and it's intelligence when it comes to somebody else. But when it comes to other people, it's harm. Oh, they overtook the financial system in Germany. Oh, I mean, they just outdid you at your own game, right? Get over it. You know what I'm saying? Right? Get over it. Oh, but the Bolsheviks, oh, you know what I'm saying? They just beat you at your own game. They took over your own shit. How come you weren't smart enough to stop it? Fuck's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Now, if you listen to a lot of the things that a lot of these people say that they have quote unquote higher IQs, right? As a result of quote unquote. Now, mind you, none of these people are geneticists, right? None of these people are geneticists. None of these people are medical professionals. None of these people are neurologists, neurosurgeons, or psychologists, right? Yeah, shout out to Windows and Rug, just like China with the land that was sold to them. The tone then changed too. We can no longer be taken advantage of by China. Now you're being taken advantage of. China just bending you over and splitting your butt cheeks open. That's not what's happening. They bought the shit fair and square, and you're an idiot. You sold your last piece. You're an idiot. You're a fucking moron. You know what I'm saying? So now you're dealing with moron results. They took over the financial system and have all of these dual citizens in our government. Didn't you design the government? Didn't you give people the ability to vote it in? Didn't nobody trick your dumb ass? You're just dumb. You know what I'm saying? Now, how hard is that? How difficult is that? How difficult is that? Myron Gaines will sit there and do a Twitter space about J supremacy all day long. It's not J supremacy. You got the one country pokes right in the middle of the Middle East. And you people, Myron's people, you people can't handle one little tiny country. Must be the IQ. Gotta be the IQ. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be the IQ. They've had a lot of wars in that area against each other, a lot of wars against countries other than that one country that's smack dab in the middle, and they just can't seem to get it together. That country that's smack dab in the middle has an unknown nuclear missile accumulation, and they're telling everybody else there that they can't make nuclear missiles. You just must be dumb. You just must be dumb. It's hierarchy, right? Now, here's my question. Why are all of your favorite YouTube content creators your social media heroes? You know what I'm saying? Why aren't they out here talking to people like that? Shout out to DSA. DSA said, didn't Syria get hit this past week? Probably. That's all them people do is get hit. And then Myron go on Twitter Spaces and talk about J supremacy. Yeah, you're right. They definitely are superior over you in that area of the world. Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't know one country like the country of the people that Myron come from that's whooping their asses over there. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? How come nobody says anything like that? Look at all the CEOs. All the CEOs' last names begin with Stein. All the CEOs' last names begin with Berg. They end with Berg. Why aren't you a CEO? Didn't your forefathers create this country for you? So your forefathers created this country for you, and you gave this country away to Jays. You sold your own people into slavery. You sold your own people into slavery through the financial system. Oops. What's up with that? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, but the United States is losing bad going against Iran and China. Trump had to make it truce with China. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. But now here goes, shout out to DSA. That's facts. Now, why is it that people don't ever ask W people the IQ gap question when it comes to W people compared to Jews? That's my question. Shout out to Speed. Hold on real quick. I'll put the link to my channel in the chat for you. I got mad channels on YouTube, but this is the one I'm streaming from today. Hold on real quick. And real quick, shout out to everybody again. If you haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Hold on real quick. There we go. So yeah, this and another thing too, this chick is 50 years old. She's a 50-year-old chick. You know what I'm saying? Them eggs is powdered by now. Hey, you hear that, AB? Her eggs is powdered by now. Oh, man. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, Detroit 313. That would be the ideal situation, right? I don't think anybody wants to deal with a World War III situation. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody wants to deal with that.
It also states that she told police that she, quote, took an excessive amount of prescribed medication and believed she was overdosing. Police say they found the victim inside, sitting on a couch covered in blood on his head, various parts of his upper body, bruises on his back, and with a deep cut on the back of his head down to his skull. Ooh. Police say he told them, quote, McNamara had used a cleaver to attack him and that the cleaver was in a bag at his feet. Investigators describe the apartment as having a trail of blood from where the victim was sitting back toward the kitchen to the bedroom, specifically the bed. They say a door was broken off the hinges with blood on the walls and door frames from room to room. Police say both were taken to the hospital and a warrant was issued for McNamara. And investigators say past domestic calls were associated with McNamara's address to her apartment. In this case, they say they recovered the cleaver they believe was used. In Doylestown, Shawnette Wilson, Fox 29 News.
So she deleted her boyfriend with a cleaver. Man, it's crazy how it's crazy how people would just take other people out like that. Like they just don't care. Like this person ain't never coming back. This person got a family. You know what I'm saying? They got responsibilities. They got all kind of other stuff they got to do. And I'm gonna just take this person out. Look, this about to be wild right here. Look at this. How many people heard about this situation? How many people heard about this situation right here? Ooh wee. Messy. This is a messy shit right here.
Away a father from their children, you killed somebody, like that is not okay.
That right there is Jessica Plummer, former girlfriend of Marcus White, who was stabbed to death at home in East Toledo on 4th of July. Jessica says she was there when it happened, and tonight we're hearing her story. Silver Barker joins us now in studio with the details. Silver, we found out this week that somebody's actually been indicted for this homicide.
Yes, Jeff, his name is actually Paris Johnson, and he was indicted by a grand jury Monday. I sat down with Jessica Plummer earlier today. Her voice was raw, and she opened up about Marcus, the man who she says she loved and was the father of her children. Jessica Plummer says her relationship with Marcus White started with a Facebook friend request.
I looked at it and I'm like, I don't even know this person.
But after a second glance,
I'm like, he was really cute. Like, I sent him a friend request back and we started talking.
That connection blossomed into a 5-year relationship, one that brought them 2 children, August and Journey, just 3 and 5 years old.
My son described him as his best friend.
Jessica says Marcus was a warm spirit, always trying to make someone laugh, and above all else, a devoted father.
He had the kids like 80% of the time because I work like a lot.
So the father of her children, all right? So this woman here, the black dude is the father of the kids. He was stabbed fatally on the 4th of July. By who? You know what I'm saying? By who?
You took away a father from their children, you killed somebody, like that is not okay.
That right there is Jessica Plummer, former girlfriend of Marcus White, who was stabbed to death at home in East Toledo on 4th of July. Jessica says she was there when it happened, and tonight we're hearing her story. Silver Barker joins us now in studio with the details. Silver, we found out this week that somebody's actually been indicted for this homicide.
Yes, Jeff, his name is actually Paris Johnson, and he was indicted by a grand jury Monday. I sat down with Jessica Plummer earlier today. Her voice was raw, and she opened up about Marcus, the man who she says she loved and was the father of her children. Jessica Plummer says her relationship with Marcus White started with a Facebook friend request.
I looked at it and I'm like, I don't even know this person.
But after a second glance,
I'm like, he was really cute. Like, I sent him a friend request back and we started talking.
That connection blossomed into a 5-year relationship, one that brought them 2 children, August and Journey, just 3 and 5 years old.
My son described him as his best friend.
Jessica says Marcus was a warm spirit, always trying to make someone laugh, and above all else, a devoted father.
He had the kids like 80% of the time because I work like a lot. So the kids were always with him.
But now Jessica's parenting alone. She and the children are temporarily staying with friends after their former home became the scene of something unimaginable.
42956, code 3 for person staff. Journey, she keeps saying daddy fell on the floor and there's a bad man.
Jessica says she and her kids were home on the night of July 4th when Marcus was stabbed to death.
I actually didn't even know he had been stabbed until after he fell on the floor, he started having a seizure.
She says she tried to help him, still not knowing how serious it was.
I shook his body.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. Tony Wonderstruck says, I'm sorry, you smoked my wife for no reason. You getting dumped in the river. I ain't mad at that. If you guys agree with Tony, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. Wife or any member of my family, to be honest.
And there was no resistance. It's hard to explain that feeling. It was terrible.
35-year-old Paris Johnson is now facing murder charges in Marcus' death. Jessica says she had recently been seen.
Hold on, man. We got to talk about this. What's going on with the dreads? Look at the middle right there. Neck tattoos. Look at the neck. Neck tattoos. This dude deleted this other man. He had no regard that his children were there. Oh, Speed from Twitch. All right, what's good with it, bro? Welcome to the YouTube channel. Welcome to one of them.
In Marcus' death, Jessica says she had recently been seeing Paris and that he was at her home that night when things took a deadly turn.
Marcus, he had just came to me for a ride to his mom's house. That's all he needed.
Did you have no idea this guy could be capable of doing something like this?
Yes, I blame myself every day. If I hadn't been seeing him, if I hadn't let him in my house.
Wait, what?
None of us would have ever had.
Wait, I'm confused. What? Did I miss something there? What happened? How is she involved with this dude?
A deadly turn.
Marcus, he had just came to me for a ride to his mom's house. That's all he needed.
Did you have no idea this guy could be capable of doing something like this?
Yes, I blame myself every day.
Something ain't right here. Something's not right here.
If I hadn't been seeing him, if I hadn't let him in my house.
If I hadn't been seeing him? You see how she just slid that? What do you mean if you hadn't been seeing him? Yeah. Shout out to Windless the Rug. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Windless the Rug says she was smashing the other dude, bro. Yeah, I think that might be the case.
Capable of doing something like this?
Yes, I blame myself every day. If I hadn't been seeing him, if I hadn't let him in my house.
See, how does a news reporter just allow that to slip out and then just doesn't say anything about it? Like there's no follow-up question. Like, what do you mean seeing him? Right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, so the dad and her are not together anymore. Dude is current boyfriend. That's what it sounds like. So then you got to ask the question, why was the dad at her house? See, messy shit.
None of us would have ever happened. Marcus would still be here.
Now she's left grieving.
I have to constantly try to give my children answers that I don't have answers to, so it's hard.
You got answers.
Now Johnson, the man accused of stabbing Marcus, has been indicted by a Lucas County grand jury on Monday. He's facing 2 alternative counts of murder and 1 count of felonious assault. Marcus's death was ruled a homicide from being stabbed twice in the chest and once in the arm. In studio, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
She just threw in there, I shouldn't have been seeing him, and the news just let her get away with it. Hey, they just let her get away with it. She went from a... Hey. Shout out to Tony. Tony said that brother looks like he was present with them kids. They always make sure it's that kind of brother that gets killed. They always make sure, bro. Think about this, right? You know how they use that crime statistic? 13% of the population commits, 55% of the crime. How is it that within that 55% of the crime, it's always the people who are not involved in crime that those criminals take out? The white people don't go that far down into the statistic. You know what I'm saying?
At first at 4 o'clock, the story. KHOU 11 broke first on our morning newscast. A woman accused of gunning down a man at a Metro bus stop is now behind bars. 19-year-old Asia Law had been on the run since Tuesday.
This afternoon, court documents reveal she may be tied to a separate shooting just one day earlier. Stephen Goen, live outside the Harris County Jail with how investigators were able to apparently connect the dots here. Stephen.
Yeah, Ron, on Tuesday, police had already told us that this bus stop shooting suspect may be connected to another case across town. Now she's been charged in both incidents. Investigators, they were able to track her down after she allegedly messaged an ex-girlfriend on social media, admitting she was the shooter. In court today, 19-year-old Asia Law talking out of turn.
Is she still in school? No, not. Ma'am, place your back on the wall. I was not talking to you.
When just moments before, she was silent as a magistrate judge read out the charges against her. Law now accused of aggravated assault and murder tied to 2 separate shootings in 2 days about 11 miles away.
This is a felony offense involving violence.
The first incident unfolded Monday around 12:45 p.m. at this McDonald's near Tidwell and Spalding. In court records, police...
McDonald's is getting associated with a lot of violence. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. McDonald's seems to be now associated with a lot of violence. You know what I'm saying? A lot of violence. Somebody make it make sense.
Police say that Law asked for a cup of water, but grew agitated when she had to wait. Investigators say she then threw the water and told the cashier, quote, "I'm going to spare your life today. You're lucky you're at work." After that incident, investigators say the McDonald's worker and their friend pulled out from this parking lot and saw someone who they knew at that nearby bus stop. When they stopped to talk to them, they saw the suspect sitting there as well. Then investigators say Law pulled out a gun.
The defendant ended up pointing a firearm and actually discharging that firearm at least 3 times towards the complainant and the complainant's vehicle.
Then on Tuesday, around 9:30 a.m., police responded to this shooting at a Metro bus stop near Antoine and Pinemont. Investigators say a man tried to board the bus, then started to assault the driver. That's when Law allegedly stepped in. Once she and the man got off the bus, police say she pulled a gun and shot him multiple times in the chest. Now, Law is being held on a $50,000 bond for Monday's incident for that murder charge. She has not had a bond.
Hey, look, shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said McDonald's about to pull a Carnival Cruise move. I don't blame him. I used to own McDonald's stock. I used to own stock in McDonald's. I don't own stock in McDonald's no more. But I'm for sure about to invest in Cruise or in Carnival. Hey, I'm about to for sure invest in Carnival.
Yet been set. She's expected back in court early next week. We're live at the Harris County Jail. Stephen Goen, KHOU 11 News.
Now, with this individual right here, who made this individual do this? Who made her do it? That's the question. We might have to do undocumented. A lot of stuff going on. I heard that a migrant shot a undercover agent, an undercover ICE agent. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AV. Shout out to AV. Yeah, bro. I will never go on a Carnival cruise ever, but bet you I'm gonna own a little bit of stock in Carnival. Bet you I'm gonna do that. Oh man, yeah, we might have to do undocumented, man. There's some crazy stuff going on. There's some wild stuff going on, man. Y'all lucky, man. Like I said, I had a little bit of time today, so we kicked it. You know what I'm saying? We did a classic old 8. You know what I'm saying? We did a work day. We did an 8-hour stream at night, so ain't nobody gonna notice. You know what I'm saying? We might have to run it. We might have to run it back tomorrow, man. So, yo, shout out to everybody, man. I hope y'all enjoyed it. All right. Shout out to the replay gang. You know, ain't nobody about to watch this long ass shit, but shout out to the people. If you do, make sure you leave a comment, #replay gang. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
Jump out the crib, stack up my C-note this year, killing my ego this year, all for the people this year, only believe in the real, I do believe in no fear, and I got gang in this bitch, I never switch on the tribe, I keep it all the way real, I'm in control of my feels, you see my highlights and study my real, yeah. I'm showing more love this year, running more plays, finna scale up my business this year, the world in my palm, I'm a star, I deliver my cadence, I'm serving up chips to my peers, bringing the bread for the fam, everything good on the side, everything coming together. New whip, no leash, no key in it, they heat it. California on the plates. I'm out here playing for keeping. I pull up, she leaking. She want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas with the brakes. Hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes. I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a squad to the death. Young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes. Got nothing to lose and something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, changing. Freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, run until I miss my season. Lay back, geeking, smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end. Run until I miss my season. I keep a stack of them blessings, I'm ballin', I'm playing callin'. It chain on me matching my smile, you know that I stay saucing. Wrist flooded, she drowning. We good on this side, everything coming together. New whip, no lease, no key in it, they heat it. California on the plates, I'm out here playing for keeping. I pull up, she leaking, she want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas with the brakes. Hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes, I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a squad to the death. Young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes, got nothing to lose and something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, changing. Freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, run until I miss my season. Lay back, geeking, smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end. Run until I miss my season.
Once we understand that it is through our five senses that these imprints are being made on our subconscious mind, we can then consciously begin to utilize our five senses to imprint something different.